Hello, and welcome to another APM Research Focus Decoding. Today, we will decode Jehovah. This is the biblical name of the God of Israel. This God is not the creator of the realm and all, which we will elaborate on today. This God is one of the little g's that are creating on a more micro scale than the source creator. Their roles, we at APM Research have been highlighting for some time now. So, Jehovah is also known as a tetragrammaton in ancient Hebrew. In metaphysics, tetragrammaton is a mathematical equation for the essence of the universe. From APM perspective, everything we have researched in the last few years all leads to the same conclusion. There is a creator and a construct. Various cultures have depicted this as a pentagram, with each point representing an element: earth, air, fire, water, and spirit. Spirit we now know to be electrical, with positives and negatives being manipulated and stacked by the force known as magnetism. Jehovah is also depicted in sacred geometry symbols, such as the one we see here. This overlays beautifully on our realm and shows us the energy flow and some very special cross points we have discussed in great detail in the past. The sacred geometry we come across everywhere are also used by Freemasons, and their logo, which shows expansion and compression, which we have decoded, this representing our realm, undertakes to perform its functions. The manipulation of the 5 main mentioned elements: earth, air, fire, water, and spirit. 90% of them probably don't understand the meaning of the logo as we do. It was designed long ago and stolen by the ones at the top of the pyramid and called their own, just like many other symbols. The masses look at it blindly. We, with APM eyes, have taken off the blinders and learn all these ancient symbols and their true meanings. Today, we remove the blinders to the formula Jehovah. So let's begin and learn what Jehovah really means and the little g's functions and roles in our realm.
Y is the division of the sex pairs, the positives and negatives. This is what Walter Russell's work was based upon. To elaborate further on the Y and how this came to be, we have to look inside the vortex. This is the electromagnetic components mixing the positives from above with the negatives below. This is what causes the reaction that forces the division and multiplication of the sex pairs into what we call electricity. H is the horizontal component of terrestrial magnetism. We have to think of the insides of a capacitor. The equatorial plane is the center of this giant capacitor, our very plane of existence in the realm model. The positives are forced upwards and the negatives are forced downwards. This is the purpose of the horizontal component. It keeps the opposing polarities separate. This is how the capacitor maintains its equilibrium. This can be explained in Walter Russell's work, which shows 2 opposing forces being separated by a third force, which we now know to be magnetism. Magnetism's purpose is to divide the positives and negatives and maintain an equilibrium. V is the velocity that takes place when dividing the sex pairs. There is specific velocity for dividing the positives and negatives. In our terms, this would be equal to the speed of lightning. In Newtonian mechanics, linear momentum, translational momentum, or just momentum, is the product of the mass and velocity of an object. It is a vector quantity assessing the magnitude and direction. H. This is Planck's constant. This is a physical constant that is an electromagnetic action which relates to the energy carried by a photon to its frequency. Planck theorized that the equations of motion for light describe a set of harmonic oscillators, one for each possible frequency. The spectral radiance of a body describes the amount of energy it emits at different frequencies. So in simple terms, this is the frequency the energy radiates. Scriptures tell us God is light. Walter Russell did say there will be a time when religion and science have to come together. That time is now. Open your eyes, people, and see the glory that has been hidden from you. The descriptions and sacred geometries given by every culture are doing their very best to describe the glory of the realm. That glory is this technological glory which reveals a very intelligent creator.
YH, VH. You will notice that H appears twice, but governs two different arenas. The first H is the magnetism that forms the equatorial plane of the macrocosm. The second H refers to Planck's constant, which regulates the energy in the smallest units of light. The constant itself is the mathematical expression that represents how much energy a photon has based on its wavelength. We know from Walter Russell that what regulates energy into its opposing components is magnetism. So the two H's both represent magnetism. In this respect, the H's can be likened to the number 1. 1 is an interesting number because it can be used to express the whole of a system or the smallest unit within a system. The first H is magnetism that governs the system as a whole, while the second H is the magnetism that governs the smallest units, as above, so below. Another interesting connection is the Greek letter epsilon. Epsilon is the Greek equivalent of the Hebrew letter H. Epsilon is used by mathematicians in the formula for dielectric permittivity. In this respect, epsilon is the measure of the ability of a dielectric to become polarized. The higher the permittivity, the more polarization can be achieved. The more I explore APM with my colleagues, the more we come to realize the interconnectedness of all things. Such a beautiful and harmonious balance exists in this realm of our Creator. Yet that very balance is in jeopardy because of a select, greedy few. My own personal belief is that this exploitation will not last much longer. We are entering a new age, and the warnings handed down to us are very precise. The way I understand it, there will be a shift in the energy of this realm, and it will not be compatible with the lower emotional frequencies we associate with evil behavior. I know not what is in store for those who continue down that dark path. What I know is that those of us who live in our heart already are in the great shelter of life. Much love to you all.
Although we cannot give this the wording, splendor, or glory it deserves, we can put it into layman's terms for all to understand. What we are highlighting in this decode is the formula YHVH has given us to harness the electrical energy of our realm and understand its mechanisms. All of nature is attributed to the mechanics of the angels. This is the nature of our realm. This is what the ancients knew and the Creator wanted us to understand clearly. Look around, people. You will see sacred geometry everywhere, from the micro to the macro in life. Now, we should be more clear why the ancients called the luminaries of our heavens gods, spelt with a little g, O-D-S. Although they are doing their role creating, they are not the source creator, but a creation themselves, of magnificence and glory according to scriptural descriptions put here to serve their function by the source creator. I don't know if our brains are able to grasp the magnitude of the whole of the source, but piece by piece we can understand our realm.
So welcome everyone. This interview is something I've been looking forward to for a couple of weeks now. And it all started about 2 months ago when Sean Becker kindly came onto my Feel Good Friday show and started dropping links and recommending this channel. The channel being FPV Angel, and the subject matters being very wide and varied. And this interview attempts to introduce you to the team that is doing some fantastic research out there. It's got my imagination going wild, made me realise I was definitely paddling in the shallow end, and it makes me even more humble to realise that the world we live in is something awesome, magic, and still yet to be discovered fully. So it's with massive pleasure that I want to introduce you to FPV Angel channel and the APM research team. So welcome everyone. Thank you for coming on the show.
Hello,
Hi,
Robin.
Robin.
Hey.
Hi, thank you.
So let's do the done thing, the right thing, and start to introduce you individually, if I may, and just perhaps give us a bit of history as to how your research started and what got you on the road to where you are today. Does anyone like to start, maybe?
Yeah, I'll start with this, Robin. Yeah, because right, when I came to Flat Earth a few years ago, and I was looking into it, I'd come from a political background. I've been following politics for a few years myself.
Okay.
And I was watching, you watch politics, you start to see certain characters taking these trips to Antarctica. And when I found Flat Earth, I thought, oh, hello, there's some connection going on here. Something going on at Antarctica that I hadn't spotted before. So anyway, I made this channel in 2016 to intentionally to look deeper into Flat Earth, because I've been looking into Flat Earth through the back end of 2015, and I mean, it took me 5 minutes to realize it was flat just watching certain videos, because I already had, you've got things that go on in your mind over years, and certain things in Flat Earth jog your memory, and you think, wow, that's why that didn't make sense. You start coming to these conclusions, and eventually you can find ways to debunk it yourself. So, my research started when I came to Flat Earth. They were passing around I think it was the E map, or the glyphs. There's the everyone calls them the pizza maps, don't they?
Yes.
Now, they were getting passed around, and I was looking at those, and, I was doing my own research in the background as well. And I found some things you could make work on this map, but other things weren't making sense.
Okay.
And at the same time, I was looking at the Nazca lines. Now, what I'll do here, I'll just screen share so you can see my Google Earth and the Nazca line tracing that I've been doing. And then give you an idea of what I was looking at and the conclusions I was coming to just by looking at these. So these are in South America, Nazca, Peru.
Okay.
You can see that, yeah?
I'm seeing you zoom into Peru, yes. We're getting into
right.
the blue bits now, yeah.
Right. These are the line tracings I've been doing on the Nazca lines. Now, when you look at these, I mean, I'll zoom in and so you can look at the detail. I haven't put all the animals on yet, because to me, more importantly, was all this structure.
Yes.
That's what we're really looking at here. Detailed structure.
Yes.
I mean, let's see the detail in this.
Yes.
And how things, the birds, where they would connect to certain places, and
up. There's going to be some things in here blow your mind, mate. There really is.
Okay. Well, let's get into that in more detail later. But your initial thoughts were
My initial thoughts were, as soon as I was looking at this, we're looking at a technological construct, and what I did was I overlaid these over the map.
Okay, which you're showing us now, yeah.
Yeah, that's them at Nazca, Peru. They portray them the opposite way around, so you never figure out, if you overlay it on a map, it'll make sense. But when you put them the correct way up, north, south, east, and west becomes quite apparent.
Okay.
So this big area here on the world map would represent the Americas.
I see. And
over up here would be northeast Russia. East over here, so New Zealand would be over here on the world map. What you're looking at here is condensed blueprints of the world map, basically. Well, the technological configuration below the world map, I should say,
fascinating.
is what it would decode as. And I've got to show you this one as well before we progress. You see that there, where it's detailed 3D structure. Can you see that?
Yes, I can. And are we looking at it side on for you to say
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, side on, yeah. So you zoom out and it connects to more and more. And we've even got one here that they call the solar clock. Now you tell me, Robin, that is not an antenna.
Wow.
Because what you're going to notice in the Nazca lines, I've come across at least 4 different types of antennas.
Okay. Well, before we get too deep, if you don't mind, can you just fast forward a little bit and just say where you went from here, and you'd done some flat Earth research, you started studying the Nazca lines, and then what happened after that?
And then I came across the Nazca mandala, which is this image here.
Okay.
This grid. All this grid is the Nazca mandala and the sun star of Peru. Now, as soon as I found these in there, I thought, wow, I've got to put this on a map. It became a mission of making this grid make sense on a map.
Okay, so this is what found in historical records for the ancient Peruvians, is it?
I'm not sure what they classed it as. It's to me, it's been there a long time, and they've just inherited the land.
Okay, and where did you find this pattern? Sorry,
this is a class 1 geoglyph from Nazca, Peru. It's I'll just jump to Google Earth and I'll show you where it is on the map.
Right, and your circular pattern there is just you creating some.
Right, that's its location there on the map.
I see. Can you zoom in a bit more?
Yeah, the detail's very poor in Google Earth. It seems to get worse. You notice that it gets worse and worse, not better and better, which is strange, considering the technology we've got today. So to me, they're intentionally obscuring it.
Yes. So this pattern then is something you observe in nature, and you've overlaid it then.
Yeah, because when I seen it, the first thing I thought of when I saw it, Robin, was gates in the north, south, east, and west.
Yes.
You see them?
Yes, so these gates, as in the nodal points that are on these concentric circles, is that something you've put there, or
No, these are all part of the grid. All I've done here is overlaid them on this world map. Now the map we're following here is the one produced by one hippie. We call him Series.
Okay.
And what he did was he took Google images, the Google Earth images, and what he did was applied an algorithm to square them back off to take out that roundness that they give it.
Right.
Because you'll find Google. Yeah, it's flattening it back to being a flat map. So
okay.
This is the only map I came across that actually had, where things would line up correctly in the world, and and obviously make some sense, because as in making sense, this one for here instance, see this dot here?
Yes.
This is where the Kola borehole is. Now, why would they be drilling there, do you think?
Understood. And
that one there is the German intercontinental drilling program. It's right there. So, they know these locations exist, Robin, is what it's telling me, and they're drilling down to locations.
Yes, and underneath in the sort of blue pale shading, is that the azimuthal equidistant map?
No, this is the Mercator map. I call it the corrected Mercator.
Okay. And
we'll go through that with you as well while we're using this map. One Conscience has got some images that she's going to bring up to show you why we switched to this map from what people are calling the flat Earth map.
I see. So that was the Google Earth maps flattened out again. And whilst we've got it up there, angelic particle matrix is
Right.
the name
The
of your
name.
team. Yeah, how does that come
Yeah.
about?
We decided to call it that due to the nature of what we decode angels to be and the nature of this realm.
I see.
If you want me to say what they are now, I'll go ahead and say
Just
it.
just a straightforward definition would suffice for now. We'll go into more detail later.
Okay, an angel in modern terminology would be a particle accelerator.
I see. And so the matrix is therefore a network of them across the plane.
Yes,
And
yes.
in the oceans?
Below the oceans, below land, yeah, everywhere.
Okay.
Everywhere within that grid, this
Fant-
technology exists.
Fantastic. So looking at this snapshot, roughly what year were you in when you got this far?
This was probably somewhere around 2017.
Okay. Now let's bring the rest of the team in. So how did everybody else link into your research then?
Right. When I made the first video, I called it the Blueprints for Earth. This is the first video I made on it, and this is the overlay, an image overlay I made over the map.
Yes.
As you can see, I had the orientation slightly wrong, but a few adjustments and tweaks over time to correct things, and it's where we're at now. And this was a little tour of how I think they came across them themselves. In the 1800s,
Yes.
they were flying over the Americas in these,
Yes.
and pretty much mapping what they found there. So they got the blueprints probably 100 years ahead of me.
Okay.
It's where we're at.
Okay.
So I made this video here, and I was playing it on Cat's Eyes channel, I think, and this is when I met One Conscience. So what I'll do is I'll stop presenting and let One Conscience take over from here if she likes.
Brilliant. Welcome to the show, One Conscience. Lovely to have you here.
Thank you.
And just share a little bit of your journey, how you, perhaps a little bit before you met FPV, and where were you on your pursuit of truth and when it all started?
So before I met him, I started out kind of looking into like bloodline conspiracies and stuff. So then I found Flat Earth, and I was pretty convinced pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I watched Mark Sargent's videos and Eric Dubay, and it didn't really take long to convince me,
Yeah.
that
Similar
it was
journey to us.
yeah. So, and before I met FPV though, I was also looking into like earth energy, earthquakes specifically.
Okay.
So I was following this guy on YouTube, and he was predicting them. He was predicting earthquakes
Wow.
very accurately. So I watched him for a couple of years and kind of learned how to, what he was talking about and how to do it. And it fascinated me. So when I stumbled into that room that day and met FPV and Cats, his grid caught my attention because I had been laying out earthquakes. I had tried to lay them out on the AE map.
Okay.
And so there were some flaws that didn't quite work. There was some places that had too much distance and, amongst other little errors that just weren't adding up. So I was, thinking to myself, well, this is how it happens because I've watched this guy and I've studied these things and I know that this occurs like this.
Okay.
So when I met him, he's talking about earthquakes and volcanoes and angels and I'll just tell you something in my soul
Yes.
just gave me goosebumps. Like I knew that this was the proper path for me to go down. So
Awesome.
I asked him for a copy of the map. So after asking him about 1,000 questions while he played his video and, because there wasn't a whole lot of people in the chat room that I was in. And I just asked him question after question after question. And it kind of turned into a conversation that he and I were having while he presented this presentation he was putting on. And so I asked him for a copy of the map, and I laid the earthquake paths out on it because
Wow.
I know how they flow, and I've studied it long enough that I can, put that out no problem. And so then I gave it to him, and he loved it. He was amazed. He was like, this is amazing, and it makes so much sense.
Okay.
And we deciphered that this technology, turning on and working
Wow.
is what's
And
causing the vibration. So then we
okay.
progressed.
Okay, so a question I have for you is, when you say you studied them for a long time, what was your source references for that? Where were you looking?
So there was a guy named Dutch Sense,
Okay.
and he's a YouTube channel. He stepped out recently. I mean, he did this for 9 years straight.
Okay.
And so I studied his work, and
Okay.
I studied his arrows, and he had arrows that specifically pointed to where these earthquakes would hit repeatably. And he also would forecast. He would forecast,
Yes.
because this hit here, it's going to hit here. Because it did this, it's going to do this. And he was so dead on accurate. It was just amazed me.
Mm.
I'm like, oh my gosh, science and the USGS and stuff like that. They don't tell us that you can predict earthquakes. Think about how many lives we could save.
Goodness me. And
Yeah.
so you built up some knowledge, and have you? So he's walked away, but are you able to? I don't suggest that anyone can predict earthquakes going forwards, but have you got a sense of the accuracy now, so that you can share in a given year, perhaps, or a given few years where you think
Well,
earthquakes are
if I
going to
s-
come about?
if I sat down and studied it for a few weeks, I'm sure I could pick up the pattern as
Mm.
to predicting them. However, that isn't what I do.
Okay.
He did that with accuracy. I went and I got my own earthquake 3D. So I was studying them on my own as well as watching his channel,
Okay.
and trying to take guesses at what I thought would happen, along with listening to what he was predicting, and, hit and miss with me. I hadn't done it for 8 years.
I guess
So,
prediction isn't really the key, but it's certainly see if you can see where it's happened before, then you can see the
well,
commonality, can't you? I
what the
guess.
key to me is that these earthquakes are repeatable. So
Okay.
they're always going to hit in the exact same spots. And
Yes.
that's no joke at all. So much that I can make a map with the arrows also and show exactly where they're going to hit. This energy has a flow.
Okay.
It has a perfect flow, and it will repeat every single time. It comes in from the outside, and it does its flow, and it does it every so many
Wow.
days over and over. It's
Mm,
repeatable. These things are absolutely repeatable. That's why they're predictable.
Do you want me
fantastic.
to do you want me
Yes,
to play
please.
this clip for you?
Yes, please. And I love your avatar one conscious. That must be one of the Nazca patterns, is it?
Yeah, it's the
That's
condor bird. Yeah.
awesome. Awesome. Love it. Go ahead, FPV.
Here you go. I'll screen share this so you can see what one's talking about. I'll mute while one talks through it. Here you go, one.
Please, can you maximize? Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Uh, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not.
So what this is.
Excuse me, guys. I'm not seeing it. I don't know why. Does FPV need to? Ah, there we go. Do you mind maximizing for? There we go. Got it.
Okay. So what I've done, and I've done it several times through our work, I made a little quick one. So the energy comes in, and it's what it's doing is compressing into the center. And I mean, if you've watched our work, we talk a lot about compression expansion.
Hmm.
So the energy literally comes from the two gates, the east and the west, and it compresses into the center point.
I see.
Then the data I get, I can watch it go north. Okay, so we don't get a lot of data for south. We don't get a lot of data for Antarctica at all. So I didn't put any arrows going down because I haven't seen that data on my own. But
Okay.
then once it hits the center point, it heads north and it spreads out in both directions like a torus energy field.
Wow.
Okay, and it's expanded at that point. So once it goes up north, it expands out, wraps around to come back in for its compression. Where those arrows are where earthquakes will hit repeatably
I see.
every single time. That is a pattern. It's repeatable data, and it's recordable.
And it's a sequence chronologically, because is that what you're showing us? Over
Yes.
time, it's doing this in this order.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So it's always coming in from the two sides, and it's always hitting in the same spots.
Okay.
So I found the map fascinating when I met FPV because a lot of it kind of follows along this grid that he's
Yes.
overlaid,
Mm,
and these star halos to form our torus to come back in. Now you
I
have to
see.
remember it's probably going south and wrapping back up around that way as well. But I don't get data, so I don't add that part to my
Sure.
animations because I can't prove that.
And
You
just,
know, and
sorry to interrupt you, just quickly for my knowledge, you mentioned something called Earthquake 3D. Is that a software package?
yeah, it's a
Okay.
software package that people can get for free,
Okay.
or you can pay $20, and it's a little more enhanced. So I
Okay.
paid for mine, but that's because I was really, really into it.
And that allows you to track and record where earthquakes are coming up over time. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So I actually used it and I recorded 9 weeks worth of earthquakes and I put little dots on the map for 9 weeks straight every single day.
Wow.
And that's how I got really good at learning exactly where these things hit and realized a lot of different things about the energy at that time.
Thank you. And I guess the Earthquake Watch websites is where you get that from, is it? Where you see seismology reports and anything over a certain scale is recorded as an earthquake. Is that right?
Well, the Earthquake 3D, you just go to the website and download it. But
And that's telling you where they are. Okay.
yeah, it tells you exactly where they hit,
I see.
and it tells you what the magnitude is and what time it hit.
That's
And so you can learn a lot by, looking at this information like, okay, it hits here every day. I watched the same earthquake hit the same spot for an entire summer.
oh
And then kind of as the sun shifted upward, the earthquake went north and it hit
that's
that spot. It was following our luminaries.
that is so powerful software to be real time and tracking like that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And when you say it tracks our luminaries, what exactly do you mean?
Well, okay, so with the earthquakes, all of our happenings are below. So what APM has realized is that the stuff that we see above is below. So it's as above, so below.
I see. So,
There's a model below, and
okay,
we're seeing it above in the heavens. So
okay.
what we're feeling in our world is the vibration of the occurrence in the layers below so we can see our luminaries above.
Wow,
So the vibration is coming up in the form of earthquakes,
I
which is
see.
why it's following certain luminary activity.
Okay, would it be a good time to mention the 12 gates at this point, FPV, and the cardinal points?
Yeah, perfect time.
Okay, brilliant.
I'll bring the map back up on the screen. And
And before we do, I'd just like to mention that Sandra's with us, Coolpix, P900 Coolpix. Thank you so much for joining us too.
Thanks.
No worries. So we'll bring Sandra in later with some of her research. But we're at the moment, I've noted about a dozen points I'd love the team to cover, and one of them is the 12 cardinal points. So thank you for your intro, One Conscience. So I think we haven't quite covered how you got to meet FPV. Did it just your paths crossed in a chat room, or you came across his work and you got in touch?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. And then we just started talking on Hangouts and we progressed.
awesome,
Yeah.
awesome, fantastic.
oh, but what you forgot to mention, one, was how some of Dutch Sinter's quakes didn't make sense.
Oh, yeah.
His antipodes didn't match up, did they?
Yeah, well, his thing, he had errors. He had one error. One huge error
Okay,
was when he thought that a quake, because he's a globe, so he's a globe believer. So
yes.
he thought that when Northeast Russia received a very large quake, that it would wrap around and hit Alaska or
Okay,
California.
okay.
Well, it never did. It never did, and I tried to explain to him why, but he did not like that, and I think he kind of ghosted me out of
I
his
understood.
comments.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? If you have a disagreement and you've been in it for a long time, when someone brings up something fresh and exciting and possibly a revelation, it must be really hard to acknowledge that.
Yeah.
So thanks for that. So we've now joined as a team. Is there two of you at this point in 2016? Is it 17 maybe?
Yeah, there's me, him, and Cats. So there's
Okay.
3 of us at that time.
And that channel is Cat's Eyes. Is that right?
Yeah, Cat's Eyes or Return of Cat's Eyes. She has 2.
Okay. Well, we'll put all the links to everyone's channels that we mentioned tonight in the show notes. And go ahead, FPV. You were going to share the creation calendar, mimic events, astrology tracker, and the sun gate tracker is what I've got up on screen. But I think you might need to minimize the main window. That's right.
There we go. You see that, yeah?
Yeah, perfect.
Right, so we're back to the 12 gates again. Okay, so what we did here, Sandra obtained the data from time and date for the sunrise for New Zealand.
Yes.
She just picked a random year. In this case, it was 2006.
Yes.
So what I did with this tracker, I added all the data with the sunrise from New Zealand and the bearing on the compass to give us an idea. What we're looking for is gate switches.
I see.
And what you'll see in this animation is this arrow on the degrees go up and down this direction. This would be New Zealand here with this little arrow.
Yes.
So that's the sun gate tracker. So that's just tracking where they see the sunrise from. And what you'll see is it moves up and down.
I see.
Obviously moving up and down the gates, which is what we're looking for. Because what I did here, this calendar here, the creation calendar, I tried to sync that with this. Now this comes with specific dates on gate changes. Like this one, March the 21st, gate 4.
Right. And what is a creation calendar?
The creation calendar is what the ancients seem to be basing the sunrises on.
Okay.
So they would know when it's switching gate and gone through the equinoxes and solstices.
Okay, so is this something people can look up, the creation calendar?
It is available online, and
Yes.
what I had to do, it's naming gates, and of course, even in Enoch it mentions gates.
Okay.
In fact, every scripture mentions gates or portals. Portal is a gate. It's the same thing decoded.
Okay, understood. Now, before we get too deep, I will mention that we're going to cover some fairly hefty subjects today. Some of it will be scripturally based, and some of it will be sort of more modern, old science, now modern science, because there's people that are really working out that we live in an electromagnetic realm, and how our sky clock works, and sort of what I would call recent relearning of ancient knowledge. You're going to cover quite a bit of that. So forgive me, I interrupted you, but I kind of need the audience to come along with me as I learn as well.
Yeah, it's fine, Robin. Yeah, anytime you need to jump in, mate, just jump in and slow us down.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
We're used to working with this, and we forget how shocking and revealing it really is.
Yes.
It does harden you over time, but
I also want people to be aware that this isn't just fantasy and speculation. You've really gone into the roots of our ancient knowledge, which everyone must recognize now contains so much truth. So
I would say there's something for everyone in our research. You just, that's the hard part. You've got to find people's interests and knowledge based so they understand what it is you're telling them.
Yes. So go ahead. You've done the creation calendar, and you were talking about the gates.
Yeah, so I synced the creation calendar with the Sungate tracker. With the Sungate tracker, we took the dates from the 25th of the month to make sure that it had switched, because you'll find with the creation calendar, it says there 21st. I've seen some round about the 18th, so it's up and down a little round about 18th to 21st. So I thought,
okay,
we'll use the Sungate tracker as the 25th, and then we know they've changed. It's definitely changed.
I see.
The astrology tracker, that's tracking various things like the zodiac, gemstones, fire, earth, air, water, just some extra information for people that might want to use it.
Yes.
The mimic map events are events we've recorded ourselves off the mimic map that defy explanation from mainstream, but we can see, it's technological processes and mechanisms, events going on.
And when we say mimic, are we talking about comets and
No, this map's actually designed for water precipitation, but what you'll find is it's picking things up in the microwave frequency, and you'll find they go well out of the way to cut things off that map, so you can't see all these effects taking place on the map.
Oh, I see. And who hosts this website?
It's just type in Google Mimic Map, and it'll take you to a site, and they've got a database going back to probably about 2010, Robin, and you
Have
can
they?
go for all these images. They're all there, all recorded, and you'll see some strange, amazing events taking place on the world map.
And they're predominantly there for precipitation, but you can see patterns because they're recording.
Yeah, it's recording
water.
It's a lot more. It's recording a lot more than it's supposed to be, and they're doing their best to try and filter it out. And
Interesting.
you'll actually see where they've cut things out as well.
Wow.
But you can't hide that they've cut things out.
No, because there's a gaping hole, I guess, in the data. All right. So, will we come back to that later, or do you need to mention what anomalies you spotted?
No, we'll come back to that another
Okay.
time. I would rather people just go to the Mimics map site and go for their database, and you'll see what I mean.
Okay.
It's hard to see them on there because they've got them small, but we have featured them before in some of our videos, so they are in our videos somewhere.
Very good.
Which one? That's hard to remember which videos they're in, but you will find coverage of them in some of our videos.
Very good.
Right, jump into the waveform tracker. Now, what I want to notice with this is we've got 4 different waveforms that take place over the course of a year.
Mm-hmm.
I'll let this play, and you'll see. Currently, it's at that waveform there. Hold on a sec. These waveforms physically exist on the map, Robin. They're not just there. They'll tell you that depicts day and that's night.
Right.
But these waveforms actually show on the Mimic map.
And the waveforms are what? Waveforms of the moisture, or waveforms of electromagnetism? What are they?
Well, what you're looking at is the sun's driver, and the other luminary drivers is what they decode to us.
Okay.
If you look at the sun, it's always directly in between 2 waveforms. That waveform will change over the course of a year.
I see. So, but what is the waveform scientifically measuring?
Scientifically, the waveform is basically operating like an oscilloscope, and it's pulsing signals across the map. Now, I don't know if you watched our Heaven and Hell video, but I decoded the Milky Way to be a sine wave. It's actually a sine wave, the Milky Way.
Okay. So for those that are just on the basement step of where we are today, so the oscilloscope is measuring. Are you just?
Oh, no, the waveform is the actual driver pushing the luminaries across. Now, remember, from our perspective, the sun is a vehicle in the underworld being propelled east to west, and then it returns. We see its effect in the sky, and we call it the sun.
Oh, I see. So I'm still struggling with what scientifically that oscilloscope is measuring, because it must. Are you saying?
No, it's not measuring. It's the driver, Robin. It's actually pushing them across. They are reacting. You're looking at electromagnetics being repelled by sine waves. Sine waves are driving them across, basically.
I see. I hear the conclusions that you're making, but I'm struggling to describe what that waveform, because this is not your waveform monitor, is it?
I'll give you one that you'll recognize. Rahu would be this waveform.
Okay.
Wait a minute, right?
So this.
Wait a minute, Rahu's in the north. Sorry, Rahu's that one. You see how it changed?
Yes.
And this bottom one would be Ketu.
And that.
But
whose oscilloscope is that?
That's just an image. That's just an image that I overlaid some information from time and date on. That information in that screen comes from time and date's own animations.
I see. Got it. Finally, the penny's dropped.
So even they have to use these animations of waveforms to depict. They're telling you it's day and night.
Yes.
But to me, that one there is driving the sun. The sun is always the same distance away from it. It never gets closer. It will overtake the moon, which is what I put down to the lunar phases.
I see.
This crossing the moon could possibly be what's causing the lunar phases. Now, I stopped there. I was doing a big project on it, but I stopped because what I've realized, looking into Vedic, all the Vedic information you can come across, there's about 20 different, what they call shadow entities. Rahu and Ketu are only 2 of 20.
Wow.
So there's at least 20 different types of waveforms, it's telling me. So it's going to be really hard for me to identify which waveforms are driving which luminaries.
Okay, so thank you. You put that research on the shelf, but
Yeah, that's got it on hold, yeah, because, how do you go identifying them all?
yeah,
That's the hard part.
right.
But,
So
what we're saying is we know they exist. We know they're driving luminaries across, and what the luminary does, it returns back on the outside of it. Now that return back is, hold on a sec, I'll just get the image on screen so you can see it. There's a mimic map event. You see that waveform there?
yes,
That shows up going right across the world map on the mimic map.
crazy. So that's an anomaly that they can't really cover up. It's
Yeah.
just too
Well,
blatant.
what you're looking at there, you can see the waveform, can't you? See it?
Yeah. Amazing.
So it's probably driving the sun back across.
Amazing.
Now the sun in our model, the sun returning back east, here's its path. I'm sure you'll recognize that path, Robin.
Yeah, it looks like a a pattern.
It's the ISS path. So to us, the ISS is actually the sun in a standby state returning east. It's not a spaceship in the sky. It is the sun in a standby state returning east.
Goodness me.
And these are the waveforms. You can see how it changes. That's why its path changes, because the way it's the waveforms. It's these waveforms here that's going across the map. So one pushes it along and it returns on the reverse signal.
And you're saying it's like almost out of charge when it's going through the night.
Yeah, it's I would put it into what you would call a recharging process, and this is what the Egyptian 12 gates goes into depth with.
Okay.
You'll notice one of our videos that One Conscience done a presentation on, and it's the Egyptian 12 gates, which is the story of the sun's return back to the east in the underworld.
Amazing. So we brought 12 gates up at the beginning of this little segment, so why don't you cover what they are?
Right.
If you can.
The 12 gates. Yeah. To us, these are what Enoch would term portals. They're where the sun would appear and then start its path across east to west.
And remind the other name for portal?
Gate.
Gate.
Yeah.
So,
these are portals or gates. And there's more than, even Enoch describes more than what you see here, because he does mention there's more north and south of them as well.
can you give us an idea of what Enoch said? So I take it you're talking about the book of Enoch in the Bible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or the book that got removed from the Bible.
One Conscience actually done a nice video on it where she spoke through it, and what I did was made an animation to match what she was talking about.
Yes, I've watched a few of those.
And when he described the gates, he even went into detail of the angles they were at to each other, and them angles match what you're seeing here. Now, is that a coincidence? Enoch is talking about the Nazca Mandala.
Wow.
It's insane, Robin, isn't it? It's no coincidence, is it?
And
They're talking about the same thing.
amazing. So without trying to jump too many tangents, I didn't ask you about the patterns we can see at the corners and around the middle that seem to have like 4 dots in each square. Is that something?
Right.
Is that something you've added, or is that part of?
No, that's part of the grid. I'll go into detail of them for you if you want.
Yes,
right.
please.
You see these? You notice each box has got 3 that aren't connected to anything.
Yes.
Yeah. These are your 24 elders from Scripture.
Okay.
There's 24 going around the inner circle there that are not connected to anything. Now, that's got to be your 24 elders Scripture references. Jumping back out, then we go 12 at each gate. So there's 48 external,
Yes.
24 internal. There's your 72 virgins from another Scripture, because they're not connected to anything.
Okay.
So, this is where Scriptures comes into play with what it's actually describing.
So you're going to have to forgive the audience for going, that's a bit of a leap, FPV, and I'm going to allow you to flesh it out later and go into more detail. But to go from, picking a scripture that's got a number in it sounds on the face of it to be a bit of a leap.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can add some more color to it. Do you want to try that now, or shall we?
Well, this is what I realized, Robin, when I was looking into the geo, petro, and hieroglyphs. Now, the mainstream tell us they were all into sun worship. And what I realized was no one's ever been into sun worship. What they're really portraying is the mechanisms of the realm depicted in petro and hieroglyph form. They characterize or personify technologies to help explain what they're doing. That's why they use male and female characters in all these glyphs.
I see.
So this is how you hide technology. You personify it as characters, and of course you put it in a book, and people bring that technology to life as a real person.
I see.
You see what they've done?
So it's hidden, decode, and you're trying to decode. And I guess we'll learn a bit more as we go through the presentation. So
Yeah.
you've just
You know from the start of this now, I'm already looking for technology, and my mission became finding the technology, how the ancients depicted and described it,
yes,
and how it fits in with a world model. And that was the surprise for me, Robin. I did not expect to see the same glyphs everywhere on the world. You know, you look at
yes.
spirals and things. They're all. So it tells me that was probably our written language back in those times. It's not unique to Egypt. It's everywhere.
And that's borne out in lots of researchers now. All the hidden histories guys, Martin Leaker and the likes. They've found a lot of this in their research, haven't they?
Yeah. You're going to see people everywhere looking at it.
Mm.
But it's to connect it all into stories telling you how the world works is what it's doing.
Yes, and my mind's already going now about architecture and harnessing this stuff, but we'll cover that, I'm sure, in another segment. So, okay, so these dots are on the original Peruvian template?
Yes, all that grid there. What you've got here is a 12 by 12 grid. So there's your 144.
Yeah.
And you've got 6 squares, 6 circle, and 6 rhombi. There's your 666.
Got it.
So, so you can pull bits from scripture from there. People will say we're cherry picking, Robin, but so are they.
Yeah.
They're cherry picking stories that fit what they want to believe.
Understood.
I'm looking for how the technology fits into it and how they've described it or tried to hide it in some cases.
Yeah.
And we can see that's changed over time.
One of the things that's jumping out to me is Antarctica seems to be at the bottom and it's not been stretched around. Is that because you can't do anything with it at the minute?
No, this is what you're looking at really is, a world map is basically a strip of data we call a map, and it's obviously part of something larger.
Yes.
So that's why it's got chopped off sides. That what you're looking at the sides, this is where the international date lines cut in half. This is what they've done is they took the Mercator map and cut the sides off and wrapped it around a ball.
Yes.
That now hides the gates in the east and west, and your treaties in the north and south hide the ones in the north and south.
Got it.
So what I'll do here, I'll pass it over to One Conscience because she's going to have to go through some map information here to get you looking at it like we are with this map. So I'll pass it over to you, One, if you want to do that bit with the map corrections. It's probably a good time about now, yeah?
Thank you.
Okay, do you have that video?
Yeah, I've got it on standby. Let's have a look. Where is it? Yeah, map corrections. Master screen sharing.
You are, yes,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, I'll mute and I'll let One talk for this one.
Thank you.
Okay, so we we corrected several, globe portrayals and backwards Mercator maps, and they actually make a lot more sense. So what you're looking at here on screen are the constellations. So this is a constellation map of the heavens, and the top one was the first one they gave us, okay? It was the original one, the one on top. And you'll see like off to the right-hand side, Virgo's cut because they've wrapped this around to make it seem like it's all circular, like it's around a globe and, going in circles around our heavens. But they actually, you go to the bottom one and we've corrected it.
So do you mind if I stop you there, please, One? Because I'm struggling to see any map information at all. I can see some pictures of animals. Do you mind?
So this is the constellations in heaven.
I see. We're looking up in the sky. Okay.
Yes. So we're looking up in the sky.
Okay.
But they've got Virgo cut. They've got several of them cut. So when I went to Google Sky and actually outlined these creatures and, went back to Google Earth and looked at them, they they're not like that. They're actually specifically on the east or west, and doing their movements in the heavens. Now, some of them do a circular pattern around a specific point. Others move east to west. The bottom map is corrected. So Virgo's back together in the center where it's supposed to be. And, they're all in their proper place.
Okay.
Moving forward, because the constellation one is a little bit more confusing. It's a little bit more advanced than Earth. Can we move forward at FPV? So right here, we have a backwards Mercator map,
Okay.
which he skipped past, but we have it up top. We still have it, so it's okay.
Okay.
So this is the map that a lot of science tries to use.
Okay.
So the problem with this is the Bering Strait. So when we looked into the Bering Strait, we realized that even these two islands called the Diomedes, which is directly between Alaska and Russia,
Mm-hmm.
have a 5-hour sunrise difference. And that's not taking into account of the time difference. We're talking about actual sunrise.
Okay.
There's a 5-hour difference between these two islands that are 3 miles apart.
What?
Yes. And I have a video called The Bering Strait on my channel.
FPV, do you mind moving the mouse to where one is talking about, if you know? It's up there. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, right in that little spot. So there's these two little islands, and they're 3 miles apart, called the Diomedes.
Mm.
And I did 2 different videos talking about the Diomedes because it really blew my mind that there was such a difference of a sunrise between these two little islands that are supposed to be so close together.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't we be? I think all the flat Earth community need to know about that one.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Mm-hmm. It's very
significant.
It was mind-blowing. Yeah, and it's significant because it's destroying the globe ultimately.
Yeah.
These two places are not close together. I'm not saying that there aren't two islands out there, but one of them they're not Russia and Alaska, because there's no way that there can be a 5-hour difference just on the sunrise
100%.
on a 3 mile apart island.
That's just blowing my mind.
Yeah. So, next, the flights I would rather him talk about, so we can skip ahead to the ship, the cruises.
Okay.
So I also looked into the Polynesian Islands. So I looked at cruises because the Polynesian Islands will be south of the Diomedes, okay? We're still talking about the international dateline.
Mm.
The international dateline is where they've cut the map, and kind of blended it together to make this globe.
Okay.
So I looked at these cruises, and the 2 different color arrows are 2 different cruises, that you should be able to get from California over to New Zealand, and New Zealand to the Polynesians,
Yes.
and to California. It's an ocean.
Yes.
Mind you, these cruises, each of them on both sides of the dateline, take about 30 days and cost between $10,000 to $20,000 a ticket. Okay.
Okay.
So that's important because it's kind of out of reach for a lot of people
Yes.
to afford that. Now, when I tracked these ships, the one from New Zealand that they say goes to Polynesia Islands starts at New Zealand. So can you point to the ship there, FPV, at the first arrow? So
down,
right there.
Down the,
okay,
no,
and we're
near
just
the
going to
bottom,
follow
yeah.
the track. So what it does is comes up around New Zealand, goes over to Australia, goes around the coast of Australia, comes out to a couple of little islands, stops before the dateline, turns around, and goes back to New Zealand.
Got it.
That takes 30 days and costs $20,000.
Wow. Goodness me.
Which I'm sure it's beautiful, but we could totally get lost in the ocean. They could tell us we're going anywhere. Any of these islands could be anywhere.
Mm.
So the same with California. You get on a ship in California, Baja California.
Yeah.
They say you're going to the Polynesian Islands. You come out to Hawaii, you do a whole roundabout around Hawaiian Islands, come down, hit a couple of islands out in the middle of the ocean,
Mm-hmm.
come back in east and go straight back up to California. Never once do either of these cross this international date line, not once.
Interesting.
Right. So that right there is telling us that this date line is not what they say it is. What you're talking about is two opposite sides of the world, according to our map and our research.
Okay.
So, but they're trying to say, that all of this is in the Pacific Ocean.
Right.
So straightening that map out and putting it proper, you have California and Hawaii over on the west.
Mm-hmm.
You have New Zealand and Australia on the east. So there's no way that you could take these cruises and actually go to each other. There are no cruises that go from California to New Zealand or vice versa.
Very telling.
Right. So this is killing the globe.
Amazing.
Yeah. Moving forward, again, there's that international date line showing both pieces of what I just talked about.
Yes. You were down
So
in that middle bit down near halfway down,
Yeah.
weren't you? Yeah, okay.
Yep. And the Diomedes, they're right up there at the top between what is Alaska and Northeast Russia right there.
Mm.
So they're that close together, but yet the sunrise, and not the time difference, mind you, the sunrise, there's a 5-hour difference between these two little islands that are between those land masses that are 3 miles apart.
Wow. So content creators, go and make some videos on that.
Right. Yep. Because other people have looked it up and they've backed everything I said. So,
Amazing.
next it'll be the Ring of Fire. So looking at the backwards map there of the Ring of Fire, they say it's this big ring of fire where all these volcanoes are.
Okay.
But correcting that, it's actually the hot points here where we're going to come into our compression. All of this technology is going to create a lot of heat.
Okay.
There's also going to be fire right across the equator. It's the fire in the middle. The pyramid is the fire down the center.
I see.
And all of that is due to the waste and recycle system of the volcanoes, which are along both sides on the two coasts. This
Yes.
Ring of Fire is not a ring. It's more like a line that's compressed in the center and expands out.
I see.
And that's due to the gates and I think all the happenings of, the accelerators and the stuff that's kind of getting hot and melted below. It has to have a place to release.
I see. So we're saying as to connect the dots from one of the earlier slides, we said these circles make up they're mapping what's above and below, and there's some particle accelerators underneath.
Well, there's
the
30,000 particle accelerators in our world,
Wow.
and most of us don't know that
And how did you come to that number, if you don't mind me jumping?
because you can look it up.
Okay.
I've looked it up.
When
I've mapped them.
Okay, so when you say you've looked it up, what did that entail? Where did you look?
I looked up particle accelerators in the world, and it gives you an entire list
Oh, I
of
see.
many, many, many. I don't think all 30,000 are listed, but it does tell you that there's 30,000 particle accelerators in the world.
Man-made ones.
If they're man-made or already here, this technology of our world that's creating our world and everything in it, and they just refurbish it or just take it and call it their own. I can't say that.
Okay, so CERN being one of the most famous then.
CERN is the most famous, and
I
it's
see.
the one that most people talk about, but there's 30,000 of them, one of them being in my state that I live.
Okay.
It's up north, and it was actually the largest accelerator before CERN was supposedly built.
Okay.
But I've looked up pictures to see if there's any photos of CERN being built, and I really don't find a lot
Wow.
that shows that CERN was actually built.
So do
But
we
you would
think it might have just been adopted by those that thought they controlled the world then? they took over it.
That's what we think, yes.
Wow.
Can I comment here?
Yeah, please.
Yes.
Well, so you can see so far, Robin, what they've done is to hide what the world is. They've cut the map and wrapped it on the globe, yeah?
Yes.
And the international date lines now hide anything beyond.
Yes.
And they control the shipping and airlines.
Yes.
And then we've got the treaties in the north and south. So that's, that's us restricted for full exploration, really, isn't it?
Yes. Understood.
But what we can work with is the data therein, all around us. The real world. What you're going to find is we work with real world data. We look at it, accelerators. Now, it's so easy for someone to say they built something, paint it up, and plug a few things, monitoring equipment in, and say, "Look what we built."
Yes.
For all we know, they're probably just monitoring what it's doing.
Amazing.
We don't know.
Amazing.
Or it is a copy, but it's hard to say.
So forgive me, you're blowing my mind because I've done 3 months of research with you. You're covering chapters I've missed, and my mind's already blown. So, goodness knows what people watching right now are feeling. So go ahead. One, did you want to carry on from here?
Yeah, just one more map is going to be the Aurora Borealis. So the Aurora Borealis, when you look it up, they tell us it's that circle, that semicircle on the left. However, when you straighten it out, it just goes straight across.
Oh, wow.
We haven't really concluded what that is. It could be some kind of a gaseous release. I've had my theories, and I'm not saying that any of them is something that I would stand true to. One theory being east and west is a solid release, and north and south could be some kind of a gas release. But I'm not going to stand by that at this time because, but we're trying to work on possibly what that is. FPV might have his own theories on that, but the north and south do get the aurora. There's one in the north that's very famous, and then there's also one in the south that people from Australia see.
Okay.
And I actually confirmed that through a YouTube lady named Trouble About quite a while back.
Yes.
I asked her, is that a real thing? Does it really happen? And she said, yeah, I've seen it. So.
Wow. And I totally rejoice in the fact that, you remain rooted in what's real, but you're still prepared to use your imagination, because this is how we make the next step, isn't it? We have to stay creative. Otherwise, we know, for instance, if we stick our minds in the box of today's science, we're going to get very lost in quagmire of nonsense, aren't we? So I appreciate the fact that you stay rooted in what you know, but you're still prepared to consider the options, which is, it sounds like this is what your team's been doing for 3 years now, is it? You've been together?
Yeah, I think 3, almost 4 years,
Awesome.
3 years.
Amazing.
Something like that.
Amazing. So thank you very much, Juan.
You're welcome.
That's covered some of the things. We were looking at cardinal points. We talked about the 12 gates. The next I had on my list was the path of the sun and the moon, and yeah, if this ties in at all with the planets transiting the sun as well with the angels. But you take your time, FPV. If you want to just cover sun and moon on its own, that's great. But if you had anything else you wanted to add, that's great.
We did cover it a little bit in this season's video.
Yes.
This one here, I'll let it play so you can see the paths change. And, what I had to do was actually name these forward and rear gates.
Okay, so what we're looking at, that white circle moving around.
Right, that white circle is the sun returning back to the east as the light we call the ISS.
I see, using that sine wave pattern.
Yeah. I've actually added 2 orbits because you'll find, you look at their satellites, you're going to find they've got different trajectories and orbits. That one, there's one called a Molnier orbit, and it comes, can you see my mouse?
Yes.
It comes and does this.
Okay. So I'm following the sun, following the pattern that one was showing me about the earthquake pattern, and the sun's following the same thing. It's coming
that's our 24-hour sun. That was the month for our 24-hour sun. So
okay.
that's the path it would have to take.
and it cuts across the middle and goes round the top and back round again.
So that's normal day, and then it'll go around there overnight and come back and start again. So that's you know, it could actually be closer than that. We're not sure how far out that would go without exploration. So as a placeholder, it's just going around that outer halo for now.
I see. Amazing.
So, you know, again, Robin, you know, we've got to keep it real. No guessing, no trying to, you know, put your own take on it. If we haven't got the data, we'll just put it there as a placeholder for now until someone goes up there and confirms it's above them or it's further north. You know, it could be anywhere.
Forgive me for shouting out something conflicting with what you're saying, but when we look at the model that most flat earthers use today, they show the sun just going around in a circle and getting faster. Are we saying then that's not right, because this isn't quite an azimuthal equidistant?
No, it doesn't work like that at all. It just travels east to west across the year, shuts down and gets returned, and it never goes above these tropics except for that 24-hour sun.
Amazing.
So, you know, we did try and work with those maps and we couldn't make sense of them, and this map's helped progress this a lot further. So, you know, but I mean, the map to us is secondary, Robin. Our research is, well, how would you word it? World mechanics.
It is amazing. It is totally amazing, your work. So the sun, are you confident then the sun doing what it's doing on this illustration is exactly where it's seen? Yeah,
because this is real world data from New Zealand that have synced to show this switching of the gates, and of course the dark and light days and the equinoxes and solstices.
Because you're using time and date, which is the moon, the sun.
Yeah, and you know, it has to match real world information like New Zealand sunrise. So you can see here the different. You see the arrow changing direction and the degrees where it's coming from.
Yes,
and that's an indication of it moved up and down these gates.
Amazing. Mind's blown again.
Now the forward gates and rear gates are what give us our light nights and dark nights as they change. Because what happens, this one here, if you can see my mouse, that one will be this March.
Yes.
So that's the spring equinox.
Okay.
So it goes up the rear of here, comes round, our days shorten, it'll come down here, and then it crosses back over there, and then comes down here and goes round, back, and crosses again and starts all over again. So it's kind of making a strange figure eight. In fact, I'll show you the shape it makes. It's up and animated there. You see that? So It's basically, that's like a facing east. You would get that kind of pattern from it if you were at the equator. On the 25th of each month, if you took a photograph, you should have something that looks similar to this.
Okay.
Now remember from the Egyptians that the sun is birthed from between the thighs of the goddess Nut. Do you see that?
Yes.
It's amazing some of the correlations you come across. It really is.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I don't know where to go from here because the standard questions really don't apply anymore. So does the moon, have you got something on the moon as well?
The moon, right. The sun's taken roughly 30 days in each gate. So over the course of a year, you know, that's your seasons. The moon seems to be changing gate daily. I've only looked at it once and I thought, wow, it's changing things so rapidly. It's going to take a while doing it. So I haven't actually done one of these on the moon yet because what I need is somewhere better than New Zealand to catch what's going on in the north.
Yes.
Because according to scriptures, the moon only uses 6 gates, not 12, and one of the gates being the sun's. So there's a bit of timing to do there. But what the moon is doing, and you'll notice this more now as I tell you, it goes north and south really quick. It'll go up and down. It'll go up and down these really quick. It's almost daily. That's why you sometimes see it overhead, and a week later it's way down in the south, and then it's back again a week later. This is what it's doing. So it's changing. It's doing the same as the sun, but quicker. So the sun takes longer going north to south, whereas the moon's back to front. The moon takes longer going north to south, but the moon. Did I say the sun or the moon there?
The sun. The
sun takes longer going north and south.
Yes.
Yet the moon does it daily almost.
Okay.
So yeah, they're doing two totally opposite movements to each other.
Wow.
So I haven't gone any further because I've sidetracked into other projects that we're doing anyway. But
Amazing.
I know I do have to revisit one day, but I could do with better information from that side of the world.
Yeah, well, Dave Marsh tracks them in daily, so he's going to have a whole table of data. Massive
Yeah,
deal.
see, ideally, where you want to be is as close to this area as possible on the equator, so you can see exactly where it's coming from.
Yes. Very
And
good.
it might give you an indicator which gate it's using.
Amazing.
But if it's only using one sun gate, it's already suggesting it's using some that we don't see here, isn't it?
Wow.
Which
Right.
which Enoch does reference. He references quite a lot of portals, not just these. He mentions these 12, but he also references others to the sides of them.
To the sides,
So,
as in off the grid here somewhere.
yeah, they could be further back, further forward. So yeah, and these also, if it's using these front and rear gates, you got to remember this will, if it's using the rear gate, it's going to take longer to cross, whereas forward gate, it's going to come across quicker. Now, I've noticed people making videos saying they've noticed that it's speed up. These gate changes could be the answer to why it's speeding up. It's not speeding up, it's just got a short distance to go. So it's going to get there quicker, isn't it?
I think I follow you. Is that because it's being slightly north?
Yeah, well,
it's a bit
it's
less.
closer to landmass, so it'll have a few thousand miles less to travel. So
Okay.
if it's set off from that gate there,
Yeah.
it'd take X amount of time to get to that gate there. Whereas the rear one, it's got further to go. So
I
you're
see,
going to
yeah.
see. So if you were taking a photo of it in the sky, you would notice a change. You'd say, "Hold on a minute, it was there yesterday. Now it's further back or further forward."
Sorry, I hadn't grasped that front meant on the left and rear meant on the right. Okay, got it.
Yeah,
Got it.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Front gates and rear gates. So short days, long days, basically, isn't it?
Yes.
is what you're looking at.
I
Our
see.
short days now are long days.
Well, now I want you to mention the angels, because this is what just suckered me straight away when you showed me a sun halo, and then the transit of planets in front of them, which just blew my mind.
The sun halo.
The sun halo. So the video you've got with Simple Minds.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
I'll bring another one up with it. So
or
you
anyone you want is fine, whichever is a good example.
Yeah, I'll bring this one up. I should have had that one ready, shouldn't I?
So what we're going to see here is example of this circular pattern witnessed and seen in the sky. And thank you.
There you go. Now this is a 3D model I've made going by everyone's videos that they've been sending in and that we've been observing around the internet. So I've made this 3D model from what everyone's looking at. And
Okay.
it's pretty obvious it's a technological configuration, isn't it? The sun is just attached to something bigger. Now, if you look at Ptolemy's work, he factored in epicycles. So that means the sun is attached to something else that is doing the movement. And that something else is this giant halo that the sun is attached to.
Amazing.
Which is what you can see in here. Sandra's actually got a video recording where she captured it epicycling. I knew it was, but Sandra's the first I've seen that's actually captured it. It slowly epicycles across as it's going across. And more proof of that, Robin. When people were doing the solar noon sun tracking,
Yeah.
they noticed that the sun appeared to pause. That's just this getting to the end of a rotation, then it starts going back again. That pause is when it gets to the top, and then it gets to the bottom, and then it gets to the top. It's going to seem to appear to pause now and then.
Yeah. As
You
it
follow?
does the ellipse coming back again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And this here is where I tied it to the scarab beetle that the Egyptians, people say they worship.
Oh,
Shape of it from the top.
I just lost you for a second there, FPV. You're talking about the Egyptian and the scarab beetle.
Yeah, the scarab beetle. This is where I connected it to where it represents. You see the beetle?
Yes.
And obviously the sun.
They were considered really precious, weren't they? These gems, and
You can see why. It's got its sacred geometry. It's showing you the shape there. You see it?
goodness me, and they encoded it into that damn film, The Mummy.
Yeah,
the most precious.
You're going to come across the sacred geometry in films, music, and everywhere. They portray it like there's no tomorrow, but I don't think they understand what it really represents. I think the people that are in the know do, but
Yeah.
As we decode it, we come across a lot like that, a lot of coincidences.
Yeah. Well, that's just one that sprung to mind. Okay, this is so cool. And you've got a series of about 14 of these videos, haven't you?
Yes.
Uh,
Yeah.
Amazing clips to music as well, which is equally as inspiring. And this is what I've been playing. I played a couple on my shows recently, and they just blow me away because you can now. You've mentioned a couple of times, FPV, that eyes to the skies and know thy world, which are your two catchphrases on the channel. But you also talk about these signs and wonders becoming more and more apparent. What did you mean by that?
Right. What we discovered was Sandra bought the Book of Miracles,
Okay.
and once she started looking into it, she found halos in history.
Okay.
They're actually in the book. These halos.
Are they really
Yes.
described
Yeah.
as we're seeing them here?
Yeah. Yeah. If you look at our end times decoded videos, you'll see 3 videos where over the course of them 3 videos, we've featured parts out of the book and related them to what you're seeing in the sky now.
Amazing.
Because what we realized was what you're looking at is a cycle, and every 400 years or thereabouts, we're not too precise in 400, but somewhere around 400 years, this event happens. And what the end times means and Revelations, it simply means the construct reveals itself in the end times. The end
Yes.
of a cycle is
Amazing.
what it's trying to tell you.
Awesome. I bet
So on
you.
this,
I bet
you
you
know,
people are shivering now in chat room like I did.
you see how it all comes together and makes more and more sense, don't you? What it's
Goo-
actually telling you.
Goosebumps one.
Yep.
And
So what we did with the Book of Miracles, what we did there, I thought we'll divert from what we're doing here, putting this content out. We'll go and decode the Book of Miracles and show them how it rates the cycles, and the same as exactly what we're detailing here, so they can see, it's time for it to show. The signs are in the heavens, it tells you, and they really are. It's showing you
yes.
there's a mechanism change coming up. Now, mainstream are going to call that a pole shift event. Call it what you like, but it is
Yes.
definitely mechanism changes, and this is the destructive parts of our history.
Yes. FPV, do you mind bringing up a video that showed the angel going past? Was it Saturn, or was it a planet?
I'm not sure which one
If you can't find it, don't worry. But there is one that shows the
Jupiter.
The
there's
lunar
the
wave thing.
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, it's the lunar wave, right?
Let's bring that up because a lot of people will remember Crow 777's work.
Right, the lunar wave you're asking for, yeah,
Yeah.
right, okay, right. So the lunar wave, I made this video here. It's this is 1111 Codes channel. You
Yes.
see this? You see this in the sky?
Yes.
Right. So very rare you see them at daytime like this.
And the chemtrails didn't work that day.
No, it just looks like a normal cloudy day, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah.
But this is revealing a projected halo.
Yes.
And this, I was going to say this, but there's more than one. These are what people are recording as the lunar wave. Now, when the moon goes past in the background, all it's doing is illuminating there's something in the foreground, and that something is one of these.
Okay. Amazing. And
yes,
yes.
I'll just leave it playing because I know that your viewers will want to watch that as well.
Yeah, and what I love is I think it's episode 13 of the Halos that you've got with Simple Minds. One of your subs has gone, this one's for you, FPV. It's the best one I got. I love it. It's people on the ground doing their own research and sending their clips in.
Yeah, and that's exactly what 1111 Code did here. He looked around, he thought, wait a minute, that's by itself. You can see him there checking out the sun to see, the sun's over there. So what's this? Why isn't that part of the sun? He knows the part of the sun halo.
Yes.
But what he found was, he come outside and revealed a stationary halo.
Okay.
Now we can get into what they're called as well. Even these have got a name, Robin, a scriptural name, believe it or not.
Okay. What would you call those?
Do you want to go into that one?
Yeah.
Right,
They
hold
would
on.
be called,
I'll just put this one here.
yeah, they'd be called seraphims. So seraphims
Okay.
have 6 wings. 2 covers their face, 2 covers their feet, and 2 are to fly. When you look at the sarcophagus, do you see the wings?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
So they're stationary. They're stationary halos.
Okay, that's interesting.
So
And
that was a nice surprise, wasn't it? You finding the sarcophagi having the wings of an angel on. So what it's
yes,
telling, so what this sarcophagi is telling you, Robin, is the sarcophagi represents a room below with technology in.
I see.
Remember, sarcophagi is just a sealed room. Though scriptures mentions the angels on the underworld is the angels' prison, and it literally means that. What
S-
it's telling you is the 144,000 from scriptures, the seal of the 144,000
hmm.
is 144,000 sealed rooms below.
Okay. And when we describe these rooms, are we talking about sort of chambers that's part of the machine or the mechanics?
Yeah, you have to be looking at a structure, a very large complex in various layers, it seems as well. Talking to Santos Bonacci and even looking into main beliefs and things, you're looking at 6 layers below us that's full of technology, is what
Wow.
it's telling you.
Which so sorry, did we interrupt you, Juan? Was there anything you wanted to add to this?
No, but I can show you the layers if you want to see those.
Why not? And when we finish that, can we bring in Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci's work? Something I meant to
Yeah,
ask you fairly early on, but we can bring them in a minute.
yeah, I'll get them ready while one has a chat. Hold on.
Okay. So one, did you
Okay,
go ahead?
let me get the picture up. So the layers in the rooms, they show us this in Egyptians. The Egyptians have put this on their walls, all their temples and stuff like that. So you see the layers? Here we have a layer.
Yes. Yes.
Here's the workings going on in this layer.
Yes.
Okay, and then we have another, floor, roof. Here we have a layer. See the
Uh-huh.
little star they're projecting?
Uh-huh.
They're showing us these processes.
Yes.
Here we have I guess, our sarcophagus, our room, This would be our whole room with our layers.
I get it.
Okay.
Because the large body is way bigger and that's the room than
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah.
Is
Yep.
that supposed to be a boat? No?
Yeah. This would be like the solar boat moving along.
Okay.
So each luminary would have something similar, and it's what's carrying these different luminaries along, whether this is the moon, maybe I'd say the moon because the stars are out above it, So it's portraying like the moon travel.
Okay. And forgive me for sitting on the fence here, but again, this feels a little bit like a leap. Is there more information you can share that helps us understand why you feel so strongly about this picture? Because I can see a correlation.
Well, we'd have to look at other pictures. So
Okay.
I'm not sure if FPV has any more of these Egyptian pictures handy.
Hmm.
Do you?
Don't worry. I'm just kind of trying to understand how you reach these
Well, it's the
conclusions.
Egyptian 12 gates story, Robin. What you're looking at there is the solar boat's journeys in the underworld. Remember
Okay.
that you're looking at the underworld there, not the above world. So it's showing you the hardware moving around in the underworld.
I see.
Right. So when the hardware moves below, we see effects. So we see our luminaries in the sky, and we feel it with our earth vibrating, our earthquakes.
I got it. So do those 144 chambers, do they have you tried to overlay them on your map? Or is it does it make it look a bit chaotic?
There's 144,000, and it's going to be impossible to locate them.
Oh,
But
sorry, thousands, yeah.
what we're saying with the sarcophagi is their location markers for where some of them are. You know, these ones in the Middle East, the Tutankhamun ones, they're just location markers for chambers below there. King, you know, what it's telling you is King Tutankhamun is a technology in charge of other technologies in that area. In other words, it's one that's got control over others.
Okay.
And it's got the shepherd's crook because it plays what you would call a shepherding role, as in shepherding one of the luminaries across. They switch on to help luminaries cross.
Interesting.
So you can see it's activations of electromagnetic processes. That's all doing, you know, they're all working together to create what we see in the sky.
And for those fresh to this information, you can find the scriptural decodes on FPV's channel, and I presume that are they on yours as well, One Conscience?
Yeah, they're on, but yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah, we decoded cherubims, you know, which are angels, and we also decoded the seraphim angels in 2 different videos. When we decoded the cherubims, that was what got us on, that we knew we were on the right path, that these things are technologies, because Daniel describes an angel. You know, he describes it. He says its loins are made with fine gold. His body is a beryl. His face is like lightning. His eyes are fire. His arms are like brass. And his voice is like of a multitude. I mean, that's not a person or a being that we've ever seen being described.
Sure.
Yeah, scriptures does say, you know, they were are very ornately decorated. If you go through scriptures, you'll see, you know, jewels, diamonds, gold, all kinds of things going into constructing these angels. So what you're looking at there, you're not living at, you know, you're not looking at living beings. You're looking at technologies that are very ornate. They've been very ornate, made very ornate.
Amazing. Okay. So we mentioned, thank you, Juan. We mentioned Santos briefly. Can we bring both Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci into the conversation? Because you referenced them a few times in your work. So let's have a go at doing that.
Certainly. Here we go. Can you see this, yeah?
I can.
Right, this is Santos Bonacci giving Lily Day Rose a presentation. Now, what he's drawn here is the torus field and what he calls the hourglass shape. You see that there?
Yeah.
When I seen this video, I straight away decoded what that is and where it places on the map. Because, you know, this is how it works. I met Santos a few years ago on a chat on Sun and Moon, and I gave him a private presentation of my research at the time. And he looked at it, and it kind of startled him. You know, he didn't expect to see a technological presentation.
No, and as you're witnessing, my reactions to some of the information today is stretching me. So Santos has been at it for years. Goodness me.
But the good thing is he was able to recognize lots of the things going on in it, which surprised me. And then he started elaborating further. So I kept in touch with him on Skype, and, you know, every now and then I'll drop video links to Santos, and, you know, he just gives you little tips, Santos. That's how it works. You know, he'll give you a little tip. Oh, look at this, look at that. So he says to me one day, look into Walter Russell's work.
Okay.
So I started looking at that and decoding that, and that made even more sense. And I thought, wow, I can see where Santos is coming from now, why he follows Walter Russell. Okay. Walter Russell's work describes it brilliantly. It really does. So, you know, this is him going through the torus field presentation with Lily Rose Day.
Okay.
I'll just forward past it because, you know, I get to the point where I have to decode Walter Russell's motor. I decode quite a lot of things to show you they're all talking about the same thing.
Okay.
Now, this is Walter Russell's motor. Now, what's taking place in Walter's motor, it pumps hot water in across the equator.
Right.
It causes a reaction in here with the green, yellow and orange yellow parts of the colour spectrum collide with white and cause a short circuit and a pressure wave. That pressure wave is sent north and south, and these are harness points where you would harness the electrical energy it creates.
Okay, so he's created something physical that does this.
Yeah, this is Walter Russell's. Yeah, this motor here, he built this. It was about 6 foot in, took about 6 foot of floor space up, and it ran a 52-room university with every need it ever needed and its slab power left over.
Okay, so you mentioned the equator. You just meant in the middle of this machine.
Yes and no.
Okay. Okay.
The equator also applies to our equator.
Right.
This is modelled from our realm works, believe it or not.
Right.
Big jump coming up for you again.
Okay.
Now, Walter goes into how it works, how it divides and multiplies the sex pairs, etc., etc. And this is a proven concept. He proved it worked.
Okay. So he built a physical machine made of metals, coils.
Yeah, coils, metals, a pumping. The only moving part in it was water being pumped across the centre, hot water. That's the only
Okay.
moving part in it. Everything else doesn't move.
And it's been pumped in from left and right simultaneously.
It's pumped in from the right, and it's obviously got a back pressure from the left, you know. So exactly what's going on at the equator. Our equator is hot because of the very same reason.
That water's coming in from both sides.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And,
There's a back pressure.
and then the collision forces it up north.
Yeah, well, up and down. Well,
and
you know,
down as
it's
well.
got it's north. Yeah, what we showed in this presentation was how it works on this, on Walter's motor. Then I showed this to show how it works on the realm model, because what I decoded here was the trumpets from scripture. The trumpets represent torus fields.
Amazing. So go back to the Walter Russell, if you will, please, FPV. And you mentioned something called sex pairs. What did you mean by that?
Right, sex pairs. What like how electricity works is when it's produced, magnetism tries to divide the positives and negatives, keep them apart. Magnetism's role is to keep these apart. So
Yes.
they're always in opposition.
Mm-hmm.
So what this build is doing is giving magnetism the chance to divide the sex pairs. That's why you get a big plus and a big minus. So you can see what it's doing as the pressure wave's gone up here.
Yeah.
It's dividing the positives and negatives, and it happens over a case of 4 times on each pole.
Okay, so
But,
charged particles go naturally to the positive and negative.
Yeah. Magnetism will do what it does. It'll divide them.
Okay.
and so what it's doing there is it's using this bar. If you look, it's tapered, so it's got pressure zones on the bar.
I see.
For it to create like a pressure zone there, and that's where you would harness. And same there, and same there. It just narrows the bar. If you look at that bar there on the left, you can see how it narrows.
And how would they get the energy? Is it because of the force in which it comes out the top?
It's not so much force. It's just that all it needs is a pressure wave and harness points. Really, it's very basic and simple when you look at it.
Okay, so it was powering a university by. Sorry, I'm being a bit thick.
Yeah. Once they started generating electricity, he had this running back to keep the pump running to pump the water in.
Okay.
The rest on itself. So all these harness points are positives and negatives that you can send around the university.
Oh my goodness, free energy.
So that there's like a big battery, isn't it? You've got positive and negative, same there, and they're all different potencies.
A self-perpetuating.
It multiplies up to a times of 4, and it's perpetual. It's constantly running.
Amazing. And like you said right at the beginning, no moving parts, just the water coming in.
Just water coming in. Let right hand rule in, left hand rule out, and that collision in there is what causes this pressure wave to generate free energy.
Is Walter still around?
No, he's not, sadly.
Okay.
He'd have been proud. I think he'd have been proud of what we're doing here.
Amazing. So forgive me for being ignorant on Walter Russell's work. That is awesome.
It is.
Another massive red pill dropped. Okay.
Well, that's another APM promise. We're going to decode everything Walter Russell made to show you what it actually relates to. Because what I noticed was people a lot more intelligent than I am look at his work and they can't figure out, they've nothing to relate it to. That's why they don't understand it. But we can see what it relates to and where it originates from, the concept.
Amazing.
So what we're going to do is bring it all to life and show you and break down every part of it and what it means and how it works in the real world. So that's our mission.
Fantastic. Wow. Salute you all. Amazing. So let's move back over. You were overlaying this onto the...
Right. So I used the same principles. Yeah. I used Walter's principles on the realm. And of course, that's why we see the equator being red. It's the same process. So we've got compression across east to west and expansion north and south. There's your German cross, your Maltese cross. I've even looked at the Hopi, decoding some of the Hopi glyphs, yeah. But,
yes.
it's because you'll find every culture out there has got this same story. They depict these. Everyone's just forgot what it means, Robin. And the only thing we can put that down to is, pole shift events, wars, bad schooling, indoctrination and all the rest of it. We've forgot a lot of things the ancients knew.
And again, this is just why I love your work, because you're pulling in threads from scriptural, spiritual, esoteric,
It covers everything, doesn't it?
archaeological,
Yeah.
geological, astrological. It's all coming in, and just general data as well, just data for things. So where would you like to go from here? Because have we covered Walter Russell enough to say that you've gone, you've taken what you've clearly overlaid now onto the realm? Was there anything else about Walter's work that you wanted to mention?
You're going to see a big breakdown a bit in our next video, an amazing video in the next one. It's going to blow your mind. If our videos haven't blown your mind before, this next one's going to.
They already have. It's already mush on the floor, but I'm loving every minute of it.
I'll just show you this image and then we'll move on to another subject if you like.
Yes.
This here is what Walter calls the gravity is basically a pressure recorder. Now this grid here, you see this grid?
Yes.
And what I've done with this was, I've done the same with this. I overload it on a map and grid. And lo and behold, the Help One Conscience's earthquake data come into, you could see it visually taking place now with this.
One, did you want to step in?
I mean, the only thing I could really add to that is, Walter's motor and this pressure system is what the quakes are the effect.
Yes.
So the cause is this. This is the cause of the earthquakes and the vibration. So, as the water, the energy is coming in and it hits that compression point, we're feeling the tremble on our surface.
Yes.
These are different layers below. Different things are happening in different layers.
I see. And reminds me, FPV, where did this grid come from again?
This overlay that's lit up in white light comes from where Walter Russell's work.
Okay.
And what I did was I overlaid it with a map and grid. You can see it actually starts pointing back towards the gates. So it looks like man's, made a representation of the technology below.
Oh, wow. And I bet you the Nazca lines are on these as well.
They actually complement the Nazca lines because you can see there, look, they fit in perfectly with it.
Unbelievable.
Everything makes sense. And all these, where the green lights are, all these are hotspots for quakes and other events.
Yeah. And we can see this on our ocean floors.
Oh, yeah. Yes, you might want to show Robin them, the lava tubes one. Show Robin the lava tubes that lead up to these.
I was going to mention volcanoes and geological patterns, which is kind of coming next, I guess. We could try that now.
Yeah, might as well jump to that, I think. Yeah. Have you got them on screen, one?
Yeah, let me get them. Okay. So this is one lava tube.
Let me just maximize you 1 second. There we go.
So see how it's constructed? See the push? See the grooves in it?
Yes.
These are lava tubes that people explore, completely cleared out of lava. They appear like they're some kind of constructed with these grooves.
Oh, yeah.
So there's like a clearing that occurs. I'm not sure if something comes along and pushes it literally through and up and out, but these people are walking in the lava tubes that are now completely cleared of the remnants along with these grooves. And you can go to a different one. Here's another one.
Unbelievable.
Same groove.
It looks like
same type of.
Looks like a mining operation.
Yeah, it does. But these are lava tubes.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, and these people, they go down and explore them. If they're not active, which I'm thinking, a lot of these things they shut off. They come on when it's their time. We know that from history. I did a segment in the end times where we used to have different areas of the world that had massive volcano eruptions, and now they're just turned off right now. They're waiting their time again.
Okay.
So here's one that kind of looks like it collapsed, but again, we can see the groove. Yes. Just like before. Looks a lot older, So we get into Google and we have these lines that I spent a very long time tracing,
Yes.
you can see a construct, which would be a lot of these lava tubes, possibly pieces of the technology.
Okay.
That looks kind of like a drain.
What's clear to me is, nature tends to form these lovely Fibonacci sequence and lovely circular, beautiful patterns, but this almost looks man-made, doesn't it? It's just
Yeah, I mean they
engineered.
do, but engineered by who? Was
Yeah.
it man?
Yeah.
This is Hawaii, and Hawaii is a volcano, the whole island, the
Yes.
islands.
Yes.
So this is all the different tubes coming
Crumbs.
off of Hawaii, and we have here, this is Central America going up, and we have this massive construct of something going on.
Mm.
These tubes, these I still try to find the words.
Me too.
to
It's like almost like the children's connector sticks that
yeah.
that you make patterns with. But it certainly looks intentional. That's the thing, doesn't it? It looks designed.
But the moon seems to be kind of connected somehow through these, along with different eclipses.
And how do you relate that? Sorry.
I went and tracked a whole lot of moon eclipses, and what I tracked them with was Rahu and Ketu,
Okay.
and they were always within a vicinity where Rahu would cross in front of the moon to eclipse it from the point of where we would see it.
Okay.
But that's a whole different.
I tell you what,
That's just
Cami Nodell would love this. She would.
probably.
Yeah.
She probably would. She would probably really enjoy a lot of stuff. But yeah, Rahu
Yeah.
or Ketu, one of the two, always are crossing it, and FPV is working on the whole wave thing with the moon. So we'll probably get more into that later. But
Okay.
um,
So thank you. We were sort of moving into geological patterns and volcanoes, and I wonder, was there anything that you wanted to add about volcanoes?
Can I just add what you're seeing there with the lines one's tracing?
Yes.
What she's tracing there, then we call them world lines. Now, the Nazca lines are a condensed set of what one's line traced there on the world model.
Okay.
They physically exist on the ground and on the seabed on the world model, Robin. But, they're not as clear. Google obscure them. It's the same thing over and over again with Google. They hide a lot of things, but there's that much there. They can't hide it all.
I bet you can see it with the crystal clear water in Hawaii. I bet some of them are visible from the air, aren't they?
That's how one concentrates them, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
A lot of parts of the ocean, you can see them clear as day.
Fantastic. Awesome. I'm just, I'm getting chills again. Do you know, did you want to say anything more on geological patterns and or volcanoes? Because we kind of covered a little bit with Hawaii.
We don't need to really, because
Okay.
the next video you're going to have the full explanation of what is cause. You're going to see the cause in the next video.
Great. Let's do that then.
So we'll leave it at that for now, and you've got something to look forward to.
Let's wait for that one then.
But while we're on waveforms, what one mentioned, I'll give you a sneaky peek on what I was working with, and I've shelved it for now, just so you can see where we were going with the waveforms.
Yeah, please do.
Can you see that?
I'm just going to maximize you. There you go.
Right. So the yellow one would be the sun's driver, and obviously the moon's got its own driver. Now
Yes.
Rahu would be, see the shadow?
Oh, it's making total sense now. Yeah.
And now you can see how the shadow causes the phasing. But like I
Yeah.
said, I've stopped it because there's that many different waveforms taking place going across this map. It's it's going to be impossible to identify all 20 of them.
I must say, not only is it mind-blowing, it's absolutely beautiful. That piece of software, or however you're doing that, is amazing.
Oh yeah, it's good software. So you can see now what I meant about the Milky Way. The Milky Way is one of these. It's probably the yellow one.
As in the stars follow it, or
Yeah. You'll find the sun always rises on the same part of in the Milky Way. So as the Milky Way is crossing, it's just the sun's usually in the same part of it like this. And it's, to me, that is the sun's driver. It's driving the sun across electromagnetically.
Beautiful.
So while we're on this subject, all the planets make a sine wave as they, cross our heavens.
Have you got the picky one?
No, I thought you did.
Ah, right, I've got it.
So I tracked them for a whole year.
There it is.
Did
See
you?
that?
And we just took a picture, a still shot of the video. The video's on my channel.
Okay.
Each color represents a different planet.
Okay.
So you can see, FPV'd have to take his arrow and show, but each color is making a sine wave of its own frequency.
Yes.
So these planets are all making their own sine wave, and red, being one good example, has a longer, shorter wave, but where it circles here
Yes.
in different areas, it's epicycling. So that's how we have our Mars going into retrograde.
Okay.
It's doing epicycles of its own. They're just larger, and it goes slower than like the sun doing its epicycles and stuff like that.
Okay.
But yeah, each one of these has its own frequency. Therefore, it's going to affect our world, and even us.
Yeah.
So
No wonder no wonder the astrological charts are so meaningful for so many people, because it's having an electromagnetic effect on us. Is that right? Is
Yeah.
that what you mean, electromagnetism?
yeah, and the fact that our bodies are crystalline in structure, our bones, our teeth, we are conductors of this energy.
Goodness me.
So it would flow through us. It would affect us. It's going to affect our frequencies, our bodies.
That's also where the division and multiplication comes into it, Robin. Look at your body, split it down the middle. There's your two halves.
Yeah. Yeah. And
It divides and multiplies. We really are an image of it.
And that's the so say Leonardo da Vinci pattern, isn't it? I've got the image of the human pencil drawing with symmetry, and he there's definitely, maybe I should have prepared that answer a bit better, but I think those pictures were supposed to be outlining how beautifully symmetrical we are in so many ways. Okay, anyway, enough of me. We were going to cover electromagnetic patterns. Do you think we've done that now?
Yeah, I think we've covered a bit of that. And like I said, the next video, you're going to understand a lot more of that and how that works.
Awesome.
Well, we were going to talk about the roll waves. Remember, you had...
Oh, yeah.
There's a couple examples that we see in our world that he has pulled up, I think.
Okay.
I'm just looking for it now. Give me a minute.
No problem at all.
But we see it in our sun halo. That's the biggest that is really predominant,
Yes.
But there's all these other little things that we see.
Yeah, that's
behavior.
That's what blew it for me. Not only do you see these wonderful halos in the sky, but you also see the halos transiting other planets. And I don't know if it's possible. You saw these amazing tubular clouds. They're
like
fantastic.
these,
That's the one.
Yeah. You're going to have to consider electromagnetics. What can make a cloud take form? Everyone ask yourself this question: what can make a cloud behave like this?
Yes.
Only electromagnetics have got the power to do this on a huge scale.
It's rotating as well, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's showing you there's a vortex going on, isn't it? It's trapped in a vortex basically and reacting to it.
Phenomenal.
And these things go for miles. They're huge. Oh, look at this. Look at this one here. It just goes way off into the distance.
Imagine being on that beach going for a swim. How could you concentrate on swimming?
No, we can get into the dome talk now. No, because people think you need a dome to have a pressure system. Wrong. This is the pressure system. You're looking at it here. It is these that create the pressure. That switches on, the tide's going to go out. That switches off, the tide's going to come back.
I see.
You see what's happening?
So what do you think happened to the GoPro rocket then, FPV?
GoPro rocket.
Do you know the amateur rocket that appears to hit something? It doesn't smash. It
Ah,
just
right, yeah, yeah, I can decode that for you now. All systems nominal there. What happens with those? Yeah, I've seen that video where they say the rocket hit the dome.
it's yeah.
If a rocket hit anything, you would see its body crumple straight away. There's
You
no
would.
crumpling whatsoever. All that took place, Robin, you'll actually hear the noise of it. It gets to a certain momentum speed, and it triggers what's called the anti-yo-yo mechanism. It's a device that's designed to stop rotation. As it stops it, it causes the nose cone to unscrew and flip off, and of course pop the parachute. It's just part of the process. That's all it is. It didn't hit anything. It just functioned normally. This is what they're designed to do. It's called the anti-yo-yo device.
Within the
So
rocket.
yeah, it's built into the rocket. Yeah,
Oh,
this is
okay.
that. This, that's how it pops the cone and the parachute. It forces the nose cone to take the spin, which of course stops the body moving.
I
So
see.
the nose cone actually spins off and pops the parachute. It's just normal.
So it came across an angel then, and there was an electromagnetic force.
No.
No.
It just ran out of steam and it fired its parachute. Nothing went wrong at all there. It was behaving normal. It didn't hit anything. It just ran out of steam. It appears like it just stopped dead, but you've got to remember it's slowing down. It's probably still moving. It's just hard to tell. It's losing speed, momentum, so it pops its nose cone and drops the parachute.
I see. Well, that's interesting anyway. That's interesting. But this is mind-blowing what we're seeing here.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I'll put it back on that cloud. Right. See the patterns, how the clouds are forming a shape. Where have you ever seen clouds do that before? You don't see it, do you, normally? Well,
No.
we might have seen it and not thought anything of it, but same again. It's reacting to electromagnetics. If you look at it, it's basically following a path, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now that path we can show with real-world magnetic data like this. This is data series captured. We're going to go into detail more of what you're looking at there in the next video. But
Okay.
same again, them clouds are just taking the shape of something like this.
And that's electromagnetic readings from where?
Yeah, this is real-world magnetic data that series gets off their own site.
Okay.
And they overlaid it on the map to show you what it relates to.
And what's coming down to touching the Earth then? In these?
You're going to find out in the next video.
Lovely tease. Beautiful, beautifully done.
Yeah, you're going to understand everything about these in the next video.
So if anyone's not actually completely just melted on the floor by now, you must tune in for your next show. So that's awesome.
So there's effects you can see in nature. What we're going to do in the next video, we're going to show you how the technology works, how to recognize it and see it in nature.
Okay. And I don't thank you. And I don't suppose you've got the one of it transiting a planet, have you?
The lunar wave?
Yes.
Yes. Which video have I got on? It's this one. Yeah. Right. Yep. They're all in this one.
Great. Because
so there's the moon one, right?
Yeah. So a la Crow 777 and anybody else who's caught it since.
Yeah. It's more common than you think. People just don't look at the footage. It's easy missed.
So just walk people through what you've just shown there.
Right, yeah. So what you're seeing on that video there, you'll see there's a lunar wave. You can just see it there coming down now.
Yes. Looks like a shimmer, yeah.
Yeah. But you can see it's always two lines as well. So there's the second one coming now. So what you're looking at is two sides of a circle, basically. And I made an animation to show you what's taking place.
Yes.
So you can see now this does the same effect. So you're looking at a halo, Robin. One of them halos that you've seen before. Stationary halo is what it's highlighting.
Yes, and it's just going past.
Yes,
and that's the front and the back are just either they're in front of the moon.
Yeah, they're in the foreground and the moon's just illuminated it as it went by in the background.
Fantastic.
That applies to any luminary out there can do it. I even give Crow 777 a little prize there.
Awesome.
Little card. So there's another person's one of it. Same again. And then we go to the planets. So
this is the one that blew me.
This is Jupiter by John McKeon. I think it's John McKeon. No, take Backspace TV. So
Okay.
he's actually captured this one and the Saturn one.
Look at that.
You see that? So you'll see again. You'll see him again. You'll see there's two waves. That's the first part of it. Then it happens again. So obviously, you know, he was probably,
Amazing.
you can see now, you know, put a halo in between that and him, and that's exactly what you're looking at.
Fantastic. Wow, and there are quite a few halos, aren't there? So it could be any one of them.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, once you find one, you know, once you see the luminary illuminating one, mark its direction, because it's never going to change. It'll always be there. So all you have to do now is look for luminaries passing that direction, and hopefully you would catch it again, because it's, you know, it's always going to be there, that halo.
And with a telescope, that's the best instrument to do that, isn't it? Because you can lock it in place.
Even the P900, I mean, Sandra's caught it on here with a P900.
Oh, really, Sandra? Yeah, awesome.
So it should be on here somewhere. There's Halo 1 conscience captured. You come outside and there's one right above our house, look.
Goodness me.
You can see parts of it there. You can see it, you get to see it more and more.
Behind the chemtrails.
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Okay. It's strange, the chems are very much similar colour, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is Sandra's lunar wave here, zoomed in as well. Nice capture, zoomed in on it.
That's a beautiful image.
So you can see where we're coming from, Robin. We know it's flat. We don't need to make any more flat earth proofs. So we're trying to show how it works.
Which I really appreciate. Yeah, we all need to move on to the deeper waters, really.
Yeah.
So I'm going to attempt to do the last 2 points in about 10 minutes, because if we go for much more than 2 hours, we definitely need a return visit. But 2 hours is a good slot for people to consider themselves well and truly mind blown. But there are 2 or 3 quick subjects I want to cover. We talked about mud floods briefly, and could we just cover mud floods and resets and potentially the comets and pole shifts, because I think they're all related, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
So with mud floods, you know, that again is an effect. It's an effect of what happened because of the cycles of our Earth. You know, I kind of think of it like a cleansing cycle. So I went back and studied and looked up different histories, and in every single region of the world, they have different flood tales throughout time, not just one, not just one deluge, but many. So every single country has a story where the world has flooded to the point of wiping out life.
Yes.
So the map you're seeing on screen was actually a CIA map.
Really?
And, you know, why they have this, I don't know. I don't know why they have it, but it was backwards, so we corrected it. And they had it all mapped out for when this next flood takes place, what's going to happen to our world.
Wow.
You know, they have safe zones mapped. They have where hot and cold climate's going to mix. They have where all of the food's going to be destroyed, places that are going to get really hot, places that are going to be completely submerged, places that'll just be flooded.
Okay. And the CIA is their shading, and that's their key?
Yes,
oh, wow.
That's their key and their shading. And we simply took it and laid it over our version of the map.
Okay.
It's also going to, it also shows us that the fault lines are going to change. They're going to flip. So we're going to have different areas for some reason where earthquakes are going to occur compared to where they do now.
Unbelievable.
You know, and this is what they're probably referring to as a pole shift. Well, we call it the end of a cycle, and something's going to occur, a switch in the technology.
Yeah.
You know, like I was mentioning that in the past, we had different areas where volcanoes used to erupt massively, massively, and they don't anymore. And we used to have different areas that would receive major earthquakes where we don't anymore. So in the past, it used to be different as well. And now we have our world today. And something's going to occur with our technology, a shift or, call it whatever you want. And it's going to go a different way.
Wow.
It's going to lead to a reset, if you want to call it that. I would say that highlands would be your best bet, according to this map.
Yes.
So,
So the central strip there in the US, the pink zones would be safe.
yeah.
Okay.
But we're also going to have a lot of loss of food and agriculture and
Yeah.
stuff like that. It looks like, UK being an island, and I would say that it probably occurred before because Ireland's away from UK now. I would say that you guys may have been joined together at one point in the
Yeah.
past. It looks like you guys are going to flood out big time,
Sure.
but you're lowlands, you're an island. So
Yes.
other lands are going to emerge that are below the water and we can see proofs of that. There's lots of stuff below the water that people just can't explain how it got there.
Sunken cities.
Why? Exactly. And then there's going to be other land that's going to submerge because it's lowland and the water's going to overtake it.
Indonesia.
Yeah. Indonesia is that's a pickle of a country. I'm glad I wasn't born there.
Well, my son is there now. My son is in Bali.
Oh,
yeah.
they have a lot of activity there.
Yeah, they do. Right. So this is absolutely fascinating because you kind of covered what would happen, why we've had resets. And you mentioned Sandra did a lot of reading. I've listened to probably all of them, all of the readings from the history books about big events where wildlife was wiped out and these kind of themes. Is that what you've learned by reading through them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Our best advice to anyone is to watch our End Times Revelations and Prophecy Decoded videos. There's 3 videos where we sidetracked from the usual research we do to study that. And, easily enough, we decoded all that into this model anyway.
So just quickly, thank you. So quickly cross-referencing the likes of Martin Leake and John Levi and Philip Drusenin, and everybody's doing amazing work there with the mud floods. Do you think that's roughly 400 years ago then? Or could it be sooner?
Every 400 years it seems to be taking place. But there could also be, other cycles that create smaller events in parts of the world. There's lots of mechanism changes going on. Now, I know you wanted to talk about comets, so remember.
Please do. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, our perspective on comets is they're there to a sign of warning. It's another projection. It goes about its business, and they're just repeating history. It's like Halley's Comet. Every 76 years we see it.
Yes.
Why hasn't it gone off into deep space somewhere and never come back? But they're there, the reminders. It seems to me, it's to us the signs of change. And this is how the ancients depicted them. When they seen a comet, it's either something good or something bad's going to happen, one or the other.
Okay.
So, and a good reference to one was one in Germany went over and actually caused a river to reverse its flow.
Wow.
Now that alone tells you that it's local, close, and affecting rivers locally and not nationally.
Yes.
It has to be close. And obviously, remember, the light above has got a physical model below that's projecting it and moving around.
So dare I ask the $1 million question? When is the next 400-year cycle due?
Now. It's already started.
Amazing.
Because what you're going to find in the End Times videos, there isn't just a flood to consider. This mechanism changes affects all life.
Yes.
Genetically, I mean, it can make serious genetic change.
Wow.
And you'll find that in the Book of Miracles.
Which I've heard Sandra read, lots of different hybrids of things,
Yeah, you're getting mixtures, cross species, all kinds of things happening, and it's there, and it happens in history. And go touching on touchy subjects, transgenders, and all this, that, and the other. All these agendas. Our opinion is, they're there to try and mask what's really taking place.
Wow.
You know,
Well,
you can't hide it, so you promote it.
there's more truth in the myths and legends than we dare to think than in the history books.
It really is, yeah. They're not so much myths anymore, are they?
No, no. Well, we did have one other subject, which was colosseums, but I think we're gonna. I think we should start to wrap up here, and the colosseum episode is fantastic, guys. Go and have a look at that one. We did mention Vinnie St. Vincent's work, so I think we should just reference him just to give him a shout out, if that's okay.
Yeah, certainly, yeah. Well, Vinnie Roy, he's probably the first person I've come across that's doing actual live experimentation with electricity. You know, you've seen him yourself, is all the projects he works on.
Yes.
So I took the chance of, getting in touch with him and trying to explain some of Walter Russell's work to him, because I could see he's following Tesla and Ed Leeds Scalin's work on Coral Castle.
Yes.
And I thought, I wonder if what we're learning here can help Roy in any way understand, how this works.
Yes.
So I was trying to get across to him expansion and compression, and he actually done a presentation. He kind of wandered off and showed you a setup of different Tesla coils. Some were hardwired, and some were just Wi-Fi across to another.
Yes.
And it helped him understand what expansion and compression is really doing and how to maximize it. He actually gave me a shout out on that video as well, so that was cool.
I was just about to hunt for a file, but I forgot I was screen sharing. I would really recommend you look out for. How have you titled some of the videos on your channel so people can go and look at them? Because what I've seen him do is phenomenal. He's taken a Model T Ford engine with the 12. Are they magnets in the engine, and then he's got a couple of coils, an oscilloscope, and he's used polarity, and he's trying to get the polarity right until he causes the motor to turn, and it generates electricity, and he gets it just right. He trials it and he earths it. He uses a bundt cake, an aluminium bundt cake tin, and by the time he's done, he's just figured it out, and it's done beautifully, creating free energy. And I'm sure that's just one of many things he's doing.
Yeah, that's what's good about Roy. When I met him, I thought, wow, at last, someone genuine, because you do come across all these free energy sites on YouTube and places like that, and a lot of the time they've got hidden batteries and things. But Roy's not like that. He'll give you their blueprints if you want them.
Amazing.
He'll write you a schematic if you want any of his builds. So, it's cool. And of course you got support on his channel, haven't you? You can go and look at his channel. He's genuine, and it's really cool that he's now communicating with us, and we can give him some ideas on future designs, which is where we're at now. So you're going to see the designs he's working on currently. You're going to see some progress over them, and we've had a little play in that. So let's say,
wow.
Been kind of advising him on builds.
Well, I just love watching someone creative just push the boundaries and figure things out, which is just awesome to watch. I am now just in awe of just taking 2 hours out of your schedules and just getting what I imagine is just a subset of just tiptoeing across the top of these huge subjects, which you've managed to pull together so well. And we haven't mentioned a couple of other members in the team. Did you want to quickly give them a shout out?
Yes, I do, yes. It's all very important as well for all the flat earthers. You want to decode gravity, you've got to look at Jason's video, the Axis Monday video, because it will give you the correct breakdown of what gravity really is. So definitely take a look at Jason's work in there.
And what's his channel called?
He's called Jason Tomlinson. You won't find much on his channel. He deleted all his content for some reason.
Okay.
He didn't have a lot on there because he hasn't got, a computer and things. So we help him put the presentation together and host it on our channels for him.
Awesome.
So,
and do you want to shout out the others as well?
Yeah. Rose, Jimbo. If you look at Giants, go to Jimbo's channel. He live streams Giants and Titans where you can see them sticking out the ground.
Yes.
all manner of species, but no dinosaurs. Every species you can think of, but dinosaurs. No, that's pretty cool, isn't it?
Amazing. Yeah, there's a couple of channels out there that people are following. on that subject, which is awesome. Yeah.
Of course, P900 Coolpix and her husband, who's doing amazing work in the light department. he's helping illuminate the works. So,
And doing modeling, computer modeling, is it?
I do the modeling mainly.
You do the modeling, okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get into that one day with them. I'm trying to teach all these people what I know, see. I'm quite computer literate, and I used to work with models and all kinds of stuff.
Awesome.
So, so now to in fact bring them into our project, and like I did with the Colosseum decode, that was a 3D model.
Awesome. And we have to shout out Cat's Eyes as well. I think we mentioned her right at the beginning, but
Cat's Eyes. Cat's Eyes. I met Cat's Eyes before I even came to Flat Earth. Me and Cat's Eyes used to be moderators in a news stream. That's how we met, and that's when I came across Flat Earth. When I was moderating in this news stream, I kept going back to these Flat Earth channels, looking at them, thinking, "Oh, there's something here." You're like a terrier. You get your teeth into it. You're not going to let go, are you? There's something there. So yeah, definitely Cat's Eyes. Give it a shout out. She helps us with scriptural decodings, because she's a devout Christian and she follows the Bible.
Awesome.
And of course, it was a good test for me to put this across to her as a friend gently and say, look, what this in the Bible actually relates more to this than characters. I'm not saying all the characters in there don't exist, but a lot of people ask us to prove Jesus and things like that. We're not here to prove that. How do we prove that? We can't.
No.
Our mission is to show you how it works. Come what may after that, let the scholars debate the who's and what after. We need to know how this world works and where all these technologies factor in, and we can see that they've been personified in a lot of cases, some of these characters.
Yes.
So
amazing.
So it's a case of tiptoeing. You're tiptoeing around everywhere, really. It's they want you to prove their map, their model, their belief system. We don't work like that. We've got to keep it real, get all the data in, and figure out this technological construct and its workings. That's our priority.
Well, I must say to everyone, and if you're listening, Cats, Jimbo, and sorry, what was the other gentleman's name? Jason. If you're listening, I really appreciate everything you've done, and I can't wait to just get deeper into the subject, because I think what we've achieved tonight is actually to introduce the subjects and to give enough information to at least catch the imagination of those watching. And I really hope now that people will now go and subscribe to everyone's channel here. I'll put the links in the show notes, and then just dive in. Just use maybe start with some of the shorter videos, and then jump into the live streams, because when you do the premieres, we love it. The chat room is full of amazing people, and it's a really supportive environment, and really inspiring. And so I think we will wrap up our interview here, guys and girls. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. And you did yourselves proud, really explained things clearly, and I hope it's just caught everyone's imagination now. So thank you ever so much.
Yeah, you're welcome, Robin. Thank you, mate.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Andrea. And what we'll do now is we'll play everyone out with the Sun Halo video with Simple Minds, Let There Be Love, because it just inspires me so much. We'll leave everyone on that note, and get yourself over to FPV channel. Go and subscribe now for the next video. Don't miss it, folks. And we'll see you again sometime soon. Thanks very much.
Secrets of love whispered tonight, broken down angel got lost in the cold night. City screamer, I look for your eyes. Someone to lay to the night. Your music talks to
God FTV. This is for you, buddy.
Shine a light on me and all of my life, so that much more I see. In the light of his love, in the light of reflection, one another's words, sometimes also it seems. To the sky and a silver gift friendship. Glittering price is the price of love. They can remember quiet side of midnight. They can remember attraction of pain. Like a glittering prize, I saw you up on a clear day. First the king heart, then all last breath away. Time was by your side. We were spending time, we were staring out. Catching it in you, captured all in the heart. We were spending time, we were staring out. Sweeter than a bee, ever more than one. Cold than a total love, can you never stop? Shine on, shine the light on me and all of my life, so that much more I see. Like a glittering prize, I saw you walk on a clear day. First the king heart, then a last breath away. Only on a clear day, coming in your life. Only on a clear day, coming in your life. We can remember quiet side of midnight. We can remember attraction of pain. Like a glittering prize, I saw you up on a clear day. First the king heart, then our last breath away. See it in the eyes, dark light sky. We were spending time, we were staring out. Taking more, endless breath from you. We were staring out, now we're staring in. Could you ever leave? that one. Cold the nights of love, and you never stop. Shine on, shine a light on me. In all of my life, so that much more I see. Like a glittering prize, I saw you up on a clear day. First it came hard, then a light break away. Only on a clear day, on a clear line. Always on a clear day. As if the flights are slow, like a glittering cloud. Always on a clear day.
Hey everyone. Thank you for coming again, spending your time, your evening, day, night. But thanks for coming. Today we have FPV and one on the panel, and I'm gonna interview them. So they're gonna talk a little bit what they have been doing lately. So FPV and one, let's start.
Yeah, okay. Hello, Cat Science. Hello, One Conscience. Hello, people in chat.
Hello, both of you and everyone
Hi.
else.
Yeah. Hello. I'm glad both of you guys are on the panel. It's been a long time, has it? I think it's too long. But yeah.
Yeah, we were supposed to do this some time ago, but we just could never get together to do it.
Yeah, I know, huh? So we're going to be talking about the APM research. PB, what started you to do APM research?
Ooh, APM research, right. What started me into APM research, when it came to flat Earth, I was looking, we as everyone did, I suppose, we all came to flat Earth and maps and models were getting passed around. And at the time, it was the AE map. And, I watched flat Earth for about a year and we looked at this map and model. And to me, it wasn't making much sense with a lot of fields. You can make some things work with it, but other things weren't making sense. Now, at the time, I was playing around with the Nazca Lines, trying to decode them, doing line tracings and seeing what this bigger picture was forming in Google Earth. And what I'll do is, hold on, I'll just screen share. Can you present me, Cats, and I'll show you exactly what we're relating to. That'll probably be a good idea about now.
Okay, let me see if I remember. Remember, it's been a long time. Oh, it's not that one. Which one is it? Controls, right?
It's okay. If you mute, I'll talk and it'll keep it on screen while I talk. That'll work. I'm screen sharing it now. You should see it now, can you?
Okay, I'm trying to screen share you. Okay, well, you're on there.
Present, yeah. It's present option, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's on the screen. So okay, while it's on the screen, I'll just talk you through it a little bit. What you're looking at is the map created by Series, who is called One Hippie on YouTube. What he did was he created an algorithm and applied it to the Mercator style projection. And this is the resulting map after he squared off the images. And now it reveals more in the north and the south, as you can see clearly. The true scale and shape of Antarctica being revealed. Now, the Nazca line research I was doing, when I was doing the line tracings, I came across this grid. This is the Nazca Mandala and the Sun Star of Peru. And as soon as I seen them, I knew straight away I need to put these on a map and see what this relates to. So, for me, it became a case of doing more line tracings in the Nazca lines and overlaying this grid on world maps until it made sense on the correct map. Because to me, it's relating to the map.
And as you can see with the gates in the north, south, east and west on this, they match scriptural mentions from Enoch, the Bible and many other cultures of gates in the north, south, east and west. And that's what made it very special for me. As soon as I seen it, I thought, this has got to be related to the gates that's mentioned in scriptures. So this is the map and model that we're doing, and we called it the angelic particle matrix due to our decodings of what angels really are. Technologies in the underworld responsible for the creation and movement of luminaries and pretty much most of nature itself. And our research is based upon all this, basically, and it is expanded way outside of all the realms of possibilities we even thought we would consider at the time. You know, we've learned a lot just from using this grid and map with real world data. Now, we're not here to push a map or model, but we did need to create a model to see what we're dealing with. And what we've done since is use all data, research, informations, anything we can get our hands on, decodings, and fit it into this map and model. And it's just progressed and progressed, which tells us we're on the right path. So that's where it began for me. And what I did was I made one video and started showing it around. That was the first video I made on this research. And that's when I kind of bumped into one conscience, but we'll leave that till when you ask one question. But that's where started me off. So back to you, Cats. You can stop presenting me now if you like.
Sorry. Okay, Juan, the same question goes to you too about APM research. What started?
For me, I started out, I learned about flat Earth, obviously, and then I also had been studying earthquakes before flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I was trying to plot earthquakes on a flat Earth map, and I was using the AE map. So then I realized, you know, kind of a kick to the face that the AE map was debunkable in different ways. So I kind of felt duped, you know, and then I realized that my own work wasn't really working as well as I thought it was with the earthquakes and stuff. And I kind of stumbled onto you guys, and you were interviewing FPV with his first video. I started asking him a whole lot of questions, and he gave me a copy of the map and told me to put my work on it and see how it worked out. And from that point on, it has just progressed really fast and very deep. You know, when I first put the earthquakes on, it fit so very, very close to the grid. You know, the mandalas he was talking about, that it literally gave me goosebumps. That I couldn't believe how well the earthquake paths fit onto that grid. And from there, it's just spiraled. It just keeps going and going. Everything relates. So.
Yeah. One, can you name and elaborate on any of the subjects you have looked into?
Holy cow. We could start with ley lines. So ley lines always fascinated me. Earth energy in general fascinated me. So what I realized was that the power points of the Earth and the different accelerators, which FPV has placed as angels when scriptures are decoded, it's the connection of them. It's their energy flow, you know, and it's their magnetic energy lines that run through the Earth. And when you kind of lay them out, which I did I used the Mercator map. You know, they look pretty amazing. Can I share this?
Sure, I put.
So I got a wall-size Mercator map, and I put all the different angel spots on there, and my husband helped me draw the grid on it and stuff, and I connected them all. And these are the ley lines of our world. It's pretty full and intense, but
well, I remember that.
Elaborate a bit more on what some of those dots mean.
It's real hard to see, but yeah, I put a bunch of different pins. Red ones represent power plants. White ones are weather stations, like geoengineering spots. The blue ones are all the angels. The grid is drawn on there in blue. The green lines are all the ley lines, the energy points. You can see how it almost, minus human error, forms like a great big star almost. You can see the different points on it. Mind you, this is the Mercator. It's not exactly like our map that we use, but it's as close as you can get if you actually go buy one. I also drew the earthquake paths, which are drawn in black lines, and put volcanoes on there. And what else? I think I put crystal caves on there. It's hard to see those. It's full of information. I have a video on my channel, though, if anybody wants to go watch it. It's a little more clearer. And I talk through it and kind of talk about it a little more. So,
as you can see, Cats, there's lots and lots of layers to this map and grid. So we can't put them all on one map. It's impossible to fit everything on one map. So we have to show different layers of what we're working with.
It is, because you see what trying to put everything on one map looks like. It's a mess. And that's just a few things. That's not even everything that he's talking about.
Now, do you think it connects what you guys, both you and FPV, been researching?
All of that stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely. The power plants show me that they are harvesting this earth energy, selling it back to us. Everything connects to the grid. That's what I've definitely learned so far. I can map anything, and I have 100 of the same maps, but they're all different subjects. So it's pretty crazy. I mean, it used to surprise me, but now I'm like, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, but it's, well, I'm gonna say it seems, but it's true. I think it's connecting everything you guys been researching from the Nazca Lines, starting from the Nazca Lines. Now, this question, FPV, also, can you name and excuse if I'm not speaking right or pronouncing, elaborate on any of the subjects?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what we'll elaborate on first and it's important, it's the decodings of what we're looking at with the petro and hieroglyphs and scriptures and Enoch itself, Now, what they've done, let me go through this and you'll see exactly what they've done to hide the construct. Okay. When I started decoding petro hieroglyphs, and other things, I realized everyone around the world was speaking the same language, and our written language in those times was obviously glyphs. Everyone around the world wrote with glyphs. That was our written language at the time. Now, when you look at the petro hieroglyphs and what they're depicting characters, they're depicting luminaries, and so on and so forth. Now, in modern times, all that has been transferred from every culture, because you're going to find every culture is talking the exact same story. They're all telling the same story. They just got different names for the same events. So what they've done in modern times, they've took all that information and put it into written form in a book. Now, here is where lies the problem.
because when humans pick up a book and start reading it, they start bringing in characters to life as real people. That is not what the original glyphs were depicting. They're not saying these are real people. The real glyphs are saying these are the technologies and processes that are involved with creating and moving luminaries. Because, in modern times they say the ancients used to worship the sun. No, wrong. They never have worshipped anything. They've depicted how the world works perfectly in geo, petro, and hieroglyphs. So that's very important. You can see now what's happened. We've converted what was being depicted as how the world works to now they're bringing these characters to life and making them into real people. That is not the original message. So that's how you hide a construct. People now, in their own minds, bring these characters to life and create their own story in the mind of what's going on. And you'll find most religions, they all disagree with each other on a lot of these things going on. And I can see why. They're all, no, it's this, no, it's that, no, it means this, no, it means that. No, go back to what the ancients used to teach. They're telling you how the world works in geo, petro, and hieroglyph form. It's as simple as that. That is very important. That's what I realized quite early on. And, for me, it was a case of, right, I need to find the right people to work with. I can't do this by myself. There's just too much to look at. Even now there isn't there? The amount of subjects we've looked at is unbelievable. So, yeah, I think that's a very important point to get across. How humans convert characters into real people just because they're in written language, when, in fact, when you go back to its real meaning, it's telling you technologies and processes that are creating the luminaries. That's what these characters really depict. And that's why they use male and female characters, because you're looking at positives and negatives. It's down to magnetism and electricity. That's the original message, and that's being hidden. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah, it does. It does make sense for me, at least. We're gonna talk one in APM. We're gonna talk about different subjects today. Because we've been having new people coming in, looking into your guys' research. I just want to touch up a little of what got where we're at today. What we've spoken before on the live hangouts. So any of you guys can start first. FPV one, what your research's been doing, and one's what she's been doing. So I'll let you guys speak, and then when you're done, one can start. So FPV.
Yeah, certainly. Mine's been mainly decoding, looking at things, decoding it into this model that we're working with. Let's see now, what can I'm going to use as a current one that people's actually seen, like star trails. We can talk about star trails. On the heliocentric model, they've got the globe spinning around and blah blah blah, stars in the north and south and all this rubbish. But when you take a step outside of that box and look at it as a 3D model, you can see the star trails in the north and south are actually working together. They're both rotating the same way. So, what we're showing is this is a technological construct on a very huge scale. And that's just, that's just with the star halos. Because the nodes, what stars really are nodes on halos. Like you see with the sun halo, what people are calling sundogs are nodes on a halo, which is part of a structure that is creating the luminary. This is how it works. We're looking at a very big technological masterpiece of a structure. So to elaborate more on that, let's see now. That's just star trails. There's lots of avenues we can go down here, but I'll let one talk a bit first because I've just had 2 talks, and so one's missing one. Over to you, one.
Okay. Well, what do I do? Let's see. I do a lot of reading and learning because we've looked at so many different things. I guess what I really do is go through and kind of pull the truths out of science. Science is not totally truthful because it's trying to keep this globe alive. But there are truths in a lot of the science. So I like to go through and pull the truths out, and I like to find a lot of histories about things and then map things. And like I said before, what I find is that everything that we've looked at relates to the grid. It really does. Power points of the earth, accelerators. Reading a lot of ancient texts, scriptures, FPVs that are decoding, but I'm definitely seeing all the truths and things. You know, the more we've done this, he's just better articulating it. So
I'm not too bad. Neither are you. I mean, look. A good example of that, you know, is the Adam and Eve Lilith one we done. It didn't take us very long to realise we were talking magnetism and electricity, did it?
no, not very long at all. The
You know,
scriptures are getting easier.
Yeah, that's right in the beginning, Adam and Eve. You know, that's the magnet. That's the positive and the negative sides of the magnet. It's always been about the magnet. This is what they're trying to teach. This is what the ancients are trying to teach us: the magnet and its secrets.
Well, explain a little bit about that FPV.
The magnet and the secrets, right? Without giving too much away.
Explain a little.
Yeah, well, the tree. I realize the tree of life, what you see depicted in Sumerian and other cultures, depictions in glyph form, you will see the tree of life, and a lot of people, you know, they're guessing, oh, it's this, it's that, it's the other. But it didn't take me long to realize that is the magnet and its energies that they're actually portraying. These geoglyphs are portraying the magnet and its secrets. And that, you know, again, that's what's been hidden, the secrets of magnetism, because, you know, with magnets you can create electricity. And that's why it's been hidden, it seems. You know, the energy market's been taken over, privatized, monetized, and hidden. Whereas we can see from the ancients, they all knew how it worked and harvested it. You know, we look at the geopetro hieroglyphs, and you can see they're all telling the same story. So it's straight away, it's telling us everyone knew how this worked. They understood it perfectly. And it's been, I don't know what event happened for the world to seem to be forgetting in such a big way, but that's where we're at today. Everyone seems to have forgot what all these things used to mean. And that's, you know, I find it very strange. What kind of event? It would have to be something very catastrophic for the whole world to start forgetting what all. I mean, it's not just geopetro and hieroglyphs. Look around the world at all these constructs, you know, these temples, things like that. Sacred geometry everywhere, and people aren't realizing what it means anymore. How can that be? It's in our face. It's everywhere. I mean, once you start decoding with APM eyes, you see it. You can see it and decode it and look at it and know exactly what it means. But when you look around the world, there's temples everywhere, and people haven't got a clue anymore what it all represents. It represents the underworld and the technologies and the luminaries. It always has and always will.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna talk about the one when you were checking into earthquakes and, you know, volcanoes and other what we were talking about, lava, I guess, about it. Now explain to them, those that are listening or here, a little bit what you were saying in the beginning of this research, because I think it all connects together what you guys have been researching about. I mean,
Yeah, it does. So what we found out, I mean, what we've came to the conclusion of is lava is basically the waste and recycle system of the world. So you've got all this stuff going on in the layers below. And, you know, it has to have like an output point. So when you learn about CERN, you know, there's dump spots, there's dump cycles to CERN. And that's basically what these volcanoes are, because we're talking about massive accelerators, you know, just like CERN, but on a much, much larger scale. They have to have dump spots. They have to get rid of this heat and waste. But it doesn't really waste, because it actually comes up, cools, and makes new land. That's why I call it the waste and recycle system of the world, because that's what it is. Yep.
To elaborate a little bit more on that, we can say with the particle accelerators, the larger the accelerator, the larger the manufactured, what scripture calls hot coals. Now, if you go to scripture, Ezekiel's wheel, he's trying to describe a particle accelerator. Think of Ezekiel's wheel, look at CERN, you will see the wheel in the wheel. And we can see already on our grid, these are particle accelerators. Now, what is a particle accelerator? It's a very large ring magnet, basically. Well, you can have them any shape, doesn't have to be a ring magnet. But, you know, that's how it works. And Roger Mudfossil University recently, I was watching one of his videos, and he was mentioning that, you know, different colours of the spectrum produce different size, and of course, larger accelerators produce different size material coming out. Now, this is, if you look at Shiva, standing in that circle with the flames coming out, this is a perfect representation and proof this is a particle accelerator. Shiva represents the created mass of light. You will notice on the depiction, Shiva is standing on top of a child. The child actually represents birth or the creation of the light. And of course, it's got the flames coming out the sides, which represents these hot coals. These hot coals are what is creating the lava. There's an excess amount of materials being made because it's a law of attraction. What you're looking at is a big circuit, electrical circuit, and what it does is it converts elements into matter. A good way of describing that, and Matt Jerome taught me this one. If you look at your car battery, you will see what they call corrosion on the poles of your battery. You'll see greeny white substance growing on it. Now, it is not corrosion, it is actually growth. It's pulling out of thin air with lead and copper that is attracted to that lead and copper circuit because it's a live electrical circuit. And these accelerators operate in the same way. This is how it works. The bigger the accelerator, the more it can produce. And what, like one conscience mentioned there about comets and shooting stars, this is exactly what's falling out of the sky, the harvested material from elements.
Okay. Now, PB, what does the promoter has to do with this? You know, it's a square, which they say, not a square, a triangle, which it's called. But what does it have to do with what you guys are researching as well? I mean, is there a part of it that connects to another part of the underground?
Did you mention pyramid there, yeah?
Yeah.
Pyramid. Right, hold on, I'll just screen share the map and grid again because I need to show you something with that.
Okay. Did you find something interesting in that area?
I found something very interesting that a long time ago, and I mentioned it in the first video.
Wow.
Hold on a sec,
What's
and
it?
I'll put it back on screen so you can see it yourself.
Okay.
Where's the map? I can find the map. I just closed it now. I'll have to find it again. Hold on, I know where it's at. Yeah, here we are. Because I want you to look at this very carefully, and you're going to see something. Right, I'll screen share. That should be screen sharing now. There you go. You see that yet?
Not yet.
Right, I'm screen sharing. Yeah, it's presenting to everyone now. It says so. You should see it. Right, if you look very carefully at the grid.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you see coming from the center outwards the four sides of a pyramid? What you were looking at here is a 6-tier pyramid below our world. If you look at it carefully, you will be. It shows better in 3D. You know, I've got a video where I'm panning around that grid in 3D, and in 3D you see this 6-tier pyramid jumping out at you. But if you look carefully, you can see where the gates are. They're the corners of this 6-tier pyramid. You see that? So yeah, that's where pyramids factor in. A pyramid is a very important shape when it comes to harnessing electrical energies. But we're gonna get more into that into the next video. So I won't say too much in this one. But yes, pyramids and temples and such do factor into this research.
Okay. Now, I know lately we see in the skies, like the halos. The weather's been very weird lately, but we had, or you have, and one has a lot of videos on these halos that lately they've been appearing. Can you screen share someone's? I think China has some. One has a lot of good ones. I don't know who else you know. I mean, because what's going down, what's coming from, underneath, it's affecting the land, if I'm correct. And it's also affecting the sky with these halos and what's working underneath us. On your research, you're explaining about it. So one or APB.
Yeah, I was going to screen share them, but it's not letting me. I was going to screen share the video. Yeah, it doesn't
Hold
let me
on.
screen sharing videos for some reason now. It used to, but not now.
Are you well, you have it where you can screen share, but I don't know
Yeah,
why you can't.
yeah,
One
yeah.
did.
I'll do it off my channel. I'll use the Wonderland video on my channel. That'll do because you can see them moving then. That's a bit more important.
Yeah.
People need to see these things actually move as one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here we go. I'll screen share this. I'll find the halo parts. Here we are. And screen share that. There it is. You see that? Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. Present to everyone. Yeah, right there. There's a halo. What you're looking at there is the sun, and you can see to the sides of it two what we call nodes. Now the sun halo, it's got a vertical halo, which is what you can see there, and you can see on the sides of this vertical halo the two nodes that are lit up. Now behind them two nodes lit up, there is also a horizontal halo, and it's also got 5 more nodes on it. So you've got a total of 8 nodes on this halo. Now to us, this is just another very large ring magnet or an accelerator, same thing. So it's it's showing you it is technology-based realm we're living in. This is where our work comes from. It is 100% technology-based, and this is why it would be hidden. So this is what people are seeing in the skies. I'm actually making a helper video on this currently, so people can look at it, and they're going to see different perspectives and views and showings of it on this video I'm going to create, so it helps people understand what they're looking at. So that's that'll be released within the week or so. But that's what you're looking at with the halos. This is technology that's up for a while. We did say at first there were projections from the underworld, and then a few weeks ago we changed our minds to levitated. But some new research we've discovered, we have to go back to the projection style technology because it is being projected from below. So what you're seeing in the sky is playing out in the underworld below. Whatever is projecting the sun, this technology is moving in the underworld, and we are seeing it projected above us. This is how it works. All of those luminaries in the sky work on that similar process. Because every one of them has to have a halo. So our major luminaries, our wandering stars, all look similar to what you're seeing here. That's the sun. You just put the moon there, and you've got a moon. Put Venus there, you've got Venus. They're all operating with the same technologies and processes, and they move across the realm using epicycle motions. There's a reason for that as well, and it relates to keeping it running, and it's harnessing energies as it's moving.
Now, FPV, not since we're looking at this video right now, what does the chemtrails have to do to hide the halos or what's really going on? I mean, there's something behind it.
Oh yeah. Well, they try to hide it. What you'll see is when these start showing, the chemtrailers come out and they spray hell out the sky trying to hide it, but it's too big to hide. You can still see it through the chemtrails. It just obscures it a little bit. So, you know, a lot of people
Right.
might not notice it, but those that are looking to the sky, there's lots of people looking at the sky now, and they're seeing it. They're capturing this nearly every week. So, you know, what their excuse is, they are ice crystals. Some dogs are ice crystals, but you've seen in that video then, it is all moving as one unit, you know. So in their explanation, they're trying to tell us ice crystals stalk a sun that's millions of miles away, which is absolutely ridiculous. No, these are nodes on a halo showing that's within our realm, in our atmosphere, moving. That's exactly what you're seeing. This is close and local.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, what that video there is actually a breakdown of the different nodes. Now, I referenced it with modern terminology of the halo, and I used the Hindu terminology. I can't remember all the names off the top of my head, but if you look at some of our videos, you will see the Hindu mandala overlaid beside it, and how all the 8 on there, plus Shiva being the 9th, relate to the halo and the creation of the light. It's the same story.
Mm-hmm.
Again, you know, again, it ties in perfectly with our research and real world events and historical information on mandalas. You know, all these mandalas are telling you the same story. They're all depictions of how the world really works.
Very interesting.
So that's roughly what you're seeing in the sky, right in front of you there. A variation of what you're seeing there on a bigger scale.
So what do you think, Juan? What FPV is saying?
I absolutely agree. One day I was driving and I saw this massive halo node, and when he lined it up with that picture right there, it actually matched it so perfectly. I mean, my jaw hit the floor. I was amazed that, first of all, I was amazed that it was like the biggest halo I've ever seen. And then, second, I was amazed because when he lined it up, it fit perfect with the CERN he was showing, you know, the accelerator, the pieces. I was seeing a piece of that technology. Which node was it, FPV? It was either 1, 2, or 8.
8, the one on the right, yeah, the one on the right, there was no 8, wasn't it? That's the one you saw.
Yes, and it was just amazing, you know. And you could almost see the clouds if you looked close enough start to take the similar shape to the rest of it, but they weren't lit up. So, but as I looked at it more, I was like, you know, the clouds even kind of looked like the rest of it to a point. The clouds would magnetize towards this and, you know, take the shape. I've seen clouds make a perfect circle, you know, and pretty sure that they magnetize towards this stuff and take on the shapes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the video one's talking about was when she was driving in a car and she got what we would call a side profile of node 8. Now, you can, when it's above us, we see it as like a cloud-coloured circle, you know, a cloud-coloured node. But when it starts to get lower on the horizon, you start to get a side profile of what you're really looking at, and that's what one was looking at. And she could tell, you know, it was quite a tall-looking piece of structure right beside the sun, well, to the right of the sun, node 8. And the same on node 2. You know, they're all going to be the same at a lower altitude. As it's going into the distance, you're going to get a slightly, you know, a side-on profile. And that's exactly what one was looking at. And when I overlaid the accelerator on it, that's what done it, one, wasn't it? You know, because one was questioning that herself. She's saying, why has it changed shape? Because we're seeing a side profile. We're seeing it from the side now and not from below. So that, you know, that made sense again. Normally we just see the nodes because it's above us, but once it goes, like I said, once it goes into the distance and starts coming down on that horizon, you're going to get an amazing side perspective of it and some very nice footage.
I see. Let me see. I was gonna say, gosh. Now, going back to the flights, why are they directed the opposite? I mean, does it have something that is connecting with it, or is it because of something else? I mean, it's strange that they have to go a different route to get to a place. I mean,
When we looked into the flight radar information, we actually caught them flying, let's see now, say coming from China. Now, normally they should be now from China to get to, say, the States. Quickest route for them, I suppose, is to fly on the globe, is fly east and appear in the west, go around the globe. But we know the globe's not real. So what we noticed on Flight Radar 24, they were taking off from China. They were flying northwest over the top of Russia. They were coming, they were appearing over the top of Greenland, then coming down towards Alaska, and then back to the States. So they were faking the globe with this northern route, and we noticed it on more than one occasion. You know, we've got recordings of this on my channel. We caught them doing it. The first one I saw, I could actually see a little bit of a wingtip sticking in the top of the flight radar, and I thought, what's that? You know, it was way north. So I clicked it, and it showed me the flight path for this aircraft. It was taking off from the States. It was flying over Greenland, and then it was coming down over Russia, down towards China or somewhere. So it was telling us, you know, there's hidden flight routes in the north, and we have to assume they do similar in the south. So you know, there's the flight route, but it's not only aircraft. You know, I've spoke to a Navy guy came in my stream one day, and he says, I've looked at your model, it makes a lot of sense. He says, but being in the Navy, how come he says, if you're saying that there's hidden routes in the north, how come we didn't see ice? And I says, well, they would have to do it during the 24-hour sun then. And then straight away he says, yes, you're right, because I remember it now. The sun was on that side of the ship, and we didn't see any ice. So, you know, obviously, they timed the events perfectly to hide where they really are. And of course, you know, military ships, they zigzag, they change course, patterns, all kinds all the time. So the crew are never going to realize where they are until they get to the destination. But what I told this sailor made perfect sense to him. He says, you're right. You know, he says the sun was on the left side of the ship. So that, you know, that's more confirmation for us that there's hidden shipping routes as well that they use in the north.
Yeah. Well, that explains a little bit about the, you know, airplanes, and I think also the boats. You know, I think they know things that we don't know, of course. But I think the boats has something about it too. The same thing.
One Conscience can elaborate a bit more on the boats, because she looked into the cruises, didn't you, One?
Yeah, I was actually just going to say, while we're talking about this, we could talk about the Bering Strait and then the Polynesian Islands. So I looked into the Bering Strait and found a whole lot of discrepancies, like the fact of the sunrise between the two islands. They're 3 miles apart, which again, on my channel, I have a video that goes into detail about it. And the fact that when you look into flights, you know, nothing goes between these two islands, the Diomedes, where they say that Russia and America touch. Now, you know, there may be an island out there, but it's not, I mean, and Russia may own it, but it is not the continent Russia. You know, there's no way. You look into flights from Russia to America, and you're talking 30, 35-hour flights. You know, that shouldn't be if it's just across that little strip of land. And then the same down in the Polynesian Islands, when you look into those cruises that go from New Zealand, and they're supposed to come over to, you know, cross the date line and come over, they don't go past the date line. They start New Zealand, they do this roundabout, and they come up around Australia, and then they go out and they hit a couple islands and they stop, and they never cross that date line. Never. And these things take like 30 days, and they cost like $10,000 to $20,000 a person. You know, it'd be easy to fool people out in the water like that. You know, people are like, well, you could recognize land and this. No, I don't think you could. The ocean's the ocean. It's all going to look the same. And just because there's little islands out there doesn't mean it's exactly what they say they are. You know, same with California. You can get on a boat in California and supposedly, you know, go to the French Polynesians. You can get on one supposedly from New Zealand and go to the French Polynesians. But really, they do more roundabouts around like Hawaii, and then hit a couple islands out there in the middle of the ocean, and then they turn around, they come back again. 30 days. You're out there for 30 days for this little trip, just doing roundabouts around all these little islands, but they never cross that international date line. Never. That's how they're faking the globe. You know, they're saying they're going here, there, and yeah, but that's how they're faking it. They're just, you wouldn't know. You're out in the middle of the ocean.
That's
Yeah,
how
for
you hide the 12,
example.
that's how you hide the 12 gates from Scripture. You know, the international date lines is to stop you going any further in the north, south, east, and west, basically. Although it's on the map as east and west, there's restrictions in north and south as well, and those are there to stop you finding the gates in the north, south, east, and west.
Mm. And how many gates we have? Is it 12, right?
There's quite a lot. They call it the 12 gates, but when you go to the gates in the east, you will find there's 12 there. There's 12 in the north, 12 in the south, and 12 in the west. So there's quite a lot. And, you know, obviously different luminaries are going to use different gates, and we covered that a little bit in our seasons video. We showed what gates the sun used, and we got that matched accurately to match the creation calendar, which helped us then produce how the seasons work. So yeah, you know, there's a video on our channels, and you'll find it called "The Seasons, the 12 Gates, and the True Analema." If you want to learn about how the seasons work on this model, you got to watch that video.
Yeah, by the way, anybody who's watching, there's a link of one's channel and FPV channel. They have a lot more information. Click on it and just go to the channel. But I know that you guys have been doing so much research hours, but there are so cool things that you guys came out, you know, about the research lately. I know you can't go too much into detail at PVM1, but just give a little bit what you have done so far, one, and at PV, the same thing. So at PV or one, any of you can speak. I would like to know, honestly.
Oh, is that on current research? Yeah.
Yeah, just a little bit. I know you can't get into too much details, but
Well,
there's a
yeah,
lot of things you've done.
we can tell you what subjects they will be on, but you know, I won't elaborate on them any further than that. But you're going to be looking at pyramids, the harnessing of elements, some more decodings, which I won't get into just yet. You'll have to. I like to surprise people with the decodings; they don't know what we're going to pop up with. So you know,
Yeah.
it's worth keeping surprises. Lunar phases and eclipses. I'm just going to tell you some of the things that we're going to go into in the next video. I'll leave it at that, but yeah, there's some of the subjects that you're going to catch in the next video.
We're also going to go into the layers of the atmosphere and how it relates with the underworld, electromagnetism, and we're going to have a few surprises.
Good. That way we can all turn into what you guys are doing. I mean, for me, it's very interesting. There's a lot of thoughts that have changed lately because of the research. But I was going to say something. Earthquakes. One, we just had 5 earthquakes in the Northern California. I wonder if it has a lot to, well, I guess has a lot to the underground, but I would like to know your input on it.
Well, we're changing seasons. The earthquakes happen. We're changing seasons right now. So it's going to hit more in the north as the sun moves more northward. You have to remember these quakes are caused from what's happening below, and it does have to do with our luminaries. You know, when I looked at the quakes and followed them for a long time, like every day, all the time, I was watching them. I realized that the quakes were following, they were preceding and they were behind the sun. They were creating a path. So they were hitting around the sun's path. And I thought I was pretty amazed by that myself, because as it would enter an area, the area would quake. It would quake the same time every day. The same time every day as the sun would enter that area, it would quake. And as it moved more north, the quakes started to move up, just a little bit from that area I was watching, you know. And then I was like, wow, it's, you know, they're following the sun. And it's the same with the other luminaries, you know, and planetary alignments. We could go right into that. When there's certain alignments that occur, it causes these earthquakes to happen. You know, it must trigger something, or the alignment of them, or adding like a double frequency going in the same area, but they cause large earthquakes to occur when these alignments happen.
Hmm. That's good. I mean, 5 earthquakes. I mean, they're small, but still.
Well, you
And we
consider
had one, so.
consider it this way, Cats. You know, when you get a quake, that is technology coming online that's helping guide or do something with a luminary. That's all it is. It's all it's ever been. It's just technologies coming online doing their role, and then they'll shut down again till the next time.
Yeah, because you have to remember there is an angel right up there, and one of our earth chakras is up there too. It's a serious power point that's going to come online and turn off. And California is always getting earthquakes. They have a lot of stuff going on over there on the west.
Yeah. But the thing is that it's strange that we had a 3.6 earthquake in Arizona at the border between New Mexico and us. And it's strange now California's had 5 on the northern. So something is activating underneath us for it to shift. Or, like you just said right now, what you mentioned. To me it's strange because here in Arizona it's very odd that we do get earthquakes. Along it's like Southern California, we can feel it, and it depends on the if it's high. So, but remember I told you we had an earthquake. Now this in California. So I mean your input's more toward what you guys are researching, UNFPV.
Yeah, and also on that, it also is fracking. I mean, you have to think of fracking and kind of put that into play too, because when they frack the earth, they're digging down to get to something, and they're opening up things that is going to release energy in different areas. If that makes sense. Like the big example I always use is the New Madrid, which is right in southern Illinois into like Missouri and stuff like that. It was a huge, earthquake spot. They had very large earthquakes in the past. But when they started fracking really hard and heavy in Oklahoma, New Madrid does not quake anymore. And Oklahoma takes all of the force. So it takes the release instead of the New Madrid.
Let's see. Pivy, what were you going to say?
I was going to say about the irregular quakes. You were saying it's unusual. You get them, but you'll have to remember, there's not just the sun and moon moving. There's other luminaries that are some slower, some are quicker. So when you get an irregular one, it might not be the sun or the moon. It could be, like Venus, Mars, Jupiter. It could be any one of those.
Right.
It's these are plottable on a grid, and as one's shown in a lot of Earth demonstrations, they work perfectly. They make the sine waves, everything that we suspected it would be doing, and some, doesn't it, one?
Yes, they do.
Okay, PV. On this one, I'm gonna go back a little ways about the triangle. When the aircraft is flying over that, since there's been boats and airplanes disappearing, is it the electricity underneath that's pulling them down, or is there something else there? Do you know anything? Can you let us know about that?
Yeah, I mean, they call it magnetic anomalies, and we've covered that in our Power and Glory video a little bit. We're going to expand a bit further on that in the next video. But we're looking at, like one's mentioned, there's certain energy points in the world, and one's done a fantastic video already on the triangles. There's not just a Bermuda Triangle, there's lots of triangles, and
there's a lot of them.
Yeah, magnetic hotspots, as you would call them. But yeah, magnetics will play havoc with compasses. So this was happening a lot in the early aviation years, like in World War II, lots of planes going missing. So it'll play havoc and people can get lost. And there's not just that to take into account. What you're looking at also is the spiraling. This technology is causing spiraling waves, and that is what's creating like water spouts, whirlpools, dust devils, tornadoes. This technology really is responsible for all this. This is where your Fibonacci spiral comes from. So yeah, this spiraling vortex, they could be getting hit from below by a spiraling vortex of energy.
and it's to an aircraft. It's going to make it unstable, and the same for shipping on ships on the sea. If one of these things starts up below a ship, it's going to toss and turn the ship all over the place because it's causing motion in the seas, which will be elaborated on a bit further in the next video.
Now, what does the Mayans have to do with this research? Explain a little bit, FPV or one.
You want to go for that one, or do you want me to?
Go ahead.
Right. Well, the Mayans, this is probably what confuses a lot of people when they look at our research, because our early work, we were all over the place researching, because we have to see how all the different cultures, beliefs, and what they portrayed was factored into this world model we're working with. So when I looked at the Mayans, their view of the underworld is it's got 6 houses and 9 rooms. Now again, that number 6, like as mentioned before, that 6-tier pyramid. So there's 2 references to a 6-tier pyramid below. Now, 6 rooms, 9 houses. So it means there's a 6-tier pyramid and there's 9 rooms within that pyramid. And these would be, the various, what they would call the house of the sun or the house of the moon. Different luminaries got different houses. Some of them obviously share a house. So that's when I started looking at the Mayan culture and their beliefs. And it'd be the same with those people. The Spanish tore into them when they went over there and destroyed a lot of their codexes and things. But it's a lot still exists and can be decoded. So the same with that culture. They've now forgot what their history was and their beliefs, and they've been given the Bible or whatever modern book they've been given to believe in, and it's not telling them the same story as I mentioned earlier. Written words do not portray what those glyphs are portraying. No, not even close. So that was the main connection for me. They were telling the same story. That's what I was saying. Our older research, we had to look at all kinds of things and factor in all these different subjects into this model. You can't say we haven't covered just about everything, because we have. Haven't we? We've covered a great deal of subjects and topics related to the work in this realm, and that will get a lot of people lost. They're going to see bits and pieces they recognise, because when you're putting research out and presentations, it's down to the viewer's knowledge base and what they're interested in, really. Will they see the big picture or not? Because it is a really big picture to work with. And, we're still putting this big picture together, but we've got massive pieces of the jigsaw now, when it's so clear for us to see. And you're going to find in our current presentations onwards how it relates to the world model, because now we can put things in the grid and show how it works. So,
I think that the research goes beyond that, more deep, very deep. It's just, it takes time, it takes hours to get to that point. I really believe that there's something very deep in this that it still has to be discovered.
Yeah,
And that
we decode things just about every day. It's a case of prioritizing it, and what our interest is showing the people how this world works within this model. But like I said, we do decode a lot of other things that aren't, well, they are related, but we have to prioritize them and think, well, that can wait. That relates to something else, but it does work with this, so it's not important for now. So yeah, it's a case of prioritizing the content that we output, really, because we're trying to put all this out. We could go on for hours about things we decode, and people will get bored or they get lost of it, because the attention span and all that, people haven't got a good attention span. So we try and just because of that, we try and keep our videos below 1 or 2 hours, depending what we're presenting, really.
Yeah, people do lose attention span on it. Those long 4 and 5 hour videos are hard to keep going with it. We want people to watch them, the whole thing, and pay attention.
Now, a thought just came in my mind. Now, the meteorites, does that have something to do with it's happening too underneath? Or no? Or is it lies? Of course, baby.
Well, the meteors, the meteor showers come from a specific constellation, and they repeat every year. So that tells me that there's definitely, well, I mean, there's definitely a connection from the below to the above, as above, so below. But
Right.
when you have a great deal of electrostatic buildup, it has to release when it's full, So this is the filling of that and elements kind of raining down on Earth. And it happens at the same time every year. So that tells me that it's just another one of the time systems. It has to happen. It happens repeatedly every year, same time every year, same constellations. Scientists know this stuff like clockwork. We know exactly when it's going to happen and exactly where it's going to happen.
Yeah. I don't. Go ahead.
It's the same with the sun and moon. They can tell, they give you 100 years in advance where it's going to be. If that's not predictable, I don't know what is.
And eclipses. I mean, now that we're talking about sun and moon, the eclipses, they're totally predictable. They can tell you, like you said, 100, 150 years in advance. The Antikytherian mechanism can tell you exactly when those are going to happen. And there's more than they actually tell us about.
Yeah, lots more. Yeah, partial eclipses hidden. Yeah, Antikytherian mechanisms is a brilliant device. A kid could crank that computer and predict every lunar eclipse for the next 100 years with great with precision, great accuracy.
Yeah, and we found some hidden ones when they shut down that. Yeah, the sun, when they shut down that sun observatory. Remember that FPV a year ago, maybe?
Yeah.
We went and had Jimbo look it up on the mechanism, and sure enough, it was set for an eclipse, and they closed the observatory down. And mainstream tried to put it off like aliens, but no, they were hiding this eclipse. They didn't want people to see it and film it, know it was there, because it wasn't one of the ones that they said would happen.
Yeah, it shouldn't. It's an eclipse that shouldn't happen on a globe. That's why they tried to hide it. It debunks the heliocentric model, so they have to hide certain events going on in the sky, or write them off as something else.
Just like covering it with chemtrails.
Yeah.
Can that be another reason why they're doing this? I know I heard someone saying that the chemtrails, I don't know who it was, maybe it was I forgot her name. Michelle. She said something about, or someone said something about, when they do the chemtrails, spiritual things come out. I don't know if it has something to do with what you guys are researching. I don't know, but all I know is that they are hiding something in the sky, because one day it's fine and then sudden, clouds come in and it rains for a little bit like today. But, something weird is going on. I can feel it, they said that people can feel it. We just don't know what it is. So just explain a little bit. If I'm right, if I'm wrong, it's okay. You could tell me.
I'll let you on.
Okay, that's your place one.
I'm sorry, my husband was talking to me. Can you repeat that?
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
APM, go ahead and explain.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
To repeat what I just said.
Now you. I forgot what you asked me.
We gotta go backtrack.
And, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, start the question again.
Okay, the chemtrails, and they're hiding something, and they're covering it with the chemtrails, right?
Well, as you
am
know,
I wrong that there's something there with the chemtrails, or is it?
Okay.
Well, you've got to look at their options. If they can't shut somewhere down,
which was what they did with that observatory to stop them seeing that eclipse. Or if they can't fob it off, or or any other means, then all they've got left is chemtrail in the sky to try and hide events, and that's what we're seeing with the sun. But we know chemtrails has got multiple layers to that alone. It's not just for hiding what's going on in the sky. There's harm coming raining down upon us as well, and as mentioned recently, it's also obscuring vision over distance. Well, a lot of people's looking into flat Earth, and they're going to be putting their zoom cameras on, and they're not seeing things that they should be anymore. So it's kind of playing havoc with looking at distance using optics by design, I would say. You're looking at layers of aluminium floating down, so it's going to seriously limit the range you can see.
Yes. And but if they're thin and wispy, they do help illuminate these halos. But they make them thicker, and you can't see anything.
Yeah.
That's what I found when I was watching the skies.
That's the most obvious one, isn't it? It's they always try and do it with the sun because it keeps showing its nodes and halos.
Right, and like we've talked about before, they're still trying to map this stuff also.
Yes, yeah, I believe that as well, yeah. They release a bit of barium into the atmosphere, and as we've mentioned before, barium illuminates a geomagnetic field line from pole to pole, so that can be used for mapping, and that could be the substance that's causing us to see the sun's halo and other events going on that we shouldn't be seeing.
Which, in other words,
like the inverted rainbows, Sandra one, other people have captured them, the inverted rainbows that people are seeing. What you're seeing there is magnetic data showing in the visible spectrum. So it's showing we are surrounded by magnetic data, basically. And we've shown that before with series overlays, where he overlays various magnetic layers over the map and how it actually relates to luminaries. So yeah, it is revealing things we were never intended to see. But well, I wouldn't go as far as saying never intended, because the message from the start was, to me, this is your world, this is how it works, look after it. That's what the Nazca Lines tell me. They're the blueprints to the realm, and they've been laid bare on the desert in Nazca, Peru, for all to see and decode. The only thing is they're not telling you what they really mean. We are.
This is why they're hiding Nazca Lines. This is why they don't want the people of Peru to know the truth.
Yes, because that's a very important site. You look at the scale of them when you're line tracing them. I mean, you've seen the overlays we've used before on the world map, and it matches places perfectly, and places we can see are these energy hotspots. So yeah, we've done a lot of overlays using the Nazca Lines, and we still will. We don't need to use them a lot, but yeah, that's what you'll find is when mainstream show you the Nazca Lines, they'll show you a few nice geoglyphs and a few lines and a few other things, but they're not showing you the real big picture. You're only going to see that in our research, and you look at the one that's got the Nazca Lines in, you'll see some of my line tracings where I'm up to currently, and how many there really is. And even then, I've still not covered them all. There's loads to find yet. It is a huge scale of blueprints. And I believe they decoded these in the 1800s, and from the 1800s onwards, our research revealed Nikola Tesla was working on particle accelerators. This is in the 1800s, mind, so people think particle accelerators are a new thing. Think again. Tesla was working on one in the 1800s, but we can see where it all originates from, and it's from the realm. This is how the realm works, using accelerators. So yeah,
I know.
It's very important.
Yeah, but the thing is that the halos are coming out often, more and more and more. You can see them, and that's not just in the United States, around the country. I mean, the whole world basically. That you see all these halos, and people don't notice them why they're there. Now, if I didn't know nothing about your research of the halos, honestly, I would tell you guys are crazy. but I see it, so I can't say that. But you know,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
what I'm trying to say is that there's been halos for a long time. Just people didn't see it until now. Um, even I really believe that even the Peru people and the Mayans, they know about the halos. They knew about it.
yes, yeah, they did.
So I mean, there is so
If,
much connection.
even Enoch called them chariots.
Yeah, and all ancients have
Hmm.
it. If you look at all the old pictures and depictions in ancient religions, they all had the halos. They were just shown differently, different
Hmm.
areas of the world depict them different.
And it's like Enoch said, he was shown the moon's hidden path. Well, how can you see a moon's hidden path? Obviously, all those halos in the sky were lit up and he could see it clearly. Yeah, Enoch was clearly given the tour and shown it all working. One Conscience done a fantastic voiceover actually using Enoch, and you're going to find what Enoch's talking about, when we overlay one's voice talking what Enoch's saying with the Nazca mandala and our grid, you can see they're both talking about the exact same thing.
Hmm.
So, again, more correlations,
It's
more proofs, more
well, it's
correlations.
very interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting that you and one have been so far. I mean, together on this research for so long. You come this far, and I know there's more to research. And like I said, you guys do a lot of hours and days into this, a lot of researching, which
I'll
I'm
just,
thankful because you guys are bringing information that we need to know.
yeah. Oh, there's more to come yet, believe me. I'll just reply to, hello, Trouble Abouts in chat. So I'll just reply to something she said in chat. She says, I don't think the ancients had religion if they knew the mechanics of the earth. They would have no reason for the kind of religion we have today. And yes, you are
True.
100% correct.
Yeah. True.
Religion's being created to hide how the world really works.
Yeah.
That's exactly,
Yeah.
that's what we were describing at the beginning. They've taken all the glyphs and converted it into scripture and told you will believe this now. And it's not telling you the same story anymore.
Yeah, and
It
gave
never
them all
was.
names.
Yeah,
Called them people.
Scripture, if you decode it correctly, scripture is full of science and knowledge. You have to decode it. It's been coded and hidden, but it is still there. But it's about science and knowledge, not worship and religion. It's nothing to do with any of those. It never was.
We got to remember ourselves that religion comes from higher up. No offense, but Catholic. This is where they brought the name religion into. In those old days, they brought it into religion, the name religion. But yeah, I agree with Trouble and UFPVM1.
Yeah, now it's about mass control. We believe what they say. We believe there's this God that's going to, put us in hell because we don't follow the rules. It's all control.
Yeah. But again, they're hiding the truth from us.
Well, the good thing about it is, our research has revealed the creator, which I didn't expect to find. When I came to Flat Earth and looking into this research, I come with an open mind. I've never questioned a creator or what people call a god before. I've never, to me, nothing like that existed. I was just an average glober, I suppose. But when you start finding this, you can see the construct that's been hidden. And, this is the construct and the glory, which is mentioned. I'm still learning scriptures. I've never read them before, but once I suppose the good thing with this is I found the construct before I understood scriptures, and now I look at scriptures and all these other things, I can see what it actually relates to. You put the construct back in place, and your geo, petro, hieroglyphs, sacred geometry, scriptures, Enoch, everything falls back into its original context. They're all talking about the construct. So that's the beauty of it. It shows the construct. Everyone's talking about the construct, not religion. We're all talking about how the world works.
I'm pretty sure that through the Bible, they speak the same thing, parables, in each person that's spoken in the Bible. So today, our date, our time, it's the same thing, but we're just finding out who our creator really is, who he is really, or she.
Yeah,
But
yeah. You know, I don't think God's the right name for the creator. To me, it's because it is a creation, a technological construct. It does reveal a creator on a grand scale. You know, we're not talking human scale here. We're talking very huge scale. It's a very large construct we live in. So yeah, you know, it tells me there's a very large creator out there. Now, why was it constructed and you know,
yeah.
what for? You could question that forever, but yeah, it is a technological construct on a grand scale.
True. Now, I was gonna ask one. I know James was mentioning what you just said at PV. Um, in other words, the Titans. How did that got there? You know, these mechanical beneath us that is working beneath us. Oh my God! And it has a lot to do with it. What James spoke about the Titans. Do you think so?
I don't think they were the
I
same
mean,
thing. They're not the same thing as the mechanisms and the technology. The Titans were the giants.
okay.
So I think,
Although, you know, although they probably did have a hand in constructing it.
yeah,
They had to, you know, it's such a big scale, I would say. And I think scripture mentions that, you know, people put to work and certain names appearing. They were probably giants and titans that were helping construct this. They had to be, you know. I mean, it could have been one person or, you know, one titan that done it. We don't know. We're guessing, you know, we would be guessing that. But all we can say is yes, as a construct, and giants and titans existed. You'd have to you know, look at Boston University or Jimbo's research. You'll see them everywhere. Even
yeah.
dragons.
Yeah,
Dragons. Who would have thought dragons lived?
several dragons that
Yeah.
seem to be in the land. One is right there at the UN mountain, where the UN is. And then
Yeah.
Rogers is in Africa. There's one in South America that I found. There's several.
And they're huge, aren't they? You know,
Huge.
we're not talking bird size, are we? We're talking
No,
hundreds of mile size.
miles, right. Miles
So
and miles.
like that gives you an idea of the scale of our real world, doesn't it? You know, what we've got here is a strip of a map on something much larger. And it has to be much larger to accommodate giants and titans in the first place. So yeah, I don't think even the people that know how it works and are hiding it realize how big it is. How could you map it? It's too big.
Right. And speaking of Jimbo and his giants, he found that 1,500-mile shrimp. And his big question was, who's eating the shrimp? How big
Yeah,
are they?
yeah.
You know.
Well, you know, you can go back to Roger's work, can't you? And he has to apply the same thing. What were these beings eating? Where did they live? How did they all fit on a globe? You can't play hide and seek on a globe if you're a titan, can you?
And that can also give people
They plant.
it can give people an idea though of how big our realm could be. You know what I mean? It's huge. It's more than we ever could know. What'd you say, FPV? Like 10,000 more miles north.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
looking at remember the Nazca mandala and the figures it came with.
Yeah.
Now they tried to say the distance to the sun is what 93, 94 million miles, somewhere around there.
Mhm.
But when I looked at the Nazca mandala and the way it was wording it, it looks to me like it was the cubed dimensions of a Merkaba. This figure that they quote as the distance to the sun, this 90x million miles, to me now is the cube dimensions of a Merkaba. And that would give us an idea roughly what the realm might be. You know, in other words, 95 or thereabouts million square miles. So, you know, that's not the 24,000 miles they quote, is it? And even then, you know, what's
Yeah.
beyond there? Who knows?
True. Well, so much things that you guys came out researching. I mean, things that I didn't know. I'm pretty sure others didn't know.
Yeah, it's a lot
So
of topics and subjects. It really is. But we do have to look at everything, you know, no stone unturned and all that.
yeah. One or a PV. Do you guys have anything else to say? I mean, so far that a little bit of what you guys talked before on the other hangouts.
Well, the important thing, I think, Gats, was when we straightened out the map. You remember that one when we straightened out the Aurora Borealis and the Ring of Fire, as they called it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We straightened it out to show how it really works on a flat map. And that's when Jimbo got on board, because he looked at it and he understood it straight away, and he could realise straight away we're looking at technology. You know, as soon as he saw it, he says, "Ah, I know what it is." You know, and Jimbo he will elaborate on it further. He can explain parts of it we can't. You know, he can give it the terminology it needs. Whereas, you know, we'd have to learn more ways to describe it. That's the problem with this. It's such a big thing to describe. It's not the easiest thing to explain. So, because it is a big picture, and putting it all together into one model to show everyone, you know, how it all works it's not really an easy task. But you're going to see more and more correlations now in our vids, because we're getting to a point where, yes, we can see everything works. We know where it all goes, and you know, you're going to see more of that in the next video. Some new overlays in the next video that are going to blow your mind.
Yeah. Now, what does Telsa's files have to do with your research?
That's when I looked at Tesla, because you know it surprised me when I looked into the FBI Freedom of Information release on Tesla. I've looked at it before, but never took a lot of great notice until I started doing this research. And when you look at it, you realise this guy's working with a particle accelerator, and he was he was offering them for sale to UK for defence of Great Britain in World War II or thereabouts. So I thought, wow, you know, I didn't realise we had that kind of technology back then.
Yeah.
And really we didn't, you know, because obviously it's been copied and scaled down for human use, isn't it? You know, what we're looking at is the creator's technologies being scaled down by man for human use. But, you know, they're not telling us where it's coming from, and we are being charged for it.
So Telsa knew.
Sorry, say again.
So it ties up with that too, then.
Tesla, I'm not sure. I don't think Tesla knew. I'd say what they've done with Tesla was they probably give him the equipment and says, look, such and such invented this, but he can't make it work right. Can you have a look at it? Because, you know, this is what they will do. They're going to approach the best minds in the world, which at the time was Tesla and Walter Russell, from what I can see. So they approached Tesla, you know, and like Edison did, you know, when he was it was Edison, when Tesla worked for him, and then he ripped him off, didn't pay him after he, you know, converted it DC to AC electric. So yeah, you know, Tesla was trying to help them, and they were just ripping him off and fobbing him off, and you know, the poor guy died poor. He should have been a billionaire, you know, because he did create inventions from what he learned working with this technology. But yeah, I think he was duped. You know, he's like a fall guy. Once they die, they can modify any paperwork in his safe and add more things to it, which I think has been done. So they can say, you know, no, Tesla invented this, and this is where we got the idea from. No, but where did Tesla get it from? You know, it's a back and two, and they're not you're not going to find that in paperwork. But I think that's what they would do. They would give Tesla bits of things to look at, so he figured it out for them how it works. And then, you know, now they've got it, they don't need him anymore. So the poor guy was, you know, he died poor, didn't he? But on the other hand, you look at Walter Russell's work, and if you want to understand how this world works, I would recommend 100% Walter Russell. And for a good explanation of the luminaries and a great deal more, you've got to look at Santos Bonacci. So Walter Russell, Santos Bonacci, and look into our research, and you will realise how this world really works. That's only the easiest way of putting it. You've got to understand Walter Russell's work to understand how this world works and scale it up to a bigger scale.
Yeah. And you, Juan, what do you think?
I agree. I mean, he said that perfectly. Walter
He said it
Russell,
for,
I'm still trying to wrap my head completely around Walter Russell. So, I mean, I get what FPV's talked about so far. I really need to go and read more up on him. He's brilliant.
well, FPV spoke for both of us. I'm just, you know.
Because
Juan.
Articulated.
it's only because I can look at people's work and decode it into how the realm works. That's all I'm doing, really. I looked at Walter Russell's work and thought, how does that work on the map and grid? Let's have a look at that. And then, we know we've got epicycle motions, and then you've got these waves going across, and it doesn't take long for it all to fall into place to see, well, these people have worked. Same with Walter Russell. I don't think he was one of the globalists either, because he worked out himself how it worked. I've seen all his work, and it doesn't tell me that he's working for anyone else but himself. He's an inventor. He's a clever guy, and he worked it all out, and he was making his own models and inventions from it. So, and he couldn't. What I will disagree with, he was trying to pinpoint it down to nature. This is how nature works, but that's when I realized this guy isn't, he's not one of the globalists. He's telling the truth. He's worked it down to this point, and he couldn't take it further. He couldn't say, yes, there's a creator, because he can't see any technologies. It's all been hidden, see. But what he did work out was how it worked, and, wave energy and things like this. This is exactly what his work was based on. And when I looked at it, I thought, wow, this overlays perfectly into APM. I could see what he was trying to portray, so I portrayed it into our model, and it made a lot more sense, didn't it, Juan?
Yes, absolutely.
It's given us answers that we hadn't even thought of questions for before, really. You're going to see that in the next video.
Right, that's what I was about to say. I was like, you went into it a bit in the last video, but the next one is going to be even more.
Yeah. So yeah, Walter Russell. I'm not saying you have to understand his work, but if you look at it and look at APM, you will see how his work actually overlays into the real world model. It just needs scaled up bigger. That's all. To fit the creator size model.
Yeah. It's just how far you guys come. I just, I haven't been here too much, but you guys come so far. This is why I did the live hangout, because I wanted to find out where you guys been up to, what kind of research you're at, basically. I mean, other info I can get from you guys and others that are watching and hearing.
Yeah.
So,
don't ever be afraid to ask questions. Anyone in chat or watching our videos, don't ever be afraid to ask questions, because everyone's forgot how it works. That's what we realize. Everyone around the world has forgot how it all works. We knew at some point in time. We definitely knew, because we can see it in all the glyphs. So yeah, never be afraid to ask questions. we might not have the answers, but if you give us a question, someone could ask us a question. That's going to lead to some more research needing done, and then we're going to find some more. We're going to solve more problems. Find more answers. That's how it works. People ask questions, and that's a good question. We better look at that, and lo and behold, it usually fits into the grid or map somewhere.
I know the Aztecas, or I think it's the Aztecas or Mayans, the calendar. If we really look at it and look at what the research you guys have done so far, it connects to the bottom world, the underneath world, because even though it's a calendar, but if we really look at the design, because I have one here, it looks just like it's the wheel, okay, and you have all these numbers, but if we really look at it, FPV, I feel it has something to do with your research. In other words, like I said, they know something.
100%.
They knew something.
As soon as you look at as soon as you look at that wheel, they've got, the depictions and the different circles around it. And they've also got the grid part in the center as well. So yeah, it's the same depiction. You know, it's not just a calendar. It's the 12 gates as well. The 12 gates, the calendar, it's everything all in one. It really is. And as Jason's covered before as well, you know, it's not just based on one. You know, they had separate calendars and events for like Venus. So you know, Mars. There must have been others for Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and all the rest. You know, so they obviously had different stones for different luminaries. So what it's telling you is that they all knew exactly how it worked, and they were using it to teach others. They were using it as a teaching tool. Yeah, you know, they weren't as primitive as mainstream's telling us. Nowhere near. We're more primitive
Even
today.
though that they gave us, even though FPV that they gave us heads up, this is about the underworld, because I remember that a lot of Native Americans always talked about the underworld, always. And the thing is
Yeah,
that, you know, the Mayans, the calendar of theirs, or the Aztecas, I can't remember at this moment, but the calendar shows exactly how it's doing the underneath, the underworld. They knew, and they're giving us heads up. And you guys, okay, you and Len and others that are involved, are finding all this out in this time, in this moment,
yeah,
just
yeah.
like they had it.
Well, that's what I
So
did catch. You know,
it's
when it
very
came to flat
interesting
Earth.
to find all this.
When we came to flat Earth, I thought I'm gonna have to throw everything away. I thought I knew, and go and look at what the ancients are teaching, because what they're teaching us today is absolute garbage. You know, they're teaching us nonsense. So you know, it wasn't a big problem for me to think, right, I'll chuck out everything away I think I knew and start again and look what the ancients were telling us and what they were being taught. And that's when you find the truths and the answers. They were telling the truth.
Hmm.
They were showing you in their depictions how the world really works.
Because I know when they used to have the powwows, they used to, okay, they used to do the peace, the smoke the peace or peace smoke, whatever. But they went into this underworld. Their spirit did. So that's what I'm saying. They knew more than what we know right now. Still, they knew so much, and
Yeah.
they
Oh,
tried to leave us for us to know, but we never did. Right? I mean, that's how
well,
I
look,
feel.
they say the sun comes from and returns to the ground. The Emerald tablets tells you the same. The sun comes from and returns to the ground. And one of our videos, I showed you footage from their own camera where the sun came from the ground. There's no question in our minds that was at the East Gates. We're going to prove that in the next video, exactly where that station is. I've got proof already where it is, so you're going to see that in the next video. But yeah, you are seeing luminaries coming from and returning to the ground. That's exactly how it works. Now, what you're looking at
Just
really
like that video.
What you're looking at really is the projection. It goes up, it goes across the realm, and it comes down in the west and shuts down. Then it makes its way back, which is these lights in the sky that they call satellites and the ISS and such. No, they're not. They were luminaries in the recharge mode, going back to the East Gates to start again. That's where our
Hmm.
research plays now.
Like
So yeah,
China said, so much info.
yeah, it's overwhelming.
Yeah.
We forget how it shocks you, this information, because we're used to working with it now. But when people come across it, it is seriously a shock to the system. I'll be the first to admit that. It shocks me. I've sat there and
Hmm.
pondered it and scratched my head and thought, am I really finding this kind of information out? Is this real? It does. It becomes surreal at times. You think,
Yeah.
no way can I know how this works, but we can't see it working any other way. And one's going to agree. Give a goosebumps for weeks. It probably still does at times. But yeah, it's surprising and shocking and very
Yeah.
revealing.
I think one feels the same way, right? One.
Yes, I do. Sometimes
I
it still
I,
gets me.
I shouted one last week.
Yeah, he did. I
If,
thought I was untroutable.
if people thought, people see us as, slapping each other with trout, it's just a fun thing that we created. When we find something out new, we clout each other with trout and say, "Hey, look what I learned today!" Whack, and you tell them what you learned today. So that's what the trout thing is. We're trouting each other and saying, "Hey, look what I found." It's just
Yeah.
a fun thing in our group.
I know, going back to the videos of in the sky that China won, and who else? Shanna, and I don't know who else had. You put a video together.
Rose.
You want to, huh?
Rose.
Rose, yeah, rose tinted monocle.
Okay.
That was the one with the IS.
Oh, okay. I mean, do you want to share it, or it's up to you?
No,
Those
no.
videos.
We'll just do the
No.
reviews. Well, we can discuss it if you want, because what it was, we were showing how the decodings from the Egyptian 12 gates is actually talking about the sun's return path in the underworld going back to the east. And that's what that light in the sky they call the ISS is, saying that before. This is the sun in its shutdown mode. And this is, what Rose done the voiceover for it.
Okay.
And
Why does
that
the
was
sun? Why does the
that,
sun look so close in some days?
hold on, Cats. The big surprise there was when I was looking into that, I found an image online because, remember Isis, Ra's mother. No, these depictions you're going to see everywhere. You've got Isis and Ra from Egyptian times. You've got Jesus and Mary from the Christian beliefs. And this keeps going on and on through different, cultures and beliefs. It's always the same story, just different names for the same events. And what it is, it's basically the scene where you see Mary or Isis breastfeeding a child. That's they call it solar rejuvenation. In other words, the sun's getting a recharge while it goes back to the east, and then it'll start again. It's as simple as that. When you work it out and decode it, that's what it's telling you. Cool stuff.
Yeah, it is. Then why is some days, like I'd say like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, the sun looked so near. I mean, like if you could touch it and it was bright. Why is that? I mean, this is like the third time I've seen that.
Currently, at your location in the world, the sun is probably right overhead. That's probably why it looks closer. When you look at
I mean, I'm sorry, not the sun, the moon. The moon. I'm sorry, the moon, not
the
the
moon's doing
sun.
the same. It's just moving up and down the gates. The moon changes gates roughly daily by the look of it. Every day it's changing gates. The 12 gates. The sun changes
Mm-hmm.
gates every 30 days, and over the course of the year, that's what creates the seasons. Now the moon's a different story. The moon is up and down those gates rapidly every day. Every day it's changing from gate to gate. So you will see it close at times, and then you'll see it in the distance the week later, and you think, wow, how did it get all the way over there? It's just because of its path that it has to follow through the gates. So yeah,
I see.
so some are moving up and down the gates quicker than others. You'll notice that more. You're going to see overhead, and then you're going to see it in the distance, like where you see the sun in winter, and you think, how did it get all over there in the course of a week? But this is how it works. It's
Yep.
it's got a different sequence to the sun.
It also rises 49 minutes later or earlier every day. That's how it
Yeah.
moves so fast. That's how it
The sun
goes
is
ahead of the sun and behind it.
going east to west. The sun is traveling faster than it, but it's moving up and down the gates. So we're going to see it moving north and south rapidly over the course of a month. You're going to see it move up and down quite a few times. That's why people look at it and think, well, it's in the wrong place. No, it's just changed gates overnight. Now it's over there. There's a few
Is
people
it?
said that to us. The moon's in the wrong place. No, it's not. It's exactly where it needs to be because it's changed gate and now it's over there.
So in other words, if it goes really quick, is that why the days are coming faster, or is it or what? Explain a little bit. Does it have something to do with that, or what?
How do you mean the
Because,
days are coming faster?
well, because see, like right now, okay, the time changes, which mankind wants it that way. But the more you see the days go fast, like you said, what the sun is of the opposite, or what you said earlier. Oh God, I'm lost here now. You're gonna have to explain again for me, get my thoughts back on what you just said, because
On the sun and moon changing gates.
yeah.
Hold on.
So when
Hold,
it's changing the
hold on, then.
gates,
What I'll do is, hold on. I'll put the seasons video on, and then you can see, at least you can see the sun doing it, and then it'll help me explain what the moon's doing as well. So hold on, I'll just screen share. Do you want to present me cats, and I'll screen share this?
oh, I thought I already did. Hold on. Let me see if I.
That's it. Yeah, I'm presenting. Don't worry. Can you see that? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Right. Watch on the right side of the map, and you will see the sun coming from one of the gates. That's it there. That's now the northern summer, or just about the northern summer anyway. The 30 days after this one, it will switch to the equinox, and then it'll start moving back down the gates. So you can see that green light on the top right where the gate is. That's the current gate in use. Now the moon, don't forget this takes 30 days, so it'll use that gate for 30 days, and then it'll change to another gate for 30 days. Like there, now it's moved to the front gate, and it'll now do the same from there for 30 days. But the moon is changing gates up and down those gates every day.
But that's what I'm trying to.
Go on.
That's what I'm trying to figure it out. The way you're speaking, it goes in one gate. It's like, in other words, it's like the day's going fast and night's going fast too. As it enters one gate and comes out to the other side, it's like changing so fast. For me, it's changing too fast. Now I feel maybe I'm wrong. That has to do something what you're talking about.
It's nothing's changed. It's doing exactly what it's designed to do. It's running perfect. This is exactly what it's, what you're looking at there on the bottom left in green text is the creation calendar. And I sync that with this gate sequence that are created from the east to the west. So it matches every 30 days, it'll move up and down the gates. Like I said, the moon changes them gates daily. So that's why people are seeing it far north, and then a week later you might see it down in the south somewhere, and you think, how did it get all the way over there? But it makes sense because it's changing gates daily. It's showing you, although they're all working together and doing stuff, they've all got their own role to play. And the moon's role is a lot busier than the sun's because it's up and down those gates really rapid. But nothing's changing. This is how it works and how it will probably always work and how it always has worked. So yeah, it's functioning. It's functioning as by design, as it was designed to work.
Yeah. Is that why they're trying to confuse us in so many ways?
Yeah.
So we don't have to.
Well, look at our calendar. We see New Year's in January the 1st, when in reality, it's March. Our New Year's actually in March because that's when it switches to the equinox. So the Romans, I think Romans that changed our calendar to, well, literally what they're going to do is hide the fact it's a construct and predictable and repeatable, and it's never going to change. That's what we're trying to hide, but you can't. You start looking at all this data and putting it together like I did these seasons, it works absolutely perfect. So yeah, it is a construct.
Yeah.
All the data is showing us it is a construct. We can't hide it. We cannot deny this is the creator's glory we're looking at. And like I said, I came to this without having any beliefs in a creator or whatever you want to call the creator. But now I can't deny it. I can see it. It's a construct, 100% a construct.
Wow. So much info that we should really research what you're saying as well. I mean, I know that soon you'll be giving out another video, UN1, which, I mean, I hope everybody goes see it, whatever you're going to do, update or UN1. But it's very interesting. For me, it is.
It is, isn't it? There's so many things you can talk about. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and everything connects. Like what we were talking before, the Mayans, the Aztecas, the Peru, the Nazca Lines. I mean, everything connects in one.
Yeah.
Like you said, the underworld, it all connects.
Like I said at the start, Kat, so we're not here to push maps and models, but because of what we found
Exactly.
out, because of what we found out and researched and able to show in this model, it warrants far much, it warrants further investigation. And of course,
Yeah.
for people that want the full exploration, which we agree with, you can't prove anything about exploring it and finding it, but we can show them where, the places of interest to look. And our recommendation is always going to be the East Gate because they're the closest. You want to see where the sun, you want to see where the lights are really coming from. Of the East Gates.
Okay.
Cannot be hidden.
Okay.
Cool stuff, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah. Wow.
We can't give this the words it really needs. Like a master like Santos Bonacci could give it, but we have to put it across.
Yeah.
We still have to put it across in layman's terms so anyone can understand it. And it's not, it's not really hard to understand. It is easy to explain. It helps when we do the videos and depictions. It keeps us up to date and refreshed because you do learn that much. You start forgetting some of the older stuff. But because we've got it now in video form, we can jump back to it for a refresher anytime we want because it's a lot to take on board, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And you have a lot of videos, so does one, or even on this channel, where they can always go back and look at the beginning of the research, and you guys come so far. So
Yeah.
I recommend everybody to go start there to understand where you're coming from and what you're talking about. UN1.
That's it. We've always been transparent and put our research out there so that people can see where we get our conclusions from.
Mm-hmm.
It encompasses everything that we've looked at adequately, easily, and still more to come.
Yeah. Well, do you have anything else to say, One? You're quiet.
I think we covered most of it. We could talk about the fallen angels for a second.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, that was another one I was going to ask you about. Yeah. Go for it, One.
Well, FPV decoded it to be angels that had flaws. So they were locked away, for whatever. And so I went and searched them and tried to place them. And amazingly enough, I was able to. And now they're all mines and power plants. So that kind of tells us that they're mining down, maybe to try to see, to figure out how this technology works, possibly. Or they already did. But it was crazy because they're all mines now. Stuff.
Yeah.
That's where we can get into grid accuracy one, isn't it? You look at the grid accuracy we've got now over this map, we would put it in the high 90s, 95% grid accuracy now, easy. Because it aligns, like the Kola borehole, it aligns on top of one of our angel spots. The German continental deep drilling program right on top of one of our angel spots again. And then you've got all these other areas in the world that we haven't even discussed yet on the grid to look at. Some of them are going to be political, so we don't really go there a lot, but you can look exactly on the map where they are and see where they are for yourself. They're there on the map. Take a good look at that grid and the accuracy bit because it's going to surprise you.
Is this why they don't want us to go on off the grid?
Well, if they keep you on the grid, they've got a customer. It's all about customers, isn't it? It's privatized, monetized, and hidden. So yeah, it's all about keeping control and charging you money.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is. Paying for free energy. We're the only species on the whole world that's dumb enough to pay to live here.
Yeah.
Emerald said, "Is CERN the pit of the fallen angels?"
No.
No, CERN's either an original that's been refurbished or it's a copy. They had, and if you look in the Tesla files again, they're saying Tesla was selling accelerators. When you look at CERN, that is not something Tesla could possibly build. So where did it come from?
Yep, they're all over the world. When I placed them, they're everywhere. I will say there's a lot in Europe. I'm not sure.
You can go to the reasons why they're hiding all this, because they're stealing it.
Yeah.
That's what's going on. They've claimed it for themselves.
Of course, they're brainwashing us.
Well, look at it this way. They are not spending all this money on space cartoons, are they? So where's the money really going? It's going into reverse engineering and doing things down below. Where else would it be going?
I agree.
It's not being spent on space cartoons, is it?
Nope, they're going down. And I mean, NASA even kind of gave that away because they said they were going underground. They wanted to study volcanoes and they wanted to study underground. And why the hell is NASA going underground?
Yeah, why do they want to play with Yellowstone, and why have they got a base on top of the Hawaiian volcano? Ask yourself that, people. They know how it works.
Yep.
Wow. There's so much that they're hiding from us still. I mean, so much.
I'll just tell Emerald Rider in chat, because he's asked, is it the pit of the fallen angels? Well, like one just said, fallen angels just malfunctioning technology. It's failed for a reason. So fallen means failed. In other words, it's fell. It doesn't work anymore. It's gone wrong. So it's been scrapped or put aside to look at sometime in the future.
Which I could think that technology is going to fall.
It seems to be doing quite well for the length of time it's been running.
Yeah, but for how long, FPV?
Well,
Come on.
yeah,
there's
another option. Is NASA's real role the care, maintenance, and upgrading of this technology? Well, you seriously got to consider that. Are they doing a good thing or a bad thing? We can't say because we're not down there watching what they're doing. But hiding it is a bad thing. Why hide it? The world should know about this, and everyone's got the right to go and see it. But is that what their real role is? Care, maintenance, and tech, and all that kind of work? We don't know. So we don't know.
Yeah.
We know they're lying, so that's a bad thing. Big deceptions don't work. It's not fair on humanity.
Yeah.
And you can go down the political route then, cats. All the bad politics in the world relate to hiding this. Because what you're going to realize is all roads lead to hiding the construct and all that implies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very true.
Everyone says all roads lead to Rome. No, all roads lead to hiding the construct. That's their top priority. Because that's what's keeping them in power.
True. Very true. It all comes together. Politics, you name it, the whole works. It all connects. They know more than what we know.
I did do it CERN decoding in one of our videos. Anyone that's interested in CERN should go and watch that, and you will see what they're portraying in that CERN ceremony relates to the technologies we're discussing in our research. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Okay. One, this is a question for you. Excuse me. The rainbows. What does it connect with it then? Why is there a rainbow? They say because the rain, but it has to form a rainbow from somewhere underneath. Is it a sign that they're doing underneath with these colors, or what? I mean, now I'm questioning about the rainbow.
Hmm.
It's one side
Hmm.
to the other side.
That is a good question, but the halos make rainbow colors as well. And sometimes we see them in the form of a rainbow just across the top. Sometimes we just see a little piece of the side. Sometimes we see the full circle and it shows the full spectrum of light of the rainbow. I mean, I don't know, FPV?
Yeah, I would say the rainbow, because I don't think it's a physical structure. I think it's another. I would call it a harmonic of something below. You know, with like the sun, it's you could class the sun as a harmonic of something that's physical down below. And rainbows we have to take into the same kind of account. You know, we're seeing the same colours we see with the magnetic data, but you know, a lot clearer and sharper. And I think you're only seeing half of it because you know below the ground that will create a full circle. So it's a harmonic, I think, you know, because it's obviously not something you're going to crash into in a plane or something. So it's a harmonic of something down below that's magnetic related. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, because that was a quick thought right now. That's why I asked that question.
While
Because
we're on rainbows, we also noticed we haven't done a big extensive bit of research on it, but when people were seeing them in our group, we were saying, well, what's the alignment? And we were finding they were mainly north to south alignments, which actually matches magnetic data that Ceres has got. A lot of the alignments we could see on his magnetic data were always north to south, and this is probably data that we're seeing and call rainbows.
Shanna says, I can see the rainbow with my water hose.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I've seen
So,
that. Yeah. But we haven't, you know, who's got the big water hose in the sky? Because we see the big ones on the, you know, you see double ones as well, don't you? So I think the harmonics that are, you know, I still think the harmonics of something physical down below, because you are going to get
okay,
harmonics off this technology.
okay. Explain to me what you know about Noah's Ark. Because the rainbow has something to do with Noah's Ark, okay, which is the promise that our Creator gave us. So, what does it have to do with your research?
Well, first in our research, you have to decode what Noah is. You know, is Noah a person? No, probably
Okay.
not. Noah is probably another technology or what we call an angel. So Noah's Ark, in that case, could be an ark across the sky. You know, it might be nothing to do with a boat. Now that boat that they found, we were talking about this earlier, weren't we? One about Noah's Ark.
Yes, actually we were.
Do you want to elaborate? Yeah,
Oh, were
yeah, we
you?
were. Me and Mum
Really?
were talking about it earlier. I'll let you elaborate on that one.
Oh my God,
Little,
I didn't know that.
Well,
That's strange. I didn't know
what
that.
we talked about was the fact that the boat they found up there in the mountains of Turkey looks more
Hmm.
like a structure, you know, a building. It has, you know, several floors. It has ladders that go up. Definitely not big enough to hold all the animals 2 by 2 like in the story. And when you read the book of Noah on sacred texts, it clearly says that Noah was born like the cherubim. It was born with eyes that glowed, that lit up the whole house. The description's crazy. That Noah's not a person, I don't think. It's a piece of technology.
yeah, that's what you know. We've got to be careful that we don't give these names humanification, if that's such a word. You know, people are putting it as a character again, a human character. Then they're losing the real story and picture of what it's really telling you. You know, to me, it's an angel technology that can project, or
it's related to manipulating the luminaries or such. You know, you got cherubims and seraphims, different types of models. We've talked about that in a couple of our videos. When you look at the scriptures 1 and 2 decodings, we did the differences between them and what it relates to in relation to sarcophagi from underneath Egypt. It was strange, you know, it sounds a bit strange to word it like that, but if you watch that video, you'll understand what we mean. They're showing you, you know, these technologies, although they're given sex, name, and character, it's still a machine, and the positive and negatives of it is helping describe how it works.
Yep. And in the book of Noah, it also states the waters came up at their feet. So, you know, you got to take that how you want, but I take it when the great flood came, it says that the waters came from their feet. It came up from the ground.
Yeah, you can't take it literal. If you take this literal, you are not going to see the creator's glory or the construct. That's where people's getting lost. They took it literal, and we can't do that. That was never the intention.
Yeah. I suggest sacredtext.com and look up the book of Noah at Sacred Text and go read it for yourself. You know, they describe him just like the cherubims are described. More like a machine.
Yeah, because you know when they're overlaying them in gold, it's straight away you're not talking a living being if it's being cast in gold. You're looking at technologies.
Yeah.
I agree.
Cast in gold and made very ornamental with jewels and things. You will find that in scriptures in Enoch. This is how they were built.
Yeah. Yep. And when you actually seek out to read about the cherubim and seraphim, they're all described like mechanics and stuff. They're not people. There's no way.
Yeah,
Swords of fire coming out of their eyes. No.
Ezekiel called them the living beings because I don't think they realized, you know, they probably didn't have a word to describe what they're really looking at. When you read through Enoch and scriptures, you can see they're really struggling to describe what they're looking at. So all they can do is give it the best shot, you know, like Ezekiel's wheel in a wheel, hot coals, cherubim, seraphims. But when you start decoding it and factoring in, we're talking technologies here. It's quite easy to decode. There's just a lot of stuff to go through to you know, because it is a big picture. You know, it seems most luminaries will be covered, and we're looking at 144,000 or so. This is where that figure comes from. The 144,000 sealed. They're sealed down below.
Yep, and that's a lot. And that again tells me that our world is a lot bigger.
Yeah.
For 144,000 of them to fit.
And importantly, it's layered. You know, like going back to the mains, the 6 layers down below. We've got different layers and things going on.
Yep. And quakes tell us that too, because some are deeper, some are more shallow. Most of them are around the 10-kilometer mark, but we have them ranging between 10 kilometers and what science says, of course, is 700 kilometers. That's layers.
And when you look at the scale of that 6-tier pyramid on the grid, I would believe that. You know, there's got to be things really deep down below.
Yep. And whatever's really deep down there is really powerful, because those deep quakes that go that deep come up to surface very, very large. I mean, that tells me that whatever's down there is massive. Just massive.
That's obviously why they've been put at greater depth, because it would cause more destruction being the surface, wouldn't it? So they had to be the ones at the bottom.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Exactly. They had to be put deeper. Yep.
Yeah. And, you know, obviously we're talking frequencies and things here. So, yeah, if they're harmful frequencies, they have to be put aside and deeper.
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense, you know. That's what we noticed in flat Earth. There's no one talking about the underworld. They're all looking at lights in the sky. Everyone's looking up, and all the answers are actually down below us. And they're referenced everywhere. Every culture and scripture you read, you're going to see references to the underworld.
So to Emerald, why the states get hammered with twisters and stuff like that. Well, it's because of the geoengineering, the power plants. They release massive amounts of steam that add to these storms. They're doing this on purpose. You should go watch
Oh wow.
Weather Wars 101. He explains it in great detail how it works.
We've also displayed before with the Nazca Line overlays, there is a lot of technology below the Americas, top to bottom.
Yeah, that's why they wanted it. That's why they took it.
Yeah,
Killed everybody.
That's why they took it off the Native Americans. They took over it.
Yeah.
So, you know, all wars and politics are basically land grabs for what's down below. As we're seeing with Venezuela, and we can see on the grid why.
Yeah.
Wow, it's so much info for me. It's like, oh, I better go and see all you guys' vids again. Because when we first started, we're all started talking about it. Now you guys are just like way up there with the research. It's like, oh my God, I'm gonna have to go back to understand this part. But I think we all have to, because I forgot a lot of it, honestly.
Yeah, and we are, like I said, we have. It's just because you're always taking new information on board. The older stuff starts getting stored in memory, and it gets a bit cloudy at times. But the good thing is we've got videos to reference. You know, you can jump back, and it takes a few seconds to remember where you were. So yeah, even though the old videos might put people off or they're too long, there's still very good information in there. We don't make bad videos. There's always good information that links to what we're talking about on this grid.
Yeah, because we will try to debunk ourselves.
Yeah.
We have.
Yeah.
We have debunked ourselves and not put the videos out.
Yeah, we have to. We have to, we don't do it lightheartedly. We have to consider everything and try and debunk it and say, well, no, we can't. So it has to be the cause.
Yeah.
Well, we know what the cause is. But yeah, you still have to seriously sit back, have a good look at it and think, does that work or doesn't it? We invite people to try and debunk it. We can't. Jason tried. Jason tried, and then he joined us because he couldn't. That's how it works.
Yeah, and we've tried to change our map up a bit, and it didn't work, and we threw it out.
Yeah, we played around with the map a bit and different various projections of maps until we went back to the same one again and said, no, this is it. This works.
Yeah.
It just needed straightening out, didn't it?
Yeah. Wow, so much info. So, but I know it's getting late for you at PV. It's early morning, I guess, where you live. I think it's what, 12:30.
Yeah. Yep.
So, everything. This hangout was very interesting for me, at least, and I'm glad that you guys are still going forward and you guys are bringing more info on the table for us to see and hear. And hopefully we have another hangout soon, whatever you guys want to talk about. But I'm excited that I was here. I'm a little nervous, I'll be honest. So I'm nervous. It's been a while, so
Me too.
yeah. But I'm glad this is done. Yeah, it has been, hasn't it? I mean, there's more to go into, but next time.
Yeah, very revealing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And those that had subbed your channel and ones and mine, they'll all see it, and even those that around the world, they will see it too. I mean, it's gonna go out there. People are gonna start seeing it more often. So, I just hope they all open their eyes and hear the truth. That's what really matters. So
That's all we're here for. We came for the truth, you know. That's what
Yeah.
when you find flat Earth, you're left with two very serious questions. What is creating and moving those luminaries? And that's what we're finding out.
Yeah. Yeah.
All part of the
Okay, LPV, do you have anything to say? I mean, to
yeah,
anybody?
yes, I have, yeah. Check our research, go through it, don't go through it lightheartedly. Take a serious look at it. And you're going to find subjects you might not agree with or not really interested in, but you will find connections of how it connects to real world workings, the workings of the realm. It all does. We don't do research unless it works. But yeah, look at it, question it, ask questions. That's all we say. If you do your own research, try overlaying it on our map and grid. You might just get a surprise.
You will get a
Mhm.
surprise. You won't sleep for a week.
That's just the first week.
Right. Yeah.
Uh, and you, one, do you have anything to say?
No, I just agree. Go through our work. I mean, we've looked at so much that people will find what they're interested in, and then they can take it from there. You have to find your interest, and most people want to watch things about things they're interested in.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, I wish everybody just hop on, and see the truth and see how our world is really working underneath us, and why they're hiding it, and why they're brainwashing us and lying to us, basically. I mean, we just have to be what you guys are doing, hear what you guys are researching, and so we can see through your eyes what you guys are seeing. I mean, it's just simple as that, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I see right through you guys what you're seeing. No, I'm trying to catch it, understanding. In other words, I'm still there, trying to at least. But yeah, I mean, that's the only way we're gonna know is just, putting us in your place, seeing through your eyes what you guys see.
Well,
So,
the guys in Flat Earth, they do get into these debates with globers, and sometimes the globers will throw something at them that we haven't got an answer for yet. Well, they haven't got an answer yet. But if you want an answer and it's in our research, by all means, use it. Take our research and say, no, it works in this model, so your globe's still debunked. Sorry.
yeah.
Look at our research, and we don't do it lightheartedly. Like I said, this is very serious research, world-changing research in the right hands. And that's where we're at. It's give us a unique opportunity to correct everything that's wrong in the world. That's the level of research we're at now. We can see various ways we can fix everything in the world just by looking at this research.
Mhm.
We can give people their original beliefs back, what their glyphs and everything really meant. So that's going to be our gift to humanity, basically. Our research is going back out there and saying, this is what your belief really means. Now understand it and take it on board. This
And
is the
remember it.
message. Yeah, remember it.
Yeah. Sometimes I forget to remember. I have so much on my thoughts that I forget. So I have to go back and ask you guys the same thing again.
Yeah, we
Don't
get that sometimes.
don't feel bad. I read the same thing over and over and over sometimes to get it to stick.
There's things that sticks in my head, but there's things that it's like goes in one and goes the other opposite.
I think
But
life is
yeah.
designed that way. Get us so busy and so flustered that we just forget all the important things,
Mm-hmm.
We're so tied up every day, every day.
I hear you. I know. But anyways, it's been over 2 hours. We're gonna As long as you guys want to keep going, but I think it's late for FPV. It's early morning over there. What time is it there, FPV?
It's 6:45 in the morning.
Whoa, poor guy. Oh,
But yeah,
I feel
you know,
bad now.
we're near it. We're around our 2-hour mark, so yeah, probably a good time now.
Yeah, it's good. We talked about a lot of
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, we did. And I'm glad too. It feels good though to talk about catching up what you guys been doing, what connects to what about the Nazca lines, the calendar, everything adds up to what you guys are researching.
Yeah,
There's no doubt on that.
you
So
you
yeah.
can't deny it, can you? The more you look, the more you can't deny it. You get to that point where
Mm-mm.
you've got to accept this. It doesn't work any other way.
True. Very true. Okay, well, do you guys want to say anything before I close or
No, that's it from me. I'll just say good night to you cats and you one and all the nice people in chat.
Yep. I'll
okay,
say thank
everyone?
you. Just thank you and good night.
Okay, thanks everyone for coming and spending your time with us. Also, there's 2 links under the description. Click on it, go to their videos and just look what they have done so far. And they can give you more information, what we just talked about. But click on their links and go to their channels and you will see. All right, well, good night, everyone, and have a blessed night or day. So,
Yeah, good night all. Or good morning, should
bye.
we say. Bye.
All right, bye.
I made this clip to show you how a compass behaves under normal conditions. By normal conditions, I mean without any electromagnetic interference, which can and does happen, such as at the infamous Bermuda Triangle, which is why GPS was created, which is a grid positioning system designed to aid safe navigation. Now take a look at this flight to where these people assumed they were flying towards eastern Russia from Alaska. Upon arrival, they were treated to very hostile and suspicious conditions and were even threatened with suggestions like, "You will go missing." Look at their compass on the aircraft's dashboard while it was sat on the runway. Do you see a problem here? As you can see, they did not land in eastern Russia, but they definitely landed somewhere west of Alaska. I'm going to pass you to someone who knows the real name of this land. All yours, Elijah.
So, once again, just more mind-blowing, incredible information being revealed, as you saw from FPV Angel. And if you look in a picture here, that's on the screen, that's a screenshot of the actual video, so you know where to find it. And I've also put, as you can see, that's the time paused in the video, exactly where you can see on their dashboard, and on the compass, the actual direction it says they actually are going. So it's, again, it's exposing that. And yeah, like you said, the hostility, the way they were treated was really horrible and bad by the security and all of that. They just, it was just basically intimidated, basically, and there's another account from some people who it's also happened to, and I've got some notes from their diary of those events too. But first, yeah, on to that landmass, that new landmass or continent that's being hidden from us. And basically you'll find it on all old maps. You will find this going back to the 16th, 17th, 18th centuries and even earlier. You'll find this on all of those maps, and it's just been hidden and buried nowadays. But yeah, you'll find hundreds of them. You research and you'll look, you'll find them, and they're all there. But again, it's just like political maps gone mad nowadays. They hide everything else beyond. You'll find this on there. It's called Terra Isonis, and it's also known as Terra Isonis Incognita. and it's a massive landmass, as you can see. I mean, it's almost stretching, you know, as far as you can see, it's up there by Alaska. It's almost stretching as far as the east of America to the south of America. Sorry, the west of America. Yeah, it's almost stretching as far there, as you can see. Look at the distance there. That's incredible. Just look in the picture. And again, here's more maps of it. Many more maps. Have a good look. Pause if you'll need to take a good look here. And again, I've put a comparison where you can see it at the top in this picture, whereas at the bottom they've hidden it and took it off all the newer maps, and they got the fake bearing straight with Russia literally next to Alaska, America and Canada, which is just not the reality. So yeah, this Terra Sonis Incognita, this area is very interesting, and it's a massive landmass or continent by the looks of things. And here again you can see old maps with California being separate, and you got a path through there as well, going through Canada and Alaska, and above there very different layout and look of the continents there.
Hello everyone. If you have been following our research, you will see how the decodings of sacred geometries, mandalas, scriptures, the Nazca Lines, geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, the Book of Enoch, various cultures and belief systems, the research of real world data, those halos in the sky, earthquake data, the mimic map and much more decode into a technological and mechanical realm, a construct of vast magnitude and magnificence, described and depicted everywhere in our history, the same story of the underworld, the heavens and their workings, repeated over and over no matter where you look, a history and knowledge we seem to have forgot. Pieces of a jigsaw that slot together into one amazing construct and conclusion. There is a creator. In this video we are going to take you deeper into how the luminaries work, show you what those halos in the sky really are, and cross-reference various related sites in the world. I'll now hand you over to One Conscience.
Hello. So today let's discuss the volcanoes again. And as we've said before, the volcanoes are the waste and recycle system of our world. They're the vents to the underworld. Some ancients used to refer to these as their gods. They would even drop offerings like gold, and there were tales of animal sacrifice. That's true. Nowadays, they still leave offerings like leaves, vegetables, incense, candles, crystals are some of the offerings that people still do. So, let's talk about a dirty thunderstorm. I hadn't heard of it before, so it was new to me, but I'm going to share some interesting stuff about it. A dirty thunderstorm is also known as volcanic lightning. It is a weather phenomenon that is related to the production of lightning in a volcanic plume. Well, how does that occur? Triboelectric charging from fragmentation of rocks near the vent and within the plume of a volcano during eruption offers another mechanism for electrical charging. A study in the journal Science indicated that electrical charges are generated when rock fragments, ash, and ice particles in a volcanic plume collide and produce static charges, just as ice particles collide in regular thunderstorms. Volcanic eruptions are sometimes accompanied by flashes of lightning. However, this lightning does not descend from the storm clouds in the sky. It is generated within the ash cloud spewing from the volcano in a process called charge separation. So, what's charge separation? It is the process of an electron in the atom being excited to a higher energy level by the absorption of a photon and then leaving the atom to a nearby electron acceptor. This is what happens at the CERN facility, specifically relative to the reaction plane in PB collisions in the ALICE reactor. With different plumes studied, when they started going downwind, it seemed to have a life of its own and produced some 300 lightning bolts. The implication was that it had produced more charge than it started with. A study performed in 2010 found that the water content of volcanic plumes is much greater than the water content of thunderstorms. This study also found that there may be a needed amount of concentration required in a plume for lightning to occur. Naturally occurring radioisotopes within ejected rock particles may cause self-charging of volcanic plumes. So, what are radioisotopes? They're any of several species of the same chemical element with different masses whose nuclei are unstable and dissipate excess energy by spontaneously emitting radiation in the form of alpha, beta, and gamma rays. During an eruption, a large amount of fragmented subsurface rock is ejected into the atmosphere. A study conducted on volcanic ash from Iceland volcanic eruptions found that both samples possessed a natural radioactivity above the background level. At CERN, the same process is used in the Isolide radioactive ion beam facility, located at the proton synchrotron booster, the PSB. The physicists investigate the structure of the nucleus. They explore new regions of the nucleus chart and study the abundance of chemical elements in the universe. They are currently aiming to expand from its core low energy science to a high energy, and they say that's nearly complete. Currently, Isolide takes half of the protons produced at CERN from the PSB and fires them into a target to produce radioactive isotopes. This is the same process I'm talking about with volcanoes. So, back to the volcanoes. The height of the ash plume appears to be linked with the mechanism which generates the lightning. The taller the plume, it appears that the larger concentration of water vapor are contributing to lightning activity, while the smaller plumes appear to gain more of their electrical charge from the fragmentation of rocks near the vents of the volcano through charge separation. The atmospheric temperature also plays a role in the formation of lightning. Colder temperatures will create greater amounts of ice inside the plume, thus leading to more friction and electrical activity. In a study presented in the Bulletin of Volcanology in 2010, it was stated that more eruptions with lightning were reported in winter than in summer. This finding indicates that the lightning activity is driven by magma-derived water rather than atmospheric water. It has been suggested that a byproduct of volcanic lightning are lightning-induced volcanic spherules. These small glass spherules are thought to be formed during high-temperature processes, such as cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. The temperature of a bolt of volcanic lightning can reach 30,000 degrees Celsius. When this bolt contacts ash particles within the plume, it will cause them to melt and then quickly solidify as they cool, forming orb shapes. The presence of volcanic spherules aids in providing evidence for the occurrence of volcanic lightning directly. So, let's take a moment and relate this to our grid and our map and try to simplify it a bit for people to understand. So, to do that, I decided to place these volcanoes on the map with the grid overlay so we can see why this happens. So here we can see that these fall, a lot of them directly on the grid. So I thought that was pretty interesting, and it made me want to, look a little further and try to be able to show you guys the cause. So then I compared it to particle accelerators. Okay, so in this next picture, you're seeing the two of them compared side by side, and I've also circled the areas where there are accelerators and wanted to show how on each side there are these volcanic vents. So that's about all I have. So at this point, I'm going to hand it over for a technical breakdown and decoding of all of this information by FPV. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, One. As promised, we are going to decode how the luminaries work and give you their modern and ancient terminology, and show you how we make these connections and how it relates to technology, the workings of the luminaries, and of course the workings of the realm. These are halos various people have recorded of what mainstream call sundogs. We decode them as something very different and special. As you can notice with time-lapse photography, the halo moves with the sun. It has very obvious rotation as it moves, which suggests the luminary projectors are not only moving in the underworld, but are also revolving as they go. This we have linked before to the Antikytherian mechanism's movements, the ancient computer that can predict all our major luminaries' movements and even the past, present and future lunar cycles with amazing precision. A hand-cranked computer from an era in our past. It appears our luminary projectors are doing the very same movements in the underworld. This research is also backed up by Ptolemy's use of epicycles. Ptolemy clearly factored in the luminary projectors' movements, meaning the ancients knew very well how this technology works and understood what is happening in the underworld. This is also very evident in petro and hieroglyphs, scriptures and even the Book of Enoch. We all understood how our world worked, and our kings, queens, tribal chiefs and elders took great pride in depicting this knowledge everywhere. Now we are going to decode and break down what we are really looking at. In this animation we will use the sun halo and its 8 nodes and show you what it really is, and take you through these conclusions using a modern equivalent as a reference. As you can see, we have a wheel in a wheel, which we can reference with Ezekiel's description of what he saw at the East Gate. The ancient terminology I may have to go deeper with in another video with Santos Bonacci, but for now here is a simple decode which uses modern and ancient terminology. Decoding Node 1. This is Wonderland. This is where the magic happens. Modern terminology for this node is Atlas. The ancient terminology would be Brahma the Creator. Our smaller halo is where our sun's image and high luminosity come from. Decoding Node 2. Modern terminology Alice. This is where wave injection seems to take place. Its ancient terminology would be Rudra. Decoding Node 3. Modern terminology points 3.2 and 3.3. This is where a cleaning cycle takes place called momentum cleaning. Ancient terminology Mahadeva. Decoding Node 4. Modern terminology Point 4 or future RF experiments. Ancient terminology Sankara. Decoding Node 5, modern terminology, point 5 or CMS. Ancient terminology, Vishnu, a mirror of Brahma, hence it being a high luminosity point directly opposite node 1. Decoding node 6, modern terminology, point 6. This is a beam dump cycle. Ancient terminology, Sambhu. Decoding node 7, modern terminology, point 7. This is Betatron cleaning cycle. Ancient terminology, Isvara. Decoding node 8, modern terminology, point 8 or LHC beauty. Ancient terminology, Mahesara. In conjunction with all these processes, Shiva or Satan is created at the center of our small halo. This is our sun's generated and projected image. The other functions dealing with frequency and wave injection, as well as cleaning and beam dump cycles, as we have illustrated previously in our 12 gates video, where the solar boat, as the Egyptians called it, went through various cleaning cycles and solar rejuvenation, then returned via 12 chakras back to the east gates in the underworld. As above, so below is directly related to these processes ongoing in our underworld. What you see in the heavens are also being played out in the underworld. The luminary projections matching the movements of their physical models in the underworld. Do we have anything we can reference any of this to? Yes, of course. Here are some of One Conscience's line tracings from the ocean floor in Google Earth. As you can see, these actually match some of the sections we have seen on the sun projector, only on a larger scale, and they match segments of the 6 larger halos you see over our grid. In this fantastic clip captured by One Conscience, we are going to break down what she is recording. As you can see, we have node 8 visible on the right. This is Beauty or Mahesara. Reason yet you are seeing it with this type of elongated profile is because you are viewing part of the projector from a side perspective, which shows some of the scale of this projector's node and its contents. When viewed from below, we usually see a white or cloud coloured node. The complete projection of the halo would look like this if we could see all the parts of it clearly. You can now see how epicycles work and get an idea of what is moving around below us. The electromagnetic projections in the sky is mimicking their every move. I'm going to hand over to One Conscience now for more related decodings.
Okay, so let's look at these different maps and then compare them all at the end. All of this information, when you look at it together, it just tells a really big story. So first, here's the volcanoes that we looked at. So I won't go too much into detail in those because we just talked about those for a minute. The second one that I want you to see, though, is the particle accelerators of the world. So when you look at these particle accelerators compared to the map I just showed you of volcanoes, the volcanoes are on the outskirts of these accelerators, confirming that they are the waste system of all this stuff going on. Okay? Alright, so next, we'll look at CO2 sites and nuclear sites. Okay, so what I'm seeing here is these guys are wrapping around or opposite of our major accelerator sites. Okay, so the CO2 is probably cooling all of this stuff that they've got going on with these accelerators. You know, and again, if these accelerators were already there or if man has put them there, you know, that's kind of up for research. But what I see is they're cooling this stuff, and then the nuclear sites, they're harvesting this energy. Okay. And the last one we'll take a peek at is deep borehole projects. So again, these are all basically in the same areas So they're digging down and putting the CO2 in, or harvesting, or trying to get to this technology to reverse engineer it. And then the last map I'll show you here is one that I put everything all onto one map so we can look at our story of what's going on. So everything that I was just saying in each individual map, now you can see it all wrapped together, and it's kind of working like I said. They've got the accelerators and they've put them over our, they're on the grid and on these PowerPoints. Everything just kind of correlates and tells a big story here. So if they're doing all this, it makes you wonder, what are they doing at our 12 gates? Do your own research, and I'll leave you with that thought.
Check this Hindu mandala overlay out, people. Notice how the rubies align right in between angels, and the other four are the cardinal points on the grid of the Nazca mandala. These two mandalas are telling the same story as the others. Regarding the projectors, all their base functions and systems apply regardless of size or scale. Some are projectors, many are not. They all need cleaning cycles and beam dumps. Notice the beam dump would be going towards the Bering Strait region on a realm scale model. What you are looking at here is Satan. Satan is probably the realm's largest accelerator. Its cleaning cycles clearly being along the equator, hence the flow of red on the mimic map. This is the lake of fire in the underworld. The creation processes taking care of the harnessed elements Scripture calls hot coals. They are produced from the eyes around about it on each accelerator as described by Ezekiel. The whole process working in harmony on a scale we can barely comprehend. The Satan accelerator has some very interesting traits. Notice the star in the north. This may be Polaris. If we can confirm there are 3 fixed location stars in the south that match these alignments on this overlay, this would help prove this model further. The star in the north may very well be related to the Aurora Borealis events alongside some of the Nazca Line overlays we have previously used to fit into this model as blueprint overlays. I'll now hand you back over to Unconscious so she can do another presentation of some other interesting information she's been looking into.
Okay, so exposure to electromagnetic field is not a new phenomenon. However, exposure to man-made electromagnetic fields has been steadily increasing because growing electricity demands, advancing technologies, and change in our different behaviors have created more and more artificial resources for electromagnetic fields. Everyone is exposed to a complex mix of weak electric and magnetic fields at home, at work, from the generation and transmission of electricity, appliances, industrial equipment, telecommunications, and different broadcasting. So, there's tiny electrical currents that exist in the human body due to a chemical reaction that occurs as part of the normal body functions, even in the absence of external electric fields. So, for example, nerves relay signals by transmitting electric pulses. Most biochemical reactions, from digestion to brain activities, go along with the rearrangement of charged particles. Low-frequency electric fields influence the human body just as they influence any other material made up of charged particles. When electric fields act on conductive materials, they influence the distribution of electric charges at the surface. They cause current to flow through the body to the ground. So, low-frequency magnetic fields induce circulating currents within the human body. The strength of these currents depend on the intensity of the outside magnetic field. If sufficiently large, these currents could cause stimulation of nerves and muscles or affect other biological processes. Some members of the public have attributed a diffuse collection of symptoms to low-level exposure to electromagnetic fields at home. They've reported the symptoms, and they include headaches, anxiety, suicide, depression, nausea, fatigue, loss of libido. Also, general eye irritation and cataracts have been reported in workers exposed to high levels of radio frequency and microwave radiation. Some individuals report hypersensitivity to electric or magnetic fields. They ask whether aches and pains, headaches, depression, lethargy, sleeping disorders, and all the way up to convulsions and seizures could be related. So, now let's shift our focus towards ghosts. So, spirit effects and sensations that people feel or see when a spirit energy is around, or what people think a spirit energy is. Okay, some of the sensations that people have reported are electrical interference, shadows, different temperatures and temperature changes, feelings of anxiety, odd odors, objects that levitate, seeing different orbs, colored or of white transparent light. Animals seem sensitive. Okay. People have also reported that they have overwhelming feelings of sadness, desires to commit suicide. Let's not forget about that forest in Japan where people actually travel to it to commit suicide. Also, people report from entities not being able to sleep, having body aches when they wake up, with a feeling of being beat up. So, when we look at both of those lists and we compare the effects of these two subjects, we can see several similarities in the things reported. So what I'm proposing is that a lot of these hauntings are related to our energy grid that is under surface. Okay? So when we place different haunted areas on the map, we see a definite correlation. So a lot of these areas are around our angels and on or right next to the grid. So the energy from the angels travel the grid, and the areas around it are receiving energies that are higher than the normal background. So we feel this energy. Different areas would affect us more or less in different ways depending on the frequency that's being emitted. An example is what someone may call a malevolent spirit or demon would go off a very, very low frequency. It would affect us in a very negative way. It can make us very ill, physically or mentally. And then we do have other areas that, even though they're considered haunted, people feel really good or calm when they're there. They feel like it's a very loving entity, they call it. So that entity could definitely be of a higher frequency. That angel energy could be of a more positive frequency, a higher vibration, and it would affect us differently. But what I can see is that these haunted areas sit more or less on our grid or right around it. So that's just what I wanted to talk about, was maybe these hauntings are just very, very strong electromagnetic fields that we just can't understand the size of these things. And that would make sense why entire areas seem to have a whole lot of hauntings going on. So it's just something to think about, and have a good day.
This is a bonus clip, a decoding of the CERN ceremony, so you can see how we decode things. In this scene, the train represents the solar boat we have covered in the 12 Gates presentation, the characters in orange representing the harnessed radioactively charged elements. In this scene you can see the characters in orange, the radioactively charged elements, climbing up to the halos, obviously representing the halos in the sky, in other words powering this technology, as well as this technology actually creating these kind of elements. Very clever technology. In this scene, this one should be familiar. If you remember in the 12 Gates presentation, the solar rejuvenation. The rejuvenation of the energy required for the sun projector. So it's a cycle of harnessing and making use of the usable materials that it's harnessed. This is a very easy one. This is the bubbling lake of fire. In this one, the scarab beetle represents the projection, the physical transformation between the projector and the projection. You'll also see the Antikytherian mechanism on display. Also in the background, the Industrial Revolution that man has achieved from the knowledge of these technologies, as man does what man does best, reverse engineer and adapt. And of course the eyes round about it, as described by Ezekiel. This is a Shiva bonus clip. This is Shiva standing in the very obvious particle accelerator, the flames representing the hot coals, the harnessed elements converted into matter, radioactive matter of considerably high voltages, a free energy or 100% over unity power source, the child at the bottom representing birth, the creation of the projection or hot coals depending on its configuration. I'll now hand you over to Bintake and Pix Kathleen for some relevant research into our Milky Way.
Earth god Geb and his twin and lover Nut, the Egyptian sky goddess, separated with air by Re. Her eyes were the sun and the moon, and the milk from her udder made the Milky Way. The sun was born every morning to this cow as a calf, journeying towards the west. Romulus and Remus from Roman times are the twin sons of Mars. They represent the lake of fire below. The radioactive lake of fire, basically from all the angels that produced hot coals from the eyes round about the accelerator. Ezekiel tried to describe the wheel in a wheel. The Mayans say they come out to show us the map of the underworld. The stars, etc., are the map to the underworld. The Milky Way represents the equator. The hot flow you see on the mimic map is the lake of fire going east to west. It even has what they call a nuclear bulge. Radioactive Romulus and Remus feed off the she-wolf, the radioactive lake. Romulus and Remus are probably the sun and moon, fed by the same energy, radioactive material. The hot coals from Scripture, aside from the wandering stars, the rest of the map of the underworld. As above, so below.
As you can see, people, our research is revealing a very intelligent creator who has created a realm which can only be described as a technological masterpiece, a construct beyond our comprehension, as our ancestors found and tried their best to describe. You will also notice we are decoding geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. The reason for that is because they are telling the exact same story, the only difference being the descriptions of the angels, and this is due to their varying roles and different looks in different geographic locations. They are still part of the same mechanisms that give us our luminaries and a great many other things. A construct designed and maintained to the highest standard with the most ornate descriptions one can possibly imagine. We hope you enjoy our research and information, and that it helps you see and recognize there is a creator, their glory being revealed in a way we did not expect to see, let alone find. We fully accept this and look upon our realm with new eyes and knowledge, a knowledge that seems to have been lost, yet is depicted everywhere in sacred geometry, scriptures, geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. How did it come to be that we have forgotten all that was once known everywhere in our realm? I'll leave you with that thought, so until next time, it's goodbye from us.
Hello everyone. If you have been following our research, you will see how the decodings of sacred geometries, mandalas, scriptures, the Nazca Lines, geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, the Book of Enoch, various cultures and belief systems, the research of real-world data, those halos in the sky, earthquake data, the mimic map, and much more decode into a technological and mechanical realm, a construct of vast magnitude and magnificence, described and depicted everywhere in our history, the same story of the underworld, the heavens and their workings, repeated over and over no matter where you look, a history and knowledge we seem to have forgot. Pieces of a jigsaw that slot together into one amazing construct and conclusion. There is a creator. In our previous video, we showed how the sun's 24-hour path works within this model. After looking back in history to see how the sun's return path is depicted, we arrive at the Egyptian depictions of the 12 gates, the sun's return path in the underworld. Today, One Conscience is going to take you on that amazing journey, which we will break down further after the presentation.
Okay, so today we're going to look at the book of Am-Tuat, the summary of the book of what is in the underworld. So what this book is it is a journey of the sun's path as it takes it through the underworld from the western gates back to the eastern gates to rise again. So let's begin. I want to say from the start that if I mispronounce any words, I apologize. I'm not fluent in Egyptian at all, and any corrections are welcome. The beginning of the horn of Amentet, which is the uttermost point of the deepest darkness. The first hour. This god entereth into the earth through the hall of the horizon of Amentet. There are 120 atru to the journey over this hall before man arriveth at the gods of Tuat. The name of the first field is Netra. He alloweth fields to the gods who are in his following, and he beginneth to send forth words to and to work out the plans of the divine beings of the Tuat in respect to this field. Ushimehatu Heftira is the name of the first hour of the night which guideth this great god through the hall. The second hour. This great god afterwards taketh up his position in your nest, which is 309 atru in length and 120 atru in width. The name of the gods who are in this field is Beutuati. Whosoever shall know their names shall have his existence with them, and unto him shall this great god allot in fields the place wherein they are in the field of Uranus. He shall gods who stand up. He shall travel on in the following of this great god. He shall enter into the earth. He shall force a way through the Tuat. He shall cleave a passage through the tresses of the gods with flowing hair. He shall travel on by the Amma after the emptying of the lands. He shall eat bread cakes in the boat of earth, and there shall be given unto him the forepart of the Tatuba. Shisat Meketnebs is the name of this hour of the night, which guideth this great god through the field. The third hour. This great god afterwards taketh up his position in the fields of the Peru gods, the fighters. And this great god paddleth his way over the stream of Osiris, in sailing up this field, which is 309 a true long and 120 a true wide. This great god uttereth words to those who are in the following of Osiris to this city, and he alloweth them estates which are situated in this field. Beu Shiteu, or hidden souls, is the name of the gods who are in this field, and whoever knoweth their names upon earth shall be able to approach the place where Osiris is, and there shall be given unto him water for his field. Netnibu Aheperua Atu is the name of this field. Whosoever shall know these hidden similitudes of the hidden souls in the correct form wherein they are depicted in Ament of the Tuat, now the beginning of such representation should be from Amentent. These figures, I say, shall act as magical protectors to that man upon earth and in Netterhurt, regularly and unfailingly. Whosoever knoweth these, when he is making his journey past them, shall escape from their roarings, and he shall not fall down into their furnaces. Whoever knoweth this, when he is keeping ward over his seat or place, his bread cake shall be with Ra. And whosoever knoweth this, being soul and spirit, shall have the mastery over his legs, and shall never enter into the place of destruction, but he shall come forth with his attributes, and shall snuff the air for his hour. Then Tent Beu is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great god. The fourth hour. The majesty of this great god, having been towed along afterwards, taketh up his position in the secret circle of Amentent, and he performeth the affairs of the gods of the Tuat, who are therein by means of his voice, but he seeth them not. Ankh Uparu is the name of the gate of this circle. Ament Setha is the name of the circle. Whosoever knoweth this representation of hidden roads of Restated, and the holy paths of the Emahet, and the secret doors which are in the land of Seeker. The god who is upon his sand shall be in the condition of him that eateth the bread cakes, which are made for the mouth of the living gods in the temple of Tem. Whosoever knoweth this shall be in the condition of him that is Mat on the ways, and he shall journey over the roads of Risatha, and he shall see the representations of the Amahet. Yurtem Sik Muset is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great god. The fifth hour. This great god is towed along over the ways of Mat, of the Tuat, through the upper half of this secret circle of the god Seeker, who is upon his sand, and he neither look upon nor gazeth at the secret figure of the earth which is containeth the flesh of this god. The gods who are in the train of this god hear the words of Ra, who crieth unto them from where this god is. Aha Neteru is the name of the door of this city. Ament is the name of the circle of this god, and in it are the secret paths of Amentent, and the doors of the hidden palace, and the holy palace of the land Seeker, with his flesh, and his members, and his body, in the divine form which they had at first. Beu Amu Tuat is the name of the gods who are in this circle. Their forms Aru, who are in their hour, and their secret shapes Heperu, neither know nor look upon nor see this image or similitude of Seeker or the hawk himself. Whosoever shall make these representations according to the image which is in the writing of the hidden places of Tuat at the south of the hidden palace, and whosoever shall know them shall be at peace, and his soul shall unite itself with the offerings of Seeker. The goddess Hebet shall not hack his body into pieces. He shall go on his way towards her in peace. Whosoever shall make offerings to those gods upon earth, these offerings, I shall say, act as magic protectors to that man upon earth, and in the netter hurt regularly and unfailingly. Semharabis is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great god through the field. The sixth hour. The majesty of this great god taketh up his position in the stream of Nebmut Tuatu, the Lord of the waters of the god of the Tuat, and he sendeth forth words to the gods who are therein, and he commandeth that they have the mastery over their divine offerings in this city. He maketh his way through this field, being provided with his boat, and he setteth apart by his words the estates which are to produce their offerings in the city. And he giveth them water for their lakes, and he travelled through the Tuat every day. Setmetu is the name of the door of this city. The secret roads of Amentent, and the manner wherein this great god is being rowed along over the water, therein in his boat to perform the plans of the gods of the Tuat. The gathering together of them by their names and the manifestation of their shapes and their secret hours, such are the things of which the secret representations of the Tuat is not known to men and women. Whosoever shall make a copy of this image in writing according to the representation of the same which is in the hidden things of Tuat at the south of the hidden palace, and whosoever shall know them shall be in the condition of one who awardeth offerings in abundance in the Tuat, and he shall be united to the offerings of the gods who are in the following of Osiris, and his parents shall make the offerings which are obligatory on earth. The majesty of this great god sendeth forth words, and he give divine offerings to the gods of the Tuat, and he standeth up by them, and they see him, and they have dominion over their fields, and over the gifts made to them, and they effect their transformations by reason of the words which this great god hath spoke to them. Mechet Nibtu Atiuo is the name of this field, which is the road of the boat of Ra. Mespirit Taramat is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great god through the country. Next is the seventh hour. The majesty of this great god taketh up his position in the secret place of Osiris, and the majesty of this great god sendeth forth words into the god who dwell therein. This god maketh himself other forms for this hidden place in order to drive out his path, the serpent fiend, Apep, by means of the word of the power of Isis and the words of power of Samsu. Ruti Asar is the name of the gate of this city through which this god passeth. Tefet Shita is the name of this city. This great god maketh his way over the road of Ament in the holy boat, and he passes in it over the road which is without water, without being towed along. He maketh his way by means of the words of the power of Isis, and by means of the words of the power of Samsu. And the utterances of this great god himself act as magical protectors, and perform the slaughters of Epep in the Tuat, in the circle, in his windings in the sky. Whosoever shall make a copy according to the similitudes which are in writing at the northern side of the hidden palace in the Tuat, they shall act as magical protectors for him that maketh them in heaven and in earth. And whosoever knoweth them shall be a soul of souls with Ra. And whosoever shall make the words of power of Isis and the words of power of Semsu shall make to be driven back the Apep of Ra and Amentent. Whosoever do this in the hidden palace of Tuat, and whosoever shall do this upon earth, the result is the same. Whosoever knoweth this shall be in the boat of Ra, both in heaven and upon earth. But he that hath no knowledge of this representation shall not know how to drive back Nihahara, or stinking face. Now the ridge of earth of Nihahara in Tuat is 450 cubits in length, and he filleth it with the undulations of his body. The regions which belong to him are made for him, and the great God doth not make his way over him when he maketh him to turn aside out of the way for him. From this secret place of Osiris, when this god maketh his way through the city in the form of the serpent Mihen. Whosoever shall know this upon earth, the serpent Nihahara shall not drink his water, and the soul of him that knoweth it shall not be evilly entreated by the gods who are in this circle. And whosoever knoweth it, the crocodile Abshua, shall not devour his soul. Hesef ha-hes Nihahara is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great god through the circle. The 8th hour. When the majesty of this great god hath taken up his position in the secret circles of those who are in their sand, he sendeth forth words to them from out of his boat, and the gods tow along him that is in the holy embrace of the serpent Mehen. Aha-Nurtif is the name of the gate of this city. Tibet Netaruset is the name of the city. As for the secret circle of Amentent, this great god maketh his way over it in his boat, by means of towing the gods who are in the Tuat. Whosoever shall make a copy of these things according to the similitude which is in writing on the north wall of the hidden palace of Tuat, and whosoever shall know them by their names, shall be in the condition of one who is fully provided with swathings on the earth, and he shall never be repulsed at the secret gates, and he shall have an abundance of offerings in the great funeral hall regularly and unfailingly for millions of years. Nebtusha is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great god. The 9th hour. When the majesty of this great God hath taken up his position in the circle, he sendeth forth words from his boat to the gods who dwell therein, and the sailors join the boat of this great God in the city. Sakeb is the name of the gate of this city through which the great God passeth to take up his position on the stream which is in the city. Asaru is the name of the city which the secret circle of Amentent, wherein take up their positions in the Tuat, this great God and his sailors. Whosoever maketh a copy these things in their names according to the similitude which are in writing on the east wall of the hidden palace of the Tuat, and whosoever knoweth their names upon earth, and knoweth their habitation in Amentent, shall rest in his habitation in the Tuat, and he shall stand among the lords of the provisions of the God, and his voice shall be Mat before the Chetcha beings on the day of the reckoning of Pharaoh. And these things shall act as magical protectors to him that knoweth them upon earth. Machnebs is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great God in the circle. The 10th hour. The majesty of this great God taketh up his position in the circle, and he sendeth forth words to the gods who are in it. Heperu Mesaru is the name of the gate of this city through which this God passeth. Mech Kaetabu is the name of the city. This is the secret circle of Amentent, whereto Hepra joineth himself before Ra, and the gods and the spirits, and the dead cry out from it over the secret representations of Akert. Whosoever shall make a copy of these representations according to the figures which are depicted on the east wall of Ament, and whosoever knoweth them by their names shall journey around about in the Tuat, and shall travel through it. And he shall not be driven back, and he shall flourish with Ra. Tenteneth Swahakabu is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great God through the secret ways of this city. The 11th hour. The majesty of this great God taketh up his position in the circle, and he sendeth forth words unto the gods who are therein. Sekhantuatiu is the name of the gate of this city through which the great God passeth. Reinkurt Apthat is the name of the city. This is the secret circle of the Tuat into which the great God passeth on his way. And he come forth at the eastern mountain of the sky, the eater of eternity. The form thereof is in the presence of the serpent Petra, which dwelleth in this city, and they, the gods, place themselves in the train of Ra, when the birth of Heper upon the earth is just about to take place. Whosoever shall make a copy of these representations according to the figures which are depicted on the east wall of the palace of Ament, in the hidden places of the Tuat, and whosoever knoweth them shall be in the position of him that divideth his offering, and of him who is spirit, who is suitably equipped to travel both in heaven and upon earth regularly and unceasingly. Sebit Nab Ahesephuemert is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great God in the circle. In the 12th hour. The majesty of this great God taketh up his position in the circle at the limits of the thick darkness. And this great God is born under the form of Hepra. In this circle, the gods Nu and Amu and He and Heet are in this circle at the birth of this great God, when he maketh his appearance from the Tuat, and taketh up his place in the Matet boat, and riseth from between the thighs of the goddess Nut. Benen Netteru is the name of the gate of this city. Heperkekuhemesti is the name of the city. This is the circle of the Tuat, wherein the great God is born, when he maketh his appearance in the Nu, and taketh up his place in the body of Nut. Whosoever shall make a copy of these representations, according to the figures which are depicted on the east wall of the palace of Ament of the Tuat, they shall be magical protectors to him that knoweth them upon earth, both in heaven and on earth. At this point the light beginneth to come, and it is the end of the thick darkness which Ra travelleth through in Amentent, and of the secret matters which this great God performed therein. He who hath knowledge of the whole or part of the secret representations of the Tuat shall be condemned to destruction. Whosoever make a copy of these representations according to this copy of what is in Ament and Tuat cannot be looked at or seen, and whosoever shall know these secret images shall be in the condition of spirit who is equipped for journeying, and shall come forth from and shall descend into the Tuat, and shall hold converse with the men and women who live there regularly and unfailingly millions of times. The end.
Okay, the sun's return path home to the east. Let's break that down a bit more. I'll take you over to the Nazca Lines. So the sun arrives at the Tumi in the far west. The Tumi being the ceremonial knife which switches off the signal. Basically, it's a kill switch. If you remember the overlays, the Tumi, the ceremonial knife. A nice image of it there. So this is a process that's handling the shutdown of the sun projector in the west, basically, and following its connections here. You'll see what it's connected to: mechanisms, cogs. Take a good look, people. This is the mechanisms in the underworld which would handle the shutting down of the sun when it arrives in the west. And this would be here, the sun isolator. I would call this a geoglyph. Break the signal, kill the projection, isolate it, then all the other processes follow. And there's the solar clock, the timing, so it's timed event. Sun's arrived in the west, shut it down. This is what you're really looking at. How the technology works and controls and manages the sun. Do we have any evidence in the real world of these kind of events? Yes. This is the signal detected on the mimic map. You can see on here. I've started using overlays with our map in the background so you can make out the maps a bit larger than they show. And you can see these amazing signals going around. Now I've added the chakras and some Nazca Line overlays to this, so you can get an idea what's going on. If you watch it carefully, you will see it looping round, going to various places. Now remember, we're looking at the 12 gates, so the sun's return path involves going through 12 different gates. And this is the return path, looping over and over, backwards, forwards, popping in and out of everywhere. It doesn't make a lot of sense until you overlay the chakras and the Nazca Lines, and then you can start seeing where it's really going and what's going on. So the mimic signal we've seen, which was the winter equinox in 2016, that's where the signal came from. This is one of the sun's return paths in the underworld. It returns back to the east. If you watch this carefully, it'll go through its system of various locations in its cleaning cycles that it's obviously involved in. It'll arrive back over in the east eventually, and if you watch the bottom of the screen carefully, you'll see all the signaling to tell the rest of the system sun's arrived back in the east, reset the system, shut it down. So Watch carefully at the bottom. There we go. Signals, reset the system, sun's arrived. Start again. So then you've got the sunrise in the east starting over again. So that's the sun's return path in the underworld. Amazing stuff. And you can see how the grid in the background is manipulating that signal. The white dots being the angels in the underworld, they clearly are playing a part in manipulating and controlling this signal. So that's information from the mimic map, Nazca Line overlays, which you watch, like I said, watch where it's going. You'll see it going to certain areas. When you overlay the Nazca lines that over this on the grid, you can see where it's going into one place and coming out of another. Amazing stuff. Okay, for this next part we're now going to break down what's going on in this scene. The middle register, we're going to have a quick look at that, and we're going to show you how that relates to the to me in the west. If you notice these characters here, the arms are missing, in other words disconnected. It's been switched off, shut down. The sun's reached the west, shut it down. So there, right there, that's an off switch, disconnected. Of course, with this kind of process comes waste. There's waste to manage and dispose of, so there's some waste in that depiction. And the other components of the projection system is here. You've obviously gone through a cleaning cycle, no projection. That's pretty straightforward to look at that image, right? The middle register, oh no, sorry, the top one. Top right there, you can see the tree of life scene yet again. That should be becoming a very common theme by now, the tree of life scene. It's depicted everywhere in every culture and religion. We knew this. We depicted this everywhere. We knew how this worked. We were taught this. You just can't get away from that once you start looking into this. These tree of lives are going to pop up everywhere. And of course they're going to need new fuel, so the new fuel is generated. I'll be explaining a bit more about that process soon. And of course waste management again, which One Conscience will be talking about in a few moments. We've got some waste management to dispose of. So there has to be in the underworld processes and means of disposing of waste materials and places where the sun's going, and all these luminaries projectors go for a cleaning cycle. So you know there's clearly a maintenance going on there. But I'm going to pass you over to One for her take on this.
Hello. Okay, so today we're going to talk about energy. And we're going to relate it to the research that we do. So did you know the word energy from the Indo-European root is poti, meaning powerful, and from the Greek word energia means activity or operation, basically being at work. To fully grasp the workings of our world, one must understand the various kinds of energy. Every single event that occurs in this world is an energy transformation of a particular type. The sum total of energy in the world is constant. It's an infinite flow, and it manifests itself in various forms. These forms can undergo transformations. Energy can only be indirectly observed and measured as it manifests itself in these different forms. It can be further characterized through its observed properties. So, what kind of energies are there? Well, basically, they're all either kinetic or potential. Kinetic energy is due to movement. Potential energy is stored and waiting to happen. Now, these can be further broken down by the characteristics of the energy itself. So we have different kinds. We have mechanical, thermal, electrical, nuclear, sound, electromagnetic, chemical, light, and thoughts, just to name a few. So let's talk about carbon. Carbon is a chemical element, and it's a pretty common one. It's the sixth most common element in the world, and the 15th most common in our Earth's crust. Unlike a lot of other chemical elements, you can see some forms of carbon. Diamonds are one form of carbon. So, science says that most of the carbon is deep in the earth. For once, I'll sort of agree with them. Amorphous carbon is a third form of carbon, and it's a lot harder to see since, unlike diamonds and graphite, it doesn't have a crystalline structure. It's commonly known as coal. So carbon is the building block for all life on Earth, and a good chunk of the total amount of it that's held in the Earth is living or dead organic molecules. So, how does this tie to volcanoes? Well, the carbon cycle comes from the volcanoes, from the process happening in the underworld. And eventually, after it comes to surface and cools, it becomes rock or mineral. It does become our new land. This is the creation process. Angel technologies below are what cause lava, the carbon, and the volcanoes. These are the vents of the underworld and the designed waste and recycle system. Through the creation system, what is needed gets used. What isn't needed or has fault is pushed to the waste holding tanks, or the magma chambers. When the basins get full, they release and a cleaning occurs. These are our eruptions. Some have a steady flow for long periods. So you have to kind of think of it that all these different tubes are leading to a certain spot, the basin, the holding tank. And if there's so many, it has to steady flow out. We can see this with Hawaii. So I took some time and outlined a whole lot of the tubes that indeed lead to Hawaii. And you can see why it had to have a steady flow. Somewhere along the line, it must have bottlenecked recently, and I think that led to the explosion, or old tubes that weren't used opened up. So then we do have our exploders, the ones that blow every time. They're usually high in silicon, and when they become full, they do blow. So when this cleanse happens, the lava comes up from the chamber through the lava tubes. These tubes appear to be constructed, as we can see here in these photos. There is little to no lava traces after the tube has cleared. So this tells me it's designed to push the waste up and out and clear the tube until the next cleaning cycle. These lava tube systems run for miles and miles and connect to grids on the underside. As we can see here, I've connected several of these systems. We speculate there must be shutoffs to these, so to speak. Something will shut off the flow, which allows the tubes to be cleared. The ancients knew this process very well, and they shared these processes with us. We used ancient Egyptian script to show one of the many processes that lead to the need to expel the waste. So at this point, I'm going to hand it over so we can get into how these conclusions came to by us. Thank you.
For a more technical breakdown of the process, I'm going to play some clips made by Roger from Mudfossil University, who has been experimenting with particle acceleration. So please don't copyright strike me, Roger. I'm one of the good guys, and I know this information will help you. You see, I agree. They are reinventing the wheel over and over, as I will demonstrate after these clips.
Okay, Roger from Mudfossil University today was discussing ether again, which I've been working on for years now, and we have photographed it in experiments. and sent all that information off years ago to all the top universities, never heard a word. But all of a sudden they decide they have discovered ether. Now, I think this is kind of disgraceful, to be perfectly honest with you. Plato and all the rest of them back then knew about ether. According to the ancients, they spelled it ether or ether. It's also called the quintessence. Now, all of a sudden they decided, oh, we found the fifth element. Well, guess what, my friends? Fifth element was also in Plato's Timaeus. Speaking about air, Plato mentions there is a most translucent kind called the name ether. It's really very, very, very poor form. Now, everybody knows I've been working on ether and light and everything for years. I've been posting this. Nobody's been paying attention to it, really. I mean, very few. And so I got this from my friend today, Aaron. Physicists confirmed the discovery of a fifth force. All right? They're taking credit for discovering something that's been known for throughout history. Physicists confirmed discovery previously unknown. It's not previously unknown. The fifth fundamental force. This is really not right. Somebody should speak out against these people. They do this kind of stuff and take credit for things that they've dismissed, and then all of a sudden they decide that it's good again. I'm going to show you the real facts. This is ether right here. All these dots are ether. And the reason they are glowing like this is because it's in a darkened room and a laser pulse red laser light coming through here, which only has a tiny, tiny, tiny dot right in the center here. But when it comes through, it forces the opening of space around it and forces these regions to go into other people's regions. They glow at that point. All the molecules in space own a region. They're happy there. Once you start pushing something through that ocean of particles that are happy, they become disturbed. When they do that, they glow. All right, you saw that field coming through, and what it is there's a little dot in the center, and it's crushing through there just like it does with a sonic wave in a jet, breaking the sound barrier. Now, there's the particle beam. All right, that's all it is right there. That's the beam. That's what comes from this, and what causes this wave to open up is this beam. Well, all of a sudden it's saying, holy smokes, I'm being sucked in faster. You see that? That's accelerating. You can't tell me that's not accelerating. There's not a person on the face of this planet who can say, oh, that's nothing. No, that doesn't mean anything. Well, yes, it means something. It means that that thing is accelerating. And when it starts accelerating, it's being pulled faster because it's being forced through this venturi. They're piling up here and becoming excited because they can't get to here. They're forcing each other through here, and when they explode out the other side, which they have to accelerate, there is no option whatsoever. And the reason they're starting to accelerate here, excite here, is because they're being impeded more and more and more and more. And then all of a sudden, by the time you get here, they are just being blocked almost completely. And forcing each other through here, it's a venturi, two rounded it's two actually construction nails, and that's only a construction red laser. Very inexpensive, less than $50. You do this whole thing. Do it at home. And I have other people doing it now. And I'm going to show you some fabulous shots I just got yesterday. We're looking into them right now. Very, very interesting. Now, what comes out of here is the particle beams that we all know about. Is these? They call that the what do you call it? The patterns that the double slit experiment, where they have the things on the back, the impedance or whatever they call it. I can't think of it. But anyway, all it is these are electrons coming out of here, forcing each other away from this side and that side. So you're seeing them get away, and by the time they come out here, they can sort of flip around all they want. But primarily, this is pushing this way, and this is pushing this way. They're both pushing both ways. So you end up with a beam in the center. That's why you see the real bright beam in the center. Now, and then you see these rays, because this is saying stay away from here, this guy's saying stay away from here, so they start to build up these arrays. Now, and that's called atomization, plasma, whatever you want to call it. But at this point, these electrons no longer own a region. Before, they owned their own region. They all had their own little dot, that they owned. And they say, okay, this is my place. Don't anybody push me. And when they push me, I'm going to glow. And that's what's happening. And this right here shows you the ether. And that is, if anybody can explain to me how these little dots are formed after a light, which we saw accelerated. I don't care what anybody says, that was accelerated. It's coming out of here in white chaos. These little tiny fibers are coming out, which show where the particles are. Those are the particle trails. They are headed by these fields. Those fields are from polarized ether surrounding the tiny, tiny particle in the center, which is charged. It's negative. It's going faster than hell, smashing into the ether here, inducing a current around itself in a right-hand turn as it goes through space. And I have pictures of that too. And I have pictures of this showing this right here is a crushed field. You see that? You see the difference in this one here and this one here? These are round, this one. You see this crushing in here and this crushing in here? That's forcing that one to be more massive. It's crushing it. It's turned purple instead of the lower frequency color. This is a reverse spinning electron. No field around it. It's reverse spinning. They create, in the right-hand rule, electricity goes that way, it spins this way. Well, that one's going that way and spinning the other way around, and it's breaking its fingers off. So there's no magnetic field there. That is, and also that collided with something and made a very interesting result. And that's the result right there. That was that white particle. It transitioned into one of these somehow and bled off that. And this is what I told you. That's the spinning of the electron, the right-hand rule. As it goes flying out of the accelerator, you see how they're expanded here, and then they contract. These are less energetic. That's an extremely energetic one for some reason. It came through in a different orientation. The others, they were whatever the difference is. This is much more energetic than these other ones. And you can see, because it's drifting to the left, it's probably spinning to the right, maybe spinning to the left, I don't know. But it's going to have one of these spins to it, and it's supposed to be spinning this way if it's going that way. And I believe, well, I know it's going this way. Now, and I believe it's spinning this way because it's drifting to the left. That would be the natural thing. It would here, and then it can't quite get to the same place each time. And that would give it that left drift. So, that's all I can see. It's a right-hand rule. And that's light spinning through a single slit, I believe that was. Again, this goes back years ago, so some of these pictures, well, I know all the pictures I'm talking about. That I can't remember. Single slit, double slit, I don't remember. And again, I don't know if I mentioned this. This is Rodney Warren from Australia, and I worked on this years ago, and these are his pictures, and they cannot be surpassed, I don't think. However, I'm going to show you one that I got yesterday that's got me interested. This is the plasma coming out of the accelerator. As it steps down, it presents this in two waves. I've seen this a number of times. It looks like a particle to me, and it looks like a torus, and I think I might have some idea how it's working with capacitive and inductive reactance somehow.
Okay, Roger mentioned Plato and others already knowing this information, and he is correct. In fact, my Nazca Line work, geoglyph, petroglyph and hieroglyph research confirms this, as does sacred geometry and scriptures. Everyone knew these processes in those days. Your experiments are missing some vital components, Roger, but caution is advised when proceeding here on in. Here is what the Nazca Lines have been teaching me. Okay, as you can see with this image, we have our square wave generator in the scene, other parts of technologies, and a very important piece of the line work, the right-hand rule. In this image you can see the square wave generator, the labyrinth, the particle accelerator, and even multi-level structures. Again, square wave generator, particle accelerator, high frequency injection. I hope you're seeing a pattern forming here. This repeats over and over across the Nazca Lines. Very detailed technical information.
Here's a frequency guide I found online, and I've added various geoglyphs to it to help you understand their meaning and purposes. Due to our research, I haven't as yet had time to give the Nazca Lines the full attention and presentation they need, but hopefully over the videos we have made for you, you are now been looking at them with new eyes. The decoders blueprints, technical and structural information detailing layers in the underworld. As you can see, I have arranged the sea life in the lower frequencies and the flying species in the higher frequencies. On the correct map there are also location markers for various technologies in the underworld that relate to the workings of our luminaries and otherworldly processes. The direction they face usually meaning the direction of the signal it may be transmitting to or receiving from. These are activations and deactivations and possibly other informations being transmitted, those signals we have shown you on the mimic map. The earthquakes are usually a sign some technologies came online. Now I mentioned proceeding with caution as this technology is also what is responsible for the arts and acts of creation, and a great many other things depending on the configuration. By design, this technology will manifest material before your very eyes, which Roger pointed out at the end of his video, those charged particles he noticed. Because Roger's setup seems to be missing some vital components, it is not up to its potential and could be considered safe, as there is no magnetized walls, wave or frequency injection, but it still achieved the right hand rule and produced visible matter. This doesn't seem to be radioactively charged. So what does radioactively charged mean? As you've seen with the Nazca Lines, there is wave and frequency injection which produces different results. The technology in the underworld is obviously built to a much larger scale than humans can comprehend, as the likes of Enoch and Ezekiel struggle to describe, and as such will produce larger quantities of matter which they create during their running cycles, as the sun process shown in the 12 gates presentation demonstrated. It had to go through a cleaning cycle and a cycle of solar rejuvenation, ready for the next sunrise. This material is basically radioactive material or nuclear waste. This is also what we would call lava, and as one conscience mentioned, it is managed and ejected into our realm and becoming landmass or sand if ejected into water. This is part of the creation process. By design it creates, maintains and destroys. The heart of this part of the process is located at 0.0 on our grid. I'm going to let Santos Bonacci give this a breakdown of what you are looking at.
This is what is called Brahma. Yeah, the creator. This is Brahma. Brahma is associated with Abraham, Abraxas, abrasion, as I said before, abracadabra. This is the abracadabra of creation. This is Brahma. Brahma is also associated with the Ram. He is the creator. Vishnu is the preserver. Vishnu preserves all of this. And then Shiva, Satan, will destroy it. Well, I mean, he doesn't destroy it totally. He destroys it as in the preserver is the maintainer and the destroyer does the other maintaining. If you don't destroy, you can't, cycles will not continue. There's the creative half of the ecliptic, then there's the destructive half. That's how it works.
Some fantastic words and information from Santos there, who has been a great help to this research with his wealth of knowledge and information sharing. Between the observant Stan Smith, Santos and our research, we have concluded the halo projections in the sky which mainstream are calling sundogs are what Ptolemy termed epicycles, so in essence this research confirms Ptolemy's model as correct. So what are these halos? They are part of the projector system that is projecting our luminaries into the heavens. As above, so below pertains to this relationship. A physical model in the underworld and a projection in the heavens, with an invisible link between the two, which can be noticed by lightning and tornadoes, the rotating vortex field rising up to the invisible halo. But what is making the projection, you ask? Okay, I'm going to decode the Eye of Horus for you to show you how it works. The Eye of Horus is a particle accelerator which uses high-frequency injection. The eye itself is a chamber with which you would place your hot created coals as told in scripture. The hot coals are the radioactive particles it creates and ejects from the eyes round about it, as described by Ezekiel. The snake depictions represent the created matter, or as in this image, your hot coals as requested, sir. This material is radioactively charged and contains the same potential amount of energy as the voltages used in the accelerator that created it. This is a power source, 100% over unity free energy with a very long lifespan. The cones you see depicted near the Tree of Life scenes are being radioactively charged and used as the power source for the vehicle the projector is attached to. I think, going by various scriptures, it is a vehicle of sorts that is moving the projector around in the underworld, the projection in the heavens mimicking its every move. This applies to all luminaries and their projectors, which obviously have different configurations and roles. Do we have any evidence of particle accelerators and radioactively charged materials to relate this to in the real world? Of course we do. I'm going to take you back to the 1800s and see what Mr. Tesla was working with in those times. If you go for this Freedom of Information release on Mr. Tesla, you will see that he was working on an accelerator that was given to him to look at, as it apparently had a side effect of producing ball lightning, which Mr. Tesla describes as being a very scary event, as usually it would explode with devastating effects. From these documents you will see that they have Mr. Tesla offering to sell and install particle accelerators for a fee of 25,000 UK pounds. The research was based on harnessing and trapping the materialized ball lightning, which could hold the same amount of energy as the system that produced it. Again, 100% over unity technology. The system can also project particles up to 100 miles or more with speeds around 350 miles per second. And Mr. Tesla stated he could build a death ray for the defence of Great Britain from air attack. The technology seemingly able to melt aircraft engines up to 250 miles away. What I did notice is that in these documents the wording also in Mr. Tesla's handwriting appears, with more work related to accelerators. Now when I look at CERN and think about these documents, CERN does not look like something Mr. Tesla could install, let alone have all the components for. So it seems to me this is misleading. It seems to me someone has inserted paperwork faked as Mr. Tesla's so they have a person to use for introducing more advanced technology into the world. Technology we can see originates from the underworld. So fear not, dear Tesla fans, he is innocent of any wrongdoing and seems to have been used by those that hide this as and when needed. Mr. Tesla did invent and make derivatives from his work with accelerators, which are still in use today. So our projections in the sky, we are either seeing the insides of the projection chamber and the effects of its contents, or harnessed an electromagnetically trapped ball lightning on a creator-sized scale, not the smaller scale observations mentioned in human experiments. As an aside, when some nuclear power plants explode, the roof seems to get blown off. Then the disaster has to be sealed, a sarcophagus created around the nuclear lava that is created to contain it. The seal of the 144,000 in scripture is this exact same process. The angel technology has been sealed below in the underworld, so that in the event of a catastrophe it is already sealed and contained, kept in a room until the great day of judgment some 1,000 years into the future. The sarcophagi under ancient temples and pyramids are location markers of said angel technologies below, their glyphs telling their story to a now unseeing and unknowing world audience. And so it seems, at some point in our history, mankind had an event, a meeting with a higher knowledge, who introduced us to these very advanced technologies and created the components
for our electromechanical realm that we call Earth. Our iniquities were removed and our sins forgiven. We were advanced scientifically and we developed into better civilized beings. Our sin was ignorance. We did not understand how anything worked from a scientific viewpoint, but this quickly changed as our ancestors have depicted everywhere.
Okay, so these are the two cruises that we looked into for trying to figure out what the heck they got going on for the Polynesian islands. So the first one is coming from New Zealand. So where the little boat is, that's where they start, and they follow the arrows up and around New Zealand. They stop along New Zealand. They then shoot across to Tasmania. They go up and visit the shores of Australia. They go up north of Australia. Then they come back over and they start heading out to the islands. They go out to Fiji and they go out to Tonga, and they head on out, heading east towards the East Gates. Now the black line is the international date line split. So there's about 20 hours difference in some of these areas when you cross over the date line. Now, when we go up to the other one, coming off of California, we start up here in Baja California. They shoot out to Hawaii. They do a roundabout all the Hawaiian islands. They then head out and go down the Line Islands. They end up Tusamotu, and then they hit a couple more islands and they head back to Baja California. So what they're doing is they are confusing people by visiting. All of these islands are out here, so there's so many. It would be so easy to hide and skew this data and tell people that maybe they're in one place when they're really not. These are separate sets of islands. If people go and look at the time and the times of these islands and what day they're on, it has a lot to tell there. You know, some of these islands are very, very close, but they've already went into Sunday, where some of them are sitting in Saturday, you know, mid-evening. So it's a clear split of the map. So, you know, that's telling me our map is right, that this is where it splits. These ones on New Zealand are going to be leading up into the East Gate, where we're never going to get. And the ones coming from California are coming down around by the West Gates. None of them are ever crossing over.
Okay, so the divides in the map. Our research reveals they are in these locations to hide the 12 gates. Further research of ours has revealed something very special and meaningful. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it gives us great pleasure to present to you the 12 pearly gates of heaven. The 12 gates in Revelation 20 long belong to the New Jerusalem, which comes down from heaven to the new earth, verse 10, shining with the glory of God, verse 11. John describes the city. It had a great high wall with 12 gates, and with 12 angels at the gates. On the gates were written the names of the 12 tribes of Israel, verse 12. The gates are miraculous in their construction. The 12 gates were 12 pearls, each gate made of one single pearl, verse 21. And the gates of the New Jerusalem will never be shut, verse 25. The pearl was esteemed of the greatest value among the ancients. It is an appropriate emblem of the highest truth. It is the only precious stone which the art and skill of man cannot improve. Introducing the three gates in the north, the gate of Reuben, the gate of Judah, and the gate of Levi. Introducing the three gates in the east, the gate of Joseph, the gate of Benjamin, and the gate of Dan. Introducing the three gates in the south, the gate of Simeon, the gate of Issachar, the gate of Zebulun. and introducing the three gates in the west, the gate of Gad, the gate of Asher, and the gate of Naphtali. The gates of the New Jerusalem never close. They are eternal safety and peace in the New Jerusalem. There are no enemies to shut the gates against. Access to the heavenly kingdom on the new earth is free and unhindered, and the glory and honour of the nations will be brought into it. Revelation 21:26. The gates face every direction of the compass, and their perpetual openness invites everyone to partake of the goodness of God's grace. Revelation 22:17. Welcome to the realm. As you can see, people, our research is revealing a very intelligent creator who has created a realm which can only be described as a technological masterpiece, a construct beyond our comprehension, as our ancestors found and tried their best to describe. You will also notice we are decoding geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. The reason for that is because they are telling the exact same story, the only difference being the descriptions of the angels, and this is due to their varying roles and different looks in different geographic locations. They are still part of the same mechanisms that give us our luminaries and a great many other things. A construct designed and maintained to the highest standard with the most ornate descriptions one can possibly imagine. We hope you enjoy our research and information, and that helps you see and recognize there is a creator, their glory being revealed in a way we did not expect to see, let alone find. We fully accept this and look upon our realm with new eyes and knowledge, a knowledge that seems to have been lost, yet is depicted everywhere in sacred geometry, scriptures, geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. How did it come to be that we have forgotten all that was once known everywhere in our realm? I'll leave you with that thought, so until next time, it's goodbye from us. Hello everyone. If you have been following our research, you will see how the decodings of sacred geometries, mandalas, scriptures, the Nazca Lines, geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, the Book of Enoch, various cultures and belief systems, research of real-world data, those halos in the sky, earthquake data, the mimic map, and much more decode into a technological and mechanical realm, a construct of vast magnitude and magnificence, described and depicted everywhere in our history. The same story of the underworld, the heavens and their workings, repeated over and over no matter where you look. A history and knowledge we seem to have forgot. Pieces of a jigsaw that slot together into one amazing construct and conclusion. There is a creator. In this video, you will learn what the stars really are. You will gain a better understanding of Walter Russell's work and hopefully be able to see what it is we see.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Cette recherche peut choquer certains d'entre vous car elle révèle un créateur et la construction de notre Terre. Cette recherche n'est pas conçue pour provoquer ni offenser. Il révèle plutôt la gloire de le Créateur, ce que nous avons découvert, comment notre monde fonctionne réellement, les décodages des anges et leur véritable identité et finalité nous montrent la voie. Ce sont des technologies conçues par notre Créateur, des technologies qui sont les 144 000 des Écritures. Scellées ci-dessous et travaillant ensemble pour nous donner nos lumières, nos étoiles errantes et la majeure partie de la nature elle-même. C'est le pouvoir et la gloire que le Créateur nous a donné. Un cadeau d'amour, un cadeau que nous sommes supposés d'embrasser et apprendre comme nos ancêtres. Un cadeau qui nous a enseigné tous un peu partout dans ce domaine, comme le montre ce recherche. Merci.
Hello. So today, let's talk about a few little subjects. So, as everyone knows, or has more than likely heard about, the mysterious Bermuda Triangle that's off the coast of Florida. Maybe you've heard of the Nevada Triangle that's in the United States. Area 51's included in this triangle. Maybe possibly the Dragon's Triangle that's off the coast of Japan. But did you know that there's even more of these mysterious triangles? We also have the Malyobka Triangle that's in Russia. We have the Bass Strait that's down by Australia, between Australia and Tasmania. The Masalembo Triangle that's around Indonesia, where boats aren't even allowed to travel. We also have a very large anomaly in the South Atlantic Ocean that's between South America and Africa. So, what do all these have in common? Well, they have had massive disappearances where no traces of the people, ships, planes have been found in many of these cases. Upon looking into the areas, well over 3,000 people have gone missing. Not only that, but people have identified these areas as what mainstream calls alien hotspots. There are many Sightings of out-of-place light anomalies reported and recorded in these areas. These areas have had many theories on what could be going on here, such as electromagnetic disturbances, water vortices, large undersea fields of methane, and there's one theory that even says dragons live beneath the sea. One idea that really stuck out to me that makes a lot of sense is a new theory that's proposed by meteorologists, claiming that the reasons for the mysterious pervading the Bermuda Triangle area are unusual hexagonal clouds. These clouds can create winds that run about 170 miles per hour. They're air bombs full of wind. These air pockets cause all the mischief, sinking ships and downing different planes. The scientists conclude that some of these clouds could reach 20 to 55 miles across. Not only that, but the storms produced have waves that can reach as high as 45 feet. And what's more, the clouds have straight edges on multiple sides. Some people believe that such phenomenon occur in places where there's underground fractures, where strong energy is coming up from the depths of the earth. A fracture is actually a wave duct for electromagnetic energy to come up from the lower layers. There are many effects reported besides odd lights, disappearances, and crazy weather. Some have reported effects of a frozen sound. Others report what they say they hear like a tractor coming. You wait for it to come into view, but it never does, and then the sound subsides. Unexplained booming sounds, whistling over the Pacific, and humming from Britain have yet to be explained by science. So another thing that I was kind of taking a look at is the underground base entrances shown here. And I'd like to try to relate this with the mystery sounds heard in different parts of the world, as well as with our grid.
Strange sound in Sweden. This sure sounds like a trumpet. In Michigan, another trumpet-like sound.
The entrances are very clearly entry points to get down to the technology that we speak about. Some of the entrances may lead to underground chambers below that contain our angel technologies. Perhaps they're even trying to recover some of the fallen angel technology to learn about the secrets. Loud booms underground would reverberate through the ground, be heard on the surface, and escape into the sky. Some of the phenomenon causes inexplicable fear. If you're walking along a path and then suddenly people get overwhelmed as if the infrasound or something other than is affecting your brain. This is one of the largest effects of high EMF fields. This is on a scale that we can't even imagine. So there must be something there, either of electromagnetic nature or some unknown objects that we're not aware of. Reports of loud humming sounds occur in many of these locations, along with the strange lights that are seen coming upward from the ground. The South Atlantic anomaly is by far the largest area of the triangles, which is as large as North America, science says. This is an area where the Earth's inner Van Allen radiation belt comes closest to the Earth's surface, dipping down to an altitude of 200 kilometers. This leads to an increased flux of energetic particles in this region and exposes the area to higher than usual levels of radiation. So, what the heck does all this mean? Well, we'll have to go back to much of our past research to explain these events. In the past, we've done water currents, we've done caves, obelisks, pyramids, fireballs, ley lines. We've done haunted areas. And particle accelerators. Along with many, many other things. So when we compare to the Nazca Lines, these areas fall on dipoles. So what is a dipole? Well, dipoles are antennas consisting of horizontal metal rods with a connecting wire at the center. Or in chemistry, it's a molecule in which a concentration of positive electric charge is separated from a concentration of negative charge. So what would this sound like? Well, a dipole can be compared to a tuning fork. We would hear two loud regions in the plane of the tines separated by two quiet regions in the plane, perpendicular to the fork. This actually explains the weird booming and humming, screeching sounds that we hear throughout the world. This, I would say, is the technology we refer to running and humming and grinding underneath the surface. To give some of my thoughts on the reports. In these areas, we are seeing the theories we speak of, that technologies are running below and projecting up into the heavens, as we see our sun, moon, planets, and stars do. As above, so below. The churning of the waters and fierce currents from the cogs turning together below. This also can explain the radiation given off by volcanic activity below the areas as well. If you remember to our 12 gates and Wonderland, that volcanoes are the waste and recycle system of all the workings below. All we've learned in the past these areas are of great energy. The energy that the elite have taken as their own and sell back to us daily. The so-called alien lights, well, let's take a look here for a second at FPV's video where he explains these lights and he references back to Tesla's work.
Angel Technologies. Let's talk about this, as it is very much related to our research. These sights have been reported around the world, visual spirals and moving projectiles in the heavens, which appear to just switch off and vanish. They usually try to say this is a rocket test. Some have correctly associated these with petro and hieroglyphs, the depictions everywhere around the world, no matter the country or culture. The exact same depictions. This is ancient knowledge. We were taught these things in days of old, the workings of the realm and how they work in relation to the heavens. They also feature heavily in the Nazca Lines, which I have been decoding as blueprints through the underworld. Our research has been based upon these blueprint overlays, which can easily be linked to scriptures, the Book of Enoch, other sacred geometries, real-world data, earthquakes, volcanoes, and pretty much most of nature's processes. What you may be looking at are projected elements from an open-ended tube, a particle accelerator that can project a particle hundreds of miles. The spiral in part may be coming from an element that is going through the right-hand rule, the spin around the particle accelerator. Now my concerns here would be what particle is being projected and what health risks, if any, are there to the public below. We know the sun's element is gold, the moon's is silver. What particles are being used here? Someone really needs to take an air sample from near these events and have them checked out. There will be signs in the skies. Now that sentence should end in if this technology is tampered with or reverse engineered. Now, why do I say they are projected particles? Let me take you back to the FBI Freedom of Information file on Mr. Nikola Tesla. In Exhibit Q here, you can see an agreement between Nikola Tesla and the Amtorg Trading Corporation, in which Tesla agreed to supply plans, specifications and complete information on a method and apparatus for producing high voltages up to 50 million volts, or producing very small particles in a tube open to air, or increasing the charge of the particles to the full voltage of the higher potential terminal, and for projecting the particles to distances of 100 miles or more. The maximum speed of the particles was specified at not less than 350 miles per second.
These alien sightings, as we can see, fall on the grid, along the grid, and are very obvious that they are a result of technology and follow the return path of the sun. As we can see in the next comparison, these triangles fall on the vortices and chakras of our world. If you recall, the chakras are the gates as depicted in ancient Egyptian text, which we decoded to be the return path of the sun from the shut-off point in the west to the start in the east gates. All of these anomalies are explained from the direct energy below. I know all this info is repeated a lot, but as we look into new things, we discover they are all related to the workings of the realm. The fact that spots don't change is key in the fact that the technology is where it has always been. This is what we are showing you with each new related discovery. We give explanation that all relates to one another, and it's due to the angel text below on a scale that we can't comprehend. What we can comprehend is how it is indeed working our luminaries, our realm, and our earth events. So this is the reason that they lie about flat earth. Take away the construct and you take away the truths. And that's about all I have. Thank you.
Okay, for this part of the video, I'm going to talk about and overlay some of Walter Russell's work. Some of you may be familiar with his work. What I'm going to do here is show you how Walter's work actually overlays into our research, as did Nikola Tesla's. I want you to pay attention to his diagrams and wording. I have looked at Walter's work in the past and thought it was pretty amazing, even though I didn't understand most of it, but still, since doing APM research, I've come to recognize and realize exactly what Walter was trying to visualize and portray, even taking it further and creating his own inventions based upon his work. Walter is a man clearly ahead of his time, like Nikola Tesla. Walter Russell wrote that the cardinal error of science is shutting the creator out of his creation. Russell never referred to an anthropomorphic God, but rather wrote that God is the invisible, motionless, sexless, undivided,
and unconditioned white magnetic light of mind, which centers all things. God is provable by laboratory methods, Russell wrote. The locatable, motionless light which man calls magnetism is the light which God is. He wrote that religion and science must come together in a new age. Very interesting wording, and I would agree. The cube and the sphere are the sole working tools of creation. Walter Russell, 1959. I want you to pay attention to this particular design Walter has drawn because it is very relevant. We have proven the validity of our concept by making a simple small-scale working model which is now supplying all the heat, light and power needed for our 4-story 52-room university. Our reactor generates much more power than needed for whatever purpose intended, so enough of that surplus is taken off from its generator to motivate the reactor in perpetuity. 100% over unity free energy. Construction of one cycle of an electric current. Notice the heat and the cold. These can be reversed also, as we'll show later in the video. The evolution of mass from plane to sphere, something else you're going to learn about later on in this video. The generation of mass and the degeneration of mass, something else you're going to learn about in this video. This image on the left should also be very familiar. And the Walter Russell periodic table of the elements, which will actually make more sense this way up. The winding of the cosmic clock spring. Notice how it places cold at the east gate. And take note of the spiral, which we'll be decoding shortly. The unwinding of the cosmic clock spring. Notice fusion is the winding and fission is the unwinding. Okay, for this part of the video I'm going to take you to the heavens and we're going to decode what the stars really are. For this demonstration we're going to use a recording done by Richard Coggins on YouTube. It's Polaris, and he recorded it with his GoPro. Now for those observant people among you, you will notice when recording the star trails there are small stars which are immediately followed by larger stars. This pattern just keeps repeating, so eventually you don't see any of these small star trails because they've been overrun by this larger star trails, unless you vary your recordings on your time-lapse perhaps. The end result of course being many circles, many circles in fact. Aren't these star trails amazing to look at? They really are. And now there's something even more special, as you're going to find out in a few moments. Okay, and now for the decode. Our stars, or our star trails, what you're really looking at are vertically stacked particle accelerators. I want to use 6 here in the overlays. Obviously there's many more, so when we get round to counting them we will add more and give it a bit more realism. But for now here's a simple decode of what stars really are. They're vertically stacked particle accelerators, and you're going to see how they play a very big part in the workings of our realm. These halos have 32 smaller nodes and 32 larger nodes, 64 in total per halo. And you've only added 6 halos per area here, but you get the idea. Nothing is to scale, and more research is needed to locate just exactly how many circular star trail type projections there really are and their locations. The star halos are creating motion and a pressure system, spiraling pressure waves into our realm. Pressure changes we record daily are caused by these processes. They are used to compress our sun and generate heat and discharge cold. Mainstream labeling of sundogs is close to the truth, however. They will not elaborate on what the ice is forming on. The nodes of the halos are in the path of the displaced cold, hence them becoming visible. You are still looking at the projection. This is also taking place below us on the physical model that is projecting these amazing luminaries and our halos. Our 7 planets, as they label them, all go through this same process, the 7 golden candlesticks. The star halos generate the winds and our precious systems that take place 4 times daily. Don't polar vortexes make more sense now? I'm pretty sure now they are the origin of shooting stars, or meteor showers that can be timed to certain months. The months they are being more noticed for their heavenly workings. Walter Russell's table of elements will also fall in this category, with every halo that is going through the epicycle rotations. The word gravity actually relates to pressure, the forces exerted by our star halos on our 7 planets. The forces required to put them in their various states of sphericity to do their desired purposes as they cross our realm. Walter Russell's table of elements will also come into play here. The halos are all converting elements into matter by design. The halos themselves are not actually rotating, it is the actual particle flow inside the accelerators, the particles that are flowing and lighting up nodes, which are all timed events in this very big mechanism of amazing technology. The Creator's glory revealed on a scale we are only just beginning to comprehend. No wonder it was hard for them to describe all this in scriptures. It is on such a grand scale it is hard to see the big picture. But that big picture has been revealed in our research. We had to make a model to see what we are working with and what it actually looks like. We called this model the angelic particle matrix due to our decodings of what angels really are. Particle accelerators, and up to 144,000 of them sealed below, is what it decodes scripturally to us. The halos nodes, 32 small and 32 large, 64 in total per halo, are also related to the Antikytherian mechanism. It contains many related 64 cog gears, thus showing time itself is based upon the angel accelerator's flow of particles around its halo, not to mention our constellations in the heavens and our major luminaries. Every one of those stars is a part of a particular angel's halo. Imagine that, people. Our clocks are timed by 1 revolution of a star halo's accelerator. Isn't that something? A full rotation of the star halo takes 23 hours 56 minutes, but we seem to be missing 4 minutes to make it 24 hours. However, perhaps time itself was originally 64 minutes based upon the 64 node halos, thus making the full rotation of an accelerator's flow 24 hours, the missing 4 minutes now being located and the Antikytherian mechanism now making more sense. So, how does it work? Well, I'm glad you asked. Let me introduce you to ecliptic expansion. You can see with this demonstration how it actually relates to the East Gate, the Sun, or any luminary for that matter, coming into our realm between the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer, and then they start going into the what I would call the maximum compression zone at the centre. That is our smallest star halos. That's where the maximum compression would be. So on in a 3D model, I'll just let it play, and this is what it relates to in our model and how it works with the gates. Charge and discharge, ecliptic expansion and mass. Now the mass they speak of is related to the light and its journey through ecliptic expansion into a compressed ball of light. The compression is being caused by our star halo's rotations, all working together to achieve this very amazing process. With this animation, I'm going to show you just how it works. We'll head over to the East Gates and watch a sunrise that comes into our realm via the east gates. As you can see, our Sun is in the ecliptic expansion area and has thus not yet achieved its compression from our star halos that is needed to compress it into a spherical looking object. As it enters the compression zones, you will see how it reacts to the electromagnetic vortex of pressure waves it now comes under from our star halos. The maximum compression taking place below the smaller halos around the centre of our map. The Sun then gets to the west gates, goes back into ecliptic expansion, is shut down, and then sent on its return path in the underworld back to the east. So, the spiral decodings now make more sense, I hope. The spiraling of electromagnetic vortexes from our star halos. The ancients everywhere in this realm depicted the spirals, and this is what it relates to, thus confirming the ancients knew exactly how all this works, as our research keeps showing. Left-hand rule, right-hand rule. Don't those whirling wheels in scripture now make more sense? Don't those windings in the sky have a more special meaning now? The golden ratio is directly related to the workings of our angels, the Fibonacci spiral, the motions and forces caused by their accelerators. Our research looks directly for the cause, and so far it's been pretty much on form and gives us many explanations for worldly events, as our previous videos have been showing. We have been transparent in our research and given data, events and even proofs, as in the case of the Sun halo and its nodes. No one is explaining the cause of all this. They say there are anomalies but never explain the cause. To reiterate, during ecliptic expansion our luminaries are in the fission state, whilst inside the realm under the forces of our star halos they are in the fusion state. We knew all this in ancient times. We understood all this. We knew exactly how all this worked. The spirals are the language of angels, the technology that is directly responsible for our luminaries, our wandering stars, and pretty much most of nature itself. Our ancestors depicted this everywhere. Every nation in this realm has depictions of these in geo, petro and hieroglyph form, the language that unites everyone in the realm, as we were all taught the exact same thing. Then somehow we forgot all this. But we will learn all this again. This cannot be kept hidden. After all, it is the way of the world. Here is another easy decoding. The snake chasing its tail represents the perpetual flow around the accelerator. This is what creates the spiraling flow of energy into our realm from our star halos. This also applies to all accelerators. Horizontally positioned ones below are what create tornadoes. Remember, we are in a duality of technology.
Okay, so let's talk about meteor showers for a moment. From the earliest of times, humankind has noticed flurries of meteors that seem to emanate from specific points in the sky and at particular times of the year. These flurries are called meteor showers. They are produced by small fragments of cosmic debris. It produces large amounts of small particles which will eventually spread out along the entire path of the comet to form a meteoroid stream. We will see this stream for a few days at roughly the same time each year, producing a meteor shower. So they appear to radiate from a single point in the sky to an observer below. This is called the radiant point. Meteors seen near the radiant are approaching the observer and will appear as short streaks in the sky. Meteors seen 45 to 135 degrees from the radiant are moving in a more parallel direction towards the observer. These meteors will produce long streaks in the sky. Those seen in an excess of 90 degrees from the radiant are actually moving away from the observer, and their path will again shorten the further they are from the radiant. Okay. Meteor showers are usually named for the constellation in which their radiant lies at the time the shower occurs. The Perseid meteor shower peaks about August 12th every year. It will appear to radiate from the constellation Perseus. While the Leonid meteor shower peaks about November 18th. It will appear to radiate from the constellation Leo. The meteor showers reoccur each year. In some cases, they have been recognized for hundreds of years. Sporadic meteors are those random meteors not associated with any particular shower. For meteor observers, those located in the northern hemisphere have a distinct advantage as shower activity is stronger there than it is seen by observers located in the south of the equator. The reason for this is that most of the major showers have meteors that strike in areas located far above the equator. As it's seen from the northern hemisphere, these meteors would appear to rain down from high in the sky and in all directions. From those situated in the southern hemisphere, only a small percent of this activity is visible. Any activity would appear to travel upwards from radiant located in the sky. There are a few meteor showers best seen from the southern hemisphere. These would include any radiant with a declination below -20 degrees, and those that reach the maximum activity during the southern hemisphere months go between July, August, and September. Nearly half of the year's visual meteor activity is crammed into a 2-month interval. This is between mid-October to mid-December. It is a nearly continuous period of heavy meteor activity. The Meteor Data Center lists over 900 suspected meteor showers, of which about 100 of those are very well established. Particular attention should be noted to the time and the moonlight conditions. All of these showers are best seen after midnight. Some are not even visible until after midnight. Now, showers that peak with the moon's phase being greater, which means it's more than 1/2 illuminated, will be affected by the moonlight and very difficult to observe. So while the time each shower is best seen remains much the same every year, the moonlight conditions, as we know, change considerably from one year to the next. So also, a fireball is another term for a very bright meteor. Generally brighter than magnitude 4, which is about the same magnitude of the planet Venus as seen in the morning or evening sky. A bolide is a special type of fireball which explodes in a bright terminal flash at the end, often visible with fragmentation. Now here you will notice the meteor showers I plotted are usually very close to some of our 6 large halos. This is no coincidence. In air, free electrons in a gap form background radiation and are accelerated by an electrical field. As they collide with air molecules, they create additional ions and newly freed elements which are also accelerated. At some point, thermal energies will provide a great source of ions. The increasing elements in the ether and the ions rapidly cause regions of the air in the gap to become electrically conductive in a process called dielectric breakdown. Once the gap breaks down, current flow is limited by the available charge in the electrostatic discharge, or by the impedance of the external power supply. If the power supply continues to supply current, the spark will evolve into a continuous discharge called an electric arc. This can occur in solid or liquids, but the breakdown mechanisms are much different for this when it occurs in gases. The heavier parts or other stuff ejected more violently are what we see in meteors.
Do we have any evidence of such halo activity that can relate to our grid, the underworld and the realm? Of course, I'll take you back to a few clips from my very first video on this subject, where I tried to highlight this some time ago. Notice in this clip our moon's shape. Definitely not spherical, but a rather flat looking image of light, but notice as it passes the camera's view it then takes on its spherical form in the reflection. It was in ecliptic expansion and is now taking on its spherical form. You will remember our sun and its halo. You can see here the true sunrise of our realm. This is our sun halo rising from below ground. Node 1, Brahma, our sun projection node, is just off screen to the left, and node 8 is on the right. The full halo isn't showing in this clip. Notice in this clip the visitors are clothed in special protective suits whilst enjoying a moonrise. The energies around this plasma type light must be quite harmful close up. This information places the new Mayor Free Station at the east gates. The ascension scriptures mentions is this process, the ascension of our luminaries.
Our star halo's nodes can be viewed from two perspectives. At distance you will notice they take on a pentagonal pattern, whilst overhead they take on a circular form, and again when passing they show the pentagonal pattern again. What you are witnessing are the sides and underside of the nodes attached to the halo. The halo is not visible as we sometimes see with our sun's halo, which mainstream call a sundog, but the same rules apply. Although these are much larger accelerators, they all share the same build design, each one playing very important roles in our heavens and worldly workings. I hope this explains why you see the patterns changing and gives you new information to ponder whilst recording and viewing our luminaries yourselves.
Fantastic recording and information, Sandra. A very nice capture indeed. Sandra is going to be doing more experiments and research on our star halos. We have a few ideas Sandra will be testing, and we will be giving update videos on the results in a future presentation. You can see the shape of Sirius change as the star halo rotates in the heavens, giving Sandra a few different perspectives of this node as it goes about its journey. Our star halos contain 64 nodes. There are 32 small and 32 large. Not all of these are visible or lit up, but they will be noticeable by occlusions and other visible phenomena while eclipsing other stars in the heavens. So our 64 node star halos, the number 64, a multiple of the number 8. While we are on the subject of numbers, here's some more very interesting information.
At the center of the angelic particle matrix is the Nazca Sun Cross. The Sun Cross is an 8x8 grid, which is fairly common in ancient depictions. You can find it on chessboards, mandalas, and all sorts of things. What does it mean, though? One possible answer might be found on the Aztec sunstone. The sunstone itself tracks the motions of both the Sun and Venus. The outer ring shows two feathered serpents, each filling half of the ring. The feathered serpent represents the deity associated with Venus, or the morning star. The feathered serpent was known by multiple names: Quetzalcoatl, Viracocha, Kukulkan. The deity was said to be as wise as a serpent, but as gentle as a dove. He also had a second form, and appeared as a white-skinned man with a beard. He was considered both a prophet and a healer. The similarities to Jesus are striking, but not a topic for today. The two juxtaposed feathered serpents show Venus's cycles, first seen in the morning during one part of the year, then as it is seen in the evening during the other half of the year. The two opposing cycles of Venus are shown on this outer ring. The ring around the center of the sunstone shows the 20 days of the Tzolk'in calendar, which ties the sun to Venus. The middle ring shows the wheel of the year, and this is where we begin to see our 8x8 connection. The ring is divided evenly by 8 arrows, so that the year is divided into 8 equal parts. We also see the year divided into 8 parts by pagan cultures. Holidays fell on the 2 solstices, the 2 equinoxes, and also on 4 days in between. The last 4 were the fire festivals. So far we have seen that the wheel of the year was divided into 8 equal sections. This gives us one of our 8s in our 8x8 grid. The other 8 is found in the cycles of Venus. If you were to see Venus rising in a certain location this morning, Venus would appear in the same location in exactly 8 years from today. 8 years times 8 holidays per year gives us 8x8. The layout of the sunstone conforms to the 8-year epicycle of Venus as seen from Earth. If you overlay the sunstone with the pattern of the epicycles of Venus, they match almost perfectly. The ancients knew this. Research suggests it was known all over the realm.
For this part of the video, we are going to take a look at these images from Walter Russell's work and factor them into our model. You can see from their design and locations they play a very important part in our grid. They are switching mechanisms. When placed correctly, they will play a part in the positioning of our sun and possibly other luminaries. The seasons can be answered by this switching. It seems they are what places the sun in the correct paths to actually create our seasons. The gates in the east you can see align with the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer and having the equator at the centre. Our wandering stars are using epicycle motions as they cross these areas, the same epicycle motions recorded by Ptolemy and the same epicycle motions we see with the sundog halos as we see them in time-lapse photography. These locations also answer more questions regarding magnetic anomalies that are recorded in various parts of the realm. These are the locations we would place them, and as you can see, the mimic map signaling also confirms the signals are coming from these areas. You can see from the scale of this we're going to have to think bigger, much bigger. This is a bonus decode clip. Mission STS-134. In this mission patch, notice the atomic symbol created by 3 halos, each containing a luminary. Also notice the ISS follows one of the paths. Mission Atlas 3. In this patch I want you to take notice of the 3 flames from the engines going through the halo, the actual name Atlas 3 and the sun and the shuttle being on the same path. Apollo 14, again pay attention to the 3 bars going through the halo and leading to a star. Mission STS-129, notice again the 3 bars now in red, white and blue. Also take note of the diamond and circle design. The star and again the ISS is linked in this depiction. Let's modify this so we can use it as an overlay to use over our map and grid. Now you can see the North Star, the red shift and blue shift, with the white light being the manifested light. This is the Holy Trinity, the union of the 3 which creates light, or our sun or any luminary out there, its colour and role depending on which particle and configuration is used. The luminary being created by ion and frequency injection into Atlas, which means a toroidal apparatus, the smaller halo within the larger halo, or Ezekiel's wheel in a wheel,
This is how a luminary is created. This is the Holy Trinity of nodes 1, 2 and 8.
Hi everyone, I'm Rose. I joined APM because, to my mind, it's the closest explanation to what our realm is and the most in-depth, cross-referenced research I have found. My own research is compatible with this way of decoding the plane, and now I have eyes to see the Creator's glory. I cannot stop seeing it everywhere. In this clip, we are going to show you how the sun returns to the east in the underworld has something very special that takes place. If you can remember from the 12 gates presentation, the sun returns east through the 12 chakras. Something that was missed at first was then decoded later, has now been added to reveal this amazing event. Please take notice of the light in this image, that it is attached to the solar boat. Now remember, Ra is switched off and being rejuvenated. Isis, Ra's mother, is caring for him and nourishing him back to life. It decodes what this means in reality is that Isis has what we will call a pilot light. It projects into the heavens to show the sun's return path back to the east, coincidentally. The path it returns back via the chakras also matches the ISS path perfectly, which also match events recorded on the mimic map. What you are witnessing is the sun's pilot light, Isis, not the ISS in the heavens. This also decodes as Mary, which we must assume is doing the same role for Jesus as further research reveals in the wiki. There are other similarities in other scriptures of this type of family relationship, a relationship that we decode as technological events between various parts of the sun's halo's nodes. The reference to Mary is due to the translation in Latin of Stella Maris, which translates as Star of the Sea, which is first applied to the Virgin Mary in the manuscript tradition of St. Jerome's Latin translation of the Omnimastication by Euberus of Caesarea. A closely related expression, morning star, is referenced in Revelation 2:28 and also in Revelation 22:16. Jesus Christ, God, claims himself as being the morning star. That is also the gift he had from God, the Father, to be rooted in any winner in the faith and perseverant in the works according to his law.
As you can see, people, our research is revealing a very intelligent creator who has created a realm which can only be described as a technological masterpiece, a construct beyond our comprehension, as our ancestors found and tried their best to describe. You will also notice we are decoding geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. The reason for that is because they are telling the exact same story, the only difference being the descriptions of the angels, and this is due to their varying roles and different looks in different geographic locations. They are still part of the same mechanisms that give us our luminaries and a great many other things. A construct designed and maintained to the highest standard with the most ornate descriptions one can possibly imagine. We hope you enjoy our research and information, and that helps you see and recognize there is a creator, their glory being revealed in a way we did not expect to see, let alone find. We fully accept this and look upon our realm with new eyes and knowledge, a knowledge that seems to have been lost, yet is depicted everywhere in sacred geometry, scriptures, geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. How did it come to be that we have forgotten all that was once known everywhere in our realm? I'll leave you with that thought, so until next time, it's goodbye from us.
a time of love, a time of hate, a time of war, a time of peace, a time you may embrace, a time to refrain from embracing. To everything turn, turn, turn. There is a season, turn, turn, turn. And a time to every purpose under heaven. A time to gain, a time to lose, a time to rend, a time to sow, a time for love, a time for hate, a time for peace. I swear it's not too late. don't need anything or anyone. If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world? I don't quite know how to say how I feel. Those 3 words are said too much. They're not enough. If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world? Forget what we're told before we get too old. Show me a garden that's bursting into life. Let's waste time chasing cars around our heads. If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world? All that I am, all that I ever was, is here in your perfect eyes. They're all I can see. I don't know where, confused about how as well. Just know that these things will never change for us at all. If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world?
Okay, everybody, lie down on the floor and keep calm.
This is what KLF is about. Also known as the justified ancients of New Moon. Furthermore known as the jams. Come on, boy, do you wanna ride? All aboard, whoa. Come on, boy, do you wanna ride?
Today, I thought I'd make a small clip to show the discrepancies at the international dateline at sunrise. This is where the west allegedly meets the east. As you can see from this information, we have a serious problem here. So, let's revisit the Diomedes. So, we went through the months on the 25th of each month to record the sunrise time for each of the islands. And what we found is a bit of a concern. So let's get into it. First we will cover the data, then we will sum up the discrepancies. March has a 4-hour difference in the island's sunrise times. This is using a rear gate, with Big Diomede receiving its sunrise at 5:01 a.m. and Little Diomede at 8:57 a.m. For this month, we have not gained quite 2 hours on sunrise times from February. April has a 4-hour difference between the islands using a rear gate launch, with Big Island getting its sunrise at 3:02 a.m. and Little Diomede getting its sunrise at 6:58 a.m., with us gaining 2 hours in sunrise times from March. May has a 4-hour difference, also using a rear gate. Big Diomede gets its sunrise at 1:06 a.m. and Little Diomede at 5:02 a.m. We've gained 2 more hours for the sunrise times from April. June is a 4-hour difference using a front gate to launch, with Big Diomede having its sunrise at 11:03 p.m. This is during the 24-hour sun period, and Little Diomede not until 3:30 a.m. We've gained an hour and a half this month from May for sunrises. July is a 4-hour difference using a front gate, with Big Diomede having its sunrise at 1:34 a.m. and Little Diomede not receiving its sunrise until 5:38 a.m. We've lost 2 hours on sunrise times from June. August is a 4-hour difference using a front gate, with the Big Island receiving sunrise at 3:26 a.m. and the Little Island at 7:29 a.m. We lose another 2 hours on sunrise times from July. September has a 4-hour difference in the island's sunrise times, using a rear gate, with Big Diomede having sunrise at 5:05 a.m. and Little Diomede getting theirs at 9:08 a.m. We lose a little over 2 hours on sunrise times from August. October is a 4-hour difference using a rear gate, with the Big Diomede getting its sunrise at 6:42 a.m. and Little Diomede not until 10:45 a.m. We lose about an hour and a half daylight with this gate being used from September. November is a 3-hour difference of the islands receiving their sunrises, the Big Island at 8:35 a.m. and the Little Island not until 11:37 a.m. We lose another 2 hours of daylight from this gate being used from October. December is a 3-hour difference, with the Big Island getting sunrise at 9:46 a.m. and the Little Island not until 12:44 p.m. We lose a little over an hour from November, with this gate being the launch gate. In January, we have a 3-hour difference of the Diomede Islands. For January, the sun is using a front gate launch. Big Diomede rises at 8:37 a.m. and Little Diomede rises at 11:33 a.m. We gain almost an hour in sunrise from December. In February, we have a 3-hour difference, with the Big Island receiving its sunrise at 6:47 a.m. and the Little Island at 9:42 a.m. February is using a front gate launch, and we gain 2 hours on the sunrise from January. Now, although I cannot explain these islands to the fullest, I can see to the discrepancies. One being the way the sun rises at Big Diomede prior to Little Diomede in every month. If the sun is moving east to west, which it does, how is the island further west getting light so much sooner than the island closer to Alaska? In the beginning of the video, the sun would have had to bounce back and forth to light up the areas I highlighted to achieve the stated sunrise times, which the sun does not do. The only thing that does make sense in this mess is the gate uses and the 3 to 4 hour difference based on where the sun is launching from, and gaining and losing daylight based on the gate uses. I will put a link in the description of a video that E. Green's linked to me, and I highly suggest watching it. It shows some real-life issues with traveling to the area, issues with the land, issues with the treatment of the crew, and issues with the flight. Their experience didn't go as planned, and it's well worth the watch. These Diomedes are still very much a puzzle, and anyone that has time, it's well worth looking into, as it destroys the globe, as well as shows one more flaw in the AE map that cannot be explained.
Okay, now the animation One Conscience just showed you was from our season's video. This was real world sunrise data we used from time and date to help sync the sun moving up and down the region beyond the international date line that our sun appears from. Let me show you something else. This map depicts the Mercator globe projection. By that I mean a projection of the Mercator map they have wrapped around a ball, so that northeast Russia meets Alaska. Our research debunks that model, as these two locations are on opposite sides of the world in reality. This projection is only designed to support a globe model and should be discarded. We have fixed this obvious manipulation of the true map previously, and now I'll correct this one. Watch this. As you can see, all the time zones are still intact, and all I have done is put the land masses where they should be in accordance with the real world Mercator map. This shows the international date lines are nothing but a mental block, designed to hide anything that is beyond them, the edge of the globe in that impossible model. Now the video One Conscience mentioned was one where a pilot and his friends flew a single engine aircraft from Alaska to somewhere they thought was in northeast Russia. This of course is impossible, which means the airfield they landed at is land unknown to you or I. Land that is northeast of Alaska. If you watch the video of when they are flying towards this land, you will see bodies of water and various bits of land. You do not see a huge landmass stretching as far as the eyes can see. This is land outside of the known world, and our suspicions are the same in the east. What's beyond this fake international date line, you should wonder? Now the map we use, you can see a grid overlay on it. This grid came from the Nazca Lines, of which I have been decoding. I believe this overlay is the blueprint to the realm, and pinpoints the positions in the north, south, east and west that match scriptural descriptions of what they call portals or gates. You must think of these in electrical terms. A portal decodes as a gate. Every culture in history depicted gates in their mandalas and other glyphs. The configuration of this Nazca Line grid also matched the descriptions given in the Book of Enoch. This is no coincidence. It seems at some point in our history, people actually told the truth and they depicted it everywhere. This is what is sacred about geometry. It is the truth of this world in all its forms. There are also people who visit our streams and comment sections that have noticed even more discrepancies in these areas since we started highlighting them. Look into it, people, it is very important. We will leave you to ponder on this information. Should you wish to look further into our research, you know where to find us. Hello and welcome to APM Research, the End Times, Revelations and Prophecy Part 3. In this video, Sandra will be showing you more from the Book of Miracles and focusing on comets. One Conscience, Jason and myself will be breaking down these cyclic events from recorded history and showing other informations that relate to the construct, its workings and mechanisms with references to various cultures. You will also see evidence that all civilizations were very well aware of the construct's mechanisms in ancient times and planned for these destructive events. You may even be surprised to find that giants, titans and even dragons actually existed, and it's possible they may return, for such is the nature of this realm, a realm that demonstrates that the cycles of compression and expansion actually have the capability to affect all life forms, as well as its electromagnetics playing a big part in DNA construction. All yours, Sandra.
In the year AD 595, in the time of Muhammad, something wondrous and fearsome appeared. At that time, a bright comet was seen over Constantinople for a whole year. In the year AD 1007, a wondrous comet appeared. It gave off fire and flames in all directions. As it fell to earth, it was seen in Germany and Italy. In the year AD 1103, on the Friday of the first week of Lent, an unusual star appeared in the evening. It appeared in the south and in the west. It was visible for 25 days and always at the same hour. From the south a great shaft of light moved towards it. After this, on Maundy Thursday, 2 moons were seen, one of them in the east. In the year AD 684, a comet appeared for 3 months. This was followed by such heavy rain, storms, wind and thunder as had never been heard before, and this element acted as if it wanted to destroy the city of Rome completely, and a great many livestock died in terrible ways, and people died from the lightning in the sky they saw. In the year AD 1293, a notably large comet appeared for 3 months, rising in the east and climbing to the middle of the sky, with its rays in the west, and when Pope Urban died, it disappeared again. In the year AD 1300, a fearful comet appeared in the sky, and this year, on St. Andrew's Day, the ground was shaken by an earthquake so that many buildings collapsed. At this time, the first Jubilee year was established by Pope Boniface VIII. In the year AD 1304, 3 moons and a comet appeared, seen around midnight for 3 months, in the German lands and in Italy, just as it is painted here. In the year 1438, in the time of King Albrecht, Duke of Austria, and son-in-law of Emperor Sigismund, a great darkening of the sun was seen in the daytime, and also a great comet with a tail was seen in the city of Liege. This was followed by great bloodshed. In the year AD 1347, a comet appeared in Italy for 2 months. After this, Emperor Louis IV, a Bavarian monarch, died. In the year AD 1351, in the month of December, a comet was seen in the sky around midnight. Afterwards, heavy wind sprang up, and a fiery shaft was seen to fall from the sky, which then presaged great disagreement between the Pope and the Emperor. In the year AD 1401, a large comet with a peacock tail appeared in the sky over Germany. This was followed by the most severe plague in Swabia. In the year 1456, in the month of June, a comet appeared, and within a year of that a yet bigger one, which looked really terrible, and was seen in Germany, just as it is painted here. In the year AD 962, a great and wonderful comet appeared in the sky in Italy. This was followed by a great famine, so that many people perished and were found dead in alleys. In the year 1506, a comet appeared for several nights, and turned its tail towards Spain. In this year a lot of fruit grew, and was completely destroyed by caterpillars or rats. This was followed 8 and 9 years later in this country and in Italy by an earthquake so great and violent that in Constantinople a great many buildings were knocked down and people perished. In the year 1519, on the 14th day after the death of His Serene Highness the mighty Roman Emperor Maximilian of glorious remembrance, this comet was seen over the city of Mainz for 2 whole days, so positioned in relation to the Rhine that the star pointed upstream and the cross downstream. In the year 1519, after Christ our Saviour, around the time of his birth, the comet drawn here was seen in the middle of the night near Krafnitz, turned towards Strasbourg. In the year 1527, on the 11th of October, at 4 o'clock in the morning, this comet was seen in Westrich for 3/4 of an hour, and then it disappeared again. It was extremely long and yellowish red, like a diluted blood in colour. At the front the head was like a bent arm, as if it had a sword in its hand, and was poised to start striking with it. And at the point of the sword there were 3 big stars, and from the stars there issued a cloud-coloured stream, which was longer than the comet's tail, just as it is painted here. In the year 1527, several streaks like long spears were seen next to the comet, with several faces and small swords in amongst them, all intermingled in a pale red colour. Between them could be seen several large flames that blazed very brightly and with a fiery light, and the faces with hair and beards the colour of grey clouds were seen here and there to be flickering through each other, as if they were laying in water that was flowing in rivulets of blood, and as if everything was mixing up together, which looked so terrifying that many who saw it died. In the year 1531, on St. Bartholomew's Day, a comet was seen for some time in the sky every night in Strasbourg and in other places, just as it is painted here. In the year 1531, 4 comets appeared in the sky opposite one another, such that they could be seen in certain places in the Netherlands, just as they are painted. In the year 1531, a comet was seen in the Netherlands, which showered fiery flames like a blacksmith making sparks from iron. Quite fearsome to see, just as is painted here. Of the comet or comet's tail as it first appeared in certain of the High German districts around the 10th of August, and then for many nights, more than a lance in length, 1½ shoes wide, was seen in the sky 1531 years after the birth of Christ. In the year 1533, on the 27th of July, at 2 o'clock after midnight, a terrible comet appeared and was also seen for many days after this, which the astronomers interpreted when unrest later broke out in Germany. In the year 1542, on St. Rupert's Day, the 27th of September, a comet was seen in the sky not far from the moon for many days, just as it is painted here. In the year 1543, on the 4th day of the month of May, a terrible comet was seen in the sky over Pforzheim and in the village of Zesenhausen, with many fiery flames falling from it, and after this there followed many strange things.
Let's take a look at Nibiru and educate ourselves on what's really going on with this piece. As it goes for how this connects with the end times, is this Nibiru gets its cycle every 3,600 years. It is said that this celestial is greatly magnetic and will affect our world magnetics. It is to cause a pole shift, which then will cause great disasters in our realm. So, the last cycle put us back to 1581 BC, which is the time frame that the devastating Santorini erupted, along with other gigantic destroyers, such as Krakatoa and Thera, which wiped out the Minoans. This also takes us to the time of the Exodus. This is where Moses comes into play, parting the Red Seas. Exodus 10:21 says, "Then the Lord said to Moses, 'Stretch out your hand towards heaven, so that a great darkness will spread over the land of Egypt, a palpable darkness.'" So, we see that Moses is active during the Nibiru cycle. During that time, the earth suffered great cataclysms. It is recorded that a celestial body appeared in the heavens, a new comet they called it, causing the eventual disappearance of the glacier layer. Next would be 7,200 years ago. This would take us back to 1752 CE, according to the Hebrew calendar. This was the time during the cataclysm known as Noah's flood, the deluge. There were sudden changes in temperature, violent storms, and water avalanches from ice breaking into the ocean, creating huge tsunamis that we can't even imagine in our reality today. So, now we can see that Noah was active during one of the Nibiru cycles. So let's dig a little deeper into some ancient histories of this cycle and the pieces that are affiliated with it, as well as the effects. Nibiru has several names: the Destroyer, Wormwood, Hercolumbus, and Comet Typhon. Nibiru is a term in the Akkadian language, translating to crossing or point of transition, especially of rivers. In Babylonian astronomy, the term refers to the equinox and the astronomical objects associated with it. Nibiru was considered the seat of the Summus Deus, who shepherds the stars like sheep, and in Babylon identifies with Marduk. So, Tablet 4 of the Enuma Elish has some great descriptions of Marduk. They prepared him for a lordly chamber. Before his fathers, as a prince, he took his place. O Marduk, thou art chiefest among the great gods. In thy power shall it be to exalt and to abase. None among the gods shall transgress thy boundaries. O Marduk, thou art our avenger. We give thee sovereignty over the whole world. But as for the god who began the rebellion, pour out his life. Then set they in their midst a garment, and unto Marduk their firstborn they spake, May thy fate, O Lord, be supreme among the gods, to destroy and to create. Speak thou the word, and thy command shall be fulfilled. They rejoiced, and they did homage unto him, saying, Marduk is king. They bestowed upon him the scepter, and the throne, and the ring. They give him an invincible weaponry, which will overwhelmeth the foe. Go, and cut off the life of Tiamat, and let the wind carry her blood into the secret places. After the gods his fathers had decreed, for the Lord of his fate, they caused him to set out on a path of prosperity and success. He made ready the bow, he chose his weapon, he slung a spear upon him and fastened it, he raised the club in his right hand and he grasped it. The bow and the quiver he hung at his side. He set the lightning in front of him. With burning flame he filled his body. He made a net to enclose the inward parts of Tiamat. The four winds he stationed so that nothing of her might escape. The south wind and the north wind, the east wind and the west wind. He brought near to the net, the gift of his father, Anu. He created the evil wind and the tempest and the hurricane, and the fourfold wind and the sevenfold wind and the whirlwind and the wind which had no equal. He sent forth the winds which he had created, the 7 of them, to disturb the inward parts of Tiamat. They followed after him. When the Lord raised the thunderbolt, his mighty weapon, he mounted the chariot, the storm unequaled for terror. He harnessed and yoked unto it 4 horses. The establishment of the Nibiru point is described in Tablet 5 of the creation epic Enuma Elish. When Marduk fixed the location of Nibiru, Enlil, and Ah in the sky, it states, Marduk made the stations for the great gods, the stars, their images, as the stars of the zodiac he fixed. He ordained the year, and into sections he divided it. For the 12 months he fixed 3 stars. After he had the days of the year and the images, he founded the station of Nibur to determine their bounds, that none might go err or go astray. He set the station of Bel and Ah along with him. He opened the great gates on both sides. He made strong the bolt on the left and on the right. In the midst thereof he fixed the zenith. The moon god he caused to shine forth. The night he entrusted to him. He appointed him a being of the night to determine the days. Every month without ceasing the crown he covered him, saying, At the beginning of the month, when thou shinest upon the land, thou commandest the horns to determine 6 days. and on the 7th day to divide the crown. On the 14th day thou shalt stand opposite the half. Nibiru, which is said to have occupied the passageways of heaven and earth, because everyone above and below asked Nibiru if they could not find the passage. Nibiru is that which the gods in heaven cause to be visible. Nibiru stands as a post at the turning point. The others say of Nibiru the post, the one who crosses the middle of the sea. This is Tiamat, without calm. May his name be Nibiru, for he takes up the center of it. The path of the stars of the sky should be kept unchanged. The star of Ah has been described at various revelations as Vela, Fomalhaut, and Venus. These are different names for the same thing, which is where the confusion comes in for our present-day world. Many different names for many different gods, celestials, lands, and so on for different regions, languages, and religions lead to the confusion for us whom aren't educated in the histories properly. Nibiru has been associated with the area of Libra, also with the autumn equinox. The Mole Alpin says, when the stars of Enlil have been finished, the big star, although its light is dim, divides the sky in half and stands there. This is the star of Marduk, Nibiru. It keeps changing its position and crosses the sky. A little bit of Tablet 7 of the Enuma Elish gets into the many different names and titles of Marduk. This is more of the same, as I mentioned earlier, about the names changing and us not being educated on the fact that many names for one story is creating a confusion amongst our present times. Some of the names are Asari, the creator of grain and plants. Asaru Alim, who is revered in the house of the council. Asaru Alim Nuna, the light of the Father who begot him. Tutu, who created them anew. Ukina, the life of the host of gods. Ziazag, the bringer of purification. Sagzu, founder of the assembly of the gods, knows the heart of the gods. Nibiru has also been associated as the red Kachina, the purifier. Now let's look at some of the Bible verses that speak of wormwood and the effects on our world. Revelations 8:11 and 12 say, "The name of the star is wormwood. A third of the waters turned bitter like wormwood oil, and many people died from the bitter waters." Then the fourth angel sounded his trumpet, and a third of the sun and moon and stars were struck. A third of the stars were darkened, and a third of the day was without light, and a third of the night as well. We also have several verses that basically all say the same thing. We have Isaiah 13:10, Ezekiel 32:7, Joel 2:31, and Joel 3:15. For the stars of heaven and their constellations will not give light. The sun will be darkened when it rises, and the moon will not give light. Matthew 24:29 is much of the same, but it also adds that the stars will fall from the sky. Zechariah 13:8 and 9. And in all the land declares the Lord, 2/3 will be cut off and perish, but 1/3 will be left in it. This third I will bring through the fire. I will refine them like silver and test them like gold. They will call on my name, and I will answer them. I will say, they are my people, and they will say, the Lord is our God. Revelation 6:12 says, And when I saw the Lamb open the sixth seal, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black like sackcloth of goat hair, and the whole moon turned blood red. Revelations 8:7. Then the first angel sounded his trumpet, and hail and fire mixed with blood were hurled upon the earth. 1/3 of the earth was burned up, along with 1/3 of the trees and all the green grass. Revelation 9:15 says, So the 4 angels who had been prepared for this hour and day and month and year were released to kill 1/3 of mankind. Revelations 9:18. 1/3 of mankind was killed by the 3 plagues of fire, smoke, and brimstone that proceeded from their mouths. And Revelations 12:4. His tail swept 1/3 of the stars from the sky, tossing them to earth. And the dragon stood before the woman as she was about to give birth, ready to devour her child as soon as he was born. Some questions come to my mind as I read this stuff. Now, just so everyone understands, I'm not speculating. I'm simply asking questions. One of the questions is, could Noah and Moses be the same piece of technology with different names throughout the times? I do not have the answer. It's just a thought to put out there. Also, we know that Noah's flood lasted 40 days, and the effects of Nibiru coming online, they say, would be lasting of 40 years. So the next question that I think of, was the ancient text translated correctly as far as days and years go? Again, I do not have the answer, just voicing some thoughts so that maybe perhaps we can all learn together.
Ragnarok, the epic final battle in the Norse mythology that brings about the end of the world. Gods fighting giants to the death. The sun goes dark and the earth is consumed by the fire from whence it came. It's the total opposite of the creation myth. During creation, the earth was formed from fire and ice, and the gods defeated the giants for supremacy. Ragnarok is a reversal of this previous time, where events unfold in opposite fashion. The word Ragnarok itself comes from 2 parts, Ragna and Ruk. Ragna means to conjure or to bring forth. Ruk has several meanings, but the one I find most significant is origin. To me, Ragnarök means back to the beginning, a reversal of the mechanics of the realm, and a pole shift. It is said that when Ragnarok has been completed, a new world will be born. The cycle will begin anew. Many ancient cultures spoke of cyclical time. This fits the APM model and coincides with our research. It is not an end to things, but a gradual return to a beginning stage to start anew. The winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock springs is how Walter Russell put it. Walter clearly figured out the realm's workings and embraced it in his work, which fits in with the APM model. Timed mechanisms and events, it approaches that time. The unwinding cycle, which brings cold, as this is the expansion stage highlighted in our previous End Times 1 and 2 videos. Our ancestors knew very well how this works, and it's APM's goal to rediscover all this lost knowledge and put it back into its original context as best we can. Everything has cycles, from the beating of your heart to the cycle of your breath. From planting to harvest or night to day, these rhythmic cycles are everywhere. So it is no surprise to find cycles in the workings of the technology that governs the nature of this world. I don't believe it will be a reversal of what we call time, nor a reversal of events so that we walk backwards through the steps we have previously taken, but rather a reversal of processes that brought us to this point, being as gradual as the events that brought us to today. As for time itself, one can only wonder. The Hopi stories available to us describe this next phase as the forever time. What that ultimately means is beyond my ability to decipher. It falls into the realm of what I consider to be prophecy, and prophecy is always rather vague. We will have to wait and see. Prophecy, to us, is ancient knowledge passed down from many generations that gives us clues and knowledge in relation to how this realm truly works, and leads us to be aware of the destructive events that are in its cycles. We are supposed to remember all of this, which is why various calendars existed. They marked the time to know when the events were going to take place. Very predictable events you can find very accurately with devices such as the Antikythera mechanism. APM's research has helped reveal what our world truly is, and reinforces the fact that there is a creator. The glory is a technological glory which was given to humanity to understand, to learn, and to embrace. We see no other conclusion now other than it is being hidden and suppressed, privatized and monetized, which, of course, enslaves humanity. This is not the Creator's wishes.
We're going to take a closer look into the Antikythera mechanism in this clip, that hand-operated computer from ancient times that tracked not only the motions of our 7 major luminaries, but also cyclic events such as phases and eclipses. You will also notice this device actually has gearing for the epicycle motions which we see happen with our sun's halo as it crosses east to west. This motion was also captured by Sandra with her P900 as she demonstrated in a video. It is also very evident in time-lapse photography. Ptolemy also factored these in with luminary movements, a clear sign that the luminaries are attached to a device that is doing the moving. The halo we see around our sun when it shows. Remember, scriptures and prophecies tell you we see things being revealed in the heavens in the end times. Revelations just means it will reveal itself, and it is. I want you to take notice of these 2 parts of the Antikythera mechanism that relate to various lunar cycles. If you look, you will see they have a definite cycle to follow that get to a certain point and resets. It is definitely a countdown timer that we want people to look into further. Those people that understand these cyclic events and what exactly happens next. When I looked into the word Saros, it decoded as 360, a sign that it has reached the end and will restart again. What I want is for people to study this mechanism and find what happens when this event happens within this mechanism. Does it reset anything? Does another event or timer start? I'm pretty sure they're marking the start and ends of the compression and expansion cycles, which are the cause of the destructive events in our history. Now, they added the Olympic Games to this mechanism, or so we are told. I think it is another countdown timer to an event, and it decreases in increments, which they say are tied to Olympic events. The passing of the torch may have another meaning that has been hidden. Perhaps the journey used in the paths of this event play a part in this cyclic event, because I don't think something so complex as this mechanism was designed for things like games. No, it is another rabbit hole to more information and understanding of these events, if anything. If you understand these cycles within this mechanism and can shed more light on this matter, do post in the comments below, please. Now, these two cycles here reminded me of Walter Russell's winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock, the expansion and compression cycles our realm undertakes every 400 years or thereabouts. Saros decoded as 360, this could be 360 years. The Mayan long count calendar had a 394-year countdown, to which we think is the same event. The end times, or revelations, a change in the mechanism mainstream will call a pole shift event. Take a good look at this mechanism, people. It was so accurate it can still be used today to plot past, present and future luminary events. There is a lot more going on here than meets the eye. The APM perspective on comets now is that there are more projections, timed cycles that are there to remind us of a mechanism change, a warning that there may be destructive or other events. I remember watching Comet Hale-Bopp in the 1990s and noticing it change direction every night. At the time I assumed it was something to do with the Earth's rotation, but since now realizing the globe is fake and it is the luminaries actually moving, this tells me that comets are actually changing direction and following preset paths. A good example of that was read by Sandra from the Book of Miracles, where a comet perfectly aligned with a river and caused its flow to reverse. Again, more evidence of electromagnetics below and above having interaction locally and not affecting every river in the lands. This is telling you that the comet's projector was actually below that river. If the luminary is directly overhead, then its projector is directly below. This would make sense with the flow of rivers. Remember, the word currents does not only relate to water.
This time, let's look at some of the flood events that our ancients recorded to have happened through history. In North America, the Hopi legend has two versions of the Hopi's emergence into the present fourth world. The prevalent one is that the spider grandmother caused a hollow reed to grow into the sky, and it emerged into the fourth world at Sipapu. The people then climbed up the reed into this world, emerging from the Sipapu. The location of the Sipapu is given as the Grand Canyon. The other version has it that Tawa destroyed the third world in a great flood. Before the destruction, Spider Grandmother sealed the righteous into hollow reeds, which were used as boats. On arrival to a small piece of dry land, the people saw nothing but water, even after planting a large bamboo shoot, climbing to the top and looking about. Spider Grandmother then told the people to make boats out of more reeds, and use the islands as stepping stones along the way The people then sailed east until they arrived on the mountainous coasts of the Fourth World. In either story, it finishes with the Hopi traveling to the extremities of the land in all directions, building cities, and abandoning them as they went, leaving markings on the rocks to show they had been there. Far in the north was land of snow and ice, which was called the back door of the Fourth World. This was closed to the Hopi. However, they did record that others came through the back door into the land. Eventually, the Hopi finished their migration and ended up at their current location in northeastern Arizona. We also have flood tales of the Saanich. These are nations from the north coast of the Gulf and the San Juan Islands, southern Vancouver Island, and the southern edge of the lower mainland in British Columbia. They called themselves the saltwater people because they lived from the bounty of the ocean and the land. Their summer homes were among protected bays and inlets of the Gulf Islands. Their winter homes were in Sonic, meaning emerging land, or emerging people since the time of the Great Flood. The Eskimos say a great inundation, together with an earthquake, swept the land so rapidly that only a few people escaped in their canoes to the tops of the highest mountains. Other tales for North America include the comics people with the legend of Quinish, Anishinaabe with the creation story, Turtle Island, the Inuit flood legend, and the Nisqually with the beginning of the Nisqually world legend. In Mesoamerica, one myth documented among the Teapanic and Hoxtecs has a man and his dog as the sole survivors of the deluge. But the man finds out that the dog takes the shape of a woman during the day when he is away. The man and dog woman are then left to repopulate the earth. Another myth, found among the Aztecs and the Teutonic people, relates how a human couple survive by hiding in a hollow vessel and start to cook a fish when the water subsides. When the smoke reaches the heavens, the gods become angry and punish them by turning them into dogs or monkeys, depending on the version. In Mayan mythology, as expressed in the Popol Vuh, the creator gods attempted to create creatures who would worship them 3 times before finally succeeding in creating a race of humans that would pay proper homage to their creators. The 3 previous creations were destroyed. The 3rd race of humans, carved from wood, were destroyed by a flood, mauled by wild animals, and smashed by their own tools and utensils. Mayan flood myths, recorded by Diego de Landa, and in the Shilam Balam of Chumael, holds that the only survivors of the flood were the 4 Bacabs, who took their place as upholders of the 4 corners of the sky. In Mesoamerica, a variety of reasons are given for the occurrence of the flood. Either the world was simply very old and needed to be renewed. The humans had neglected their duty to adore their gods, or they were punished for a transgression. Many of the modern myths include, obviously, Christian references, such as the murder of Abel by Cain as the reasons. In Mesoamerican myth, the flood was but one of several destructions of the creation, usually the first of 3 or 4 cataclysmic events, although there is some evidence that the Aztecs considered the flood to be the 4th. Also, in Mesoamerica, among the Nahue, which is the Aztec people, tell that there were no survivors of the flood and creation had to start from scratch, while other accounts relate that current humans are a descendant from a small number of survivors. In South America, we have the legend of Trenten Vilu and Keke Vilu. It is a Mapuche flood tale that tells the story of a fierce battle between 2 mythical snakes. Trenten Vilu. Trenten means related to the earth, and Vilu means snake. And the Keke Vilu. Keke means related to water, and Vilu, of course, snake. It gives an explanation of how the south of Chile came to have its geography. According to the Mapuche, these 2 snakes were originally the children of the most powerful Pillans, who were converted into their animal forms as punishment. Peripillion's son was turned into a huge snake, that would be Keke, and Antu's son turned into a huge snake, and that would be Tenten. They were to be enemies, just as Antu and Peripillion were. Keke was sent to live into the sea to help care for it with the water spirits, and Tenten was sent to live on earth and help care for the earth and to help humanity. Thus, these 2 snakes were used as an instrument through which the will of the ancient Mapuche spirit was fulfilled. It is said that after Keke awoke from his years-long slumber, he became enraged because of the ungratefulness that men showed for every gift given to them by the sea, and thus used his fish-shaped tail to hit the water. With it began a great flood. Since he had the desire to punish humanity and to incorporate all terrestrial life to its dominions, Keke ordered the waters to flood the valleys and hills and to bring all of its inhabitants to the bottom of the sea. Seeing Tenten that both humans and animals were desperate and that of men invoked her, and as by orders of her father she was the one who had to provide them with the wisdom and protection, she decided to help humanity. Thus, she helped the inhabitants and the animals to escape by raising them on her back and taking them to the hills. And she transformed into birds those who were trapped by the waters, so they could escape by flying. Those who were drowning into fish and marine mammals, one of them being the origin of the talking dolphin. And those who had already drowned in Sampal, which is mermen and mermaids. Those who were immobilized by the terror they felt were transformed into Mankiel, which means petrified. But as the sea continued to rise, Tenten had to order the hills to increase height to counteract the power of Keke. Angry, Keke began to fight against Tenten in a titanic battle that lasted a long time until both snakes were tired. KK was partially defeated as he wasn't able to flood all of the land. However, the waters did not return completely to their old level, giving Chile its current topography. According to Chiloe tradition, KK was satisfied with the portion of land that he had managed to flood, and delegated his functions pertaining to the sea to the great Milalobo. According to Mapuche tradition, after the cataclysm, everyone continued their quiet life until one day it was Tenten who was angered by the attitude that men had, and made all the volcanoes erupt, and their population had to move to safer places. From that moment on, Tenten continues to manifest itself through earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, while KK continues to cause tidal waves and floods when he rolls over during his sleep. Other South American tales also include from Canary, the Inca, Muisca, and the Tupi. In Asia, in the ancient Near East, in Mesopotamia, there is the Gilgamesh flood myth, which says the great gods Anu, Enlil, Ninurta, Inuji, and Ah were sworn to secrecy about their plan to cause a flood. But Ah told the plan to Etnapishtim. He was ordered to build a boat which was to have equal dimensions with the corresponding width and length, which was 120 cubits, with 6 decks divided into 7 and 9 compartments, and be covered over like the Apsu boats. He was told to tell the elders they can no longer inhabit Enlil territory, and they should go down to Apsu to live in the Ah territory, which is freshwater marshland near the temple of Ah, or known as Aninki, at the city of Eridu. When the storm came in the early morning, a black cloud arose from the horizon. The thunder god, Adad, rumbled the cloud, and the storm gods, Shular and Hanish, went over the mountains and land. The Anunnaki gods lit up the land with their lightning. There was a stunned shock at Adad's deeds, which turned everything to blackness, and the land was shattered like a pot. All day the south wind blew, and the water overwhelmed the people like an attack. No one could see another. The mistress of the gods wailed that the old days had turned to clay because she had said evil things in the assembly of the gods, ordering a catastrophe to destroy her people and fill the sea like fish. The other gods wept with her. Their lips were burning. The flood lasted 6 days and 6 nights, flattening the land. On the 7th day, the storm was pounding like a woman in labor. Then the sea calmed, and the whirlwind and flood stopped. All day there was quiet. All humans had turned to clay. The terrain was flat. The boat then lodged on Mount Nemush. Other stories from the ancient Near East are the Sumerian creation legend, and in Abrahamic religions we have Noah's Ark, which we already covered previously, as well as the Islamic view of Noah. In China, there is a great flood of China story, which was a major flood event in ancient China that continued for 2 generations, which resulted in great population displacement among other disasters such as storms and famine. People left their homes to live on high hills and mountains. Dating has taken this event back to around 1900 BC, which is about 400 years after the Exodus event we discussed prior. The legend says it was during the reign of Emperor Yao that the Great Flood began. The flood was so vast that no part of Yao's territory was spared, and both the Yellow River and the Yangtze valleys were flooded. The nature of the flood is shown in the following quote. Like endless boiling water, the flood is pouring forth destruction, boundless and overwhelming. It overtops the hills and mountains, rising and ever rising. It threatens the very heavens. How the people must be groaning and suffering. In India, we have an incarnation of Lord Vishnu as a fish. He forewarns Manu, a human, about an impending catastrophic flood and orders him to collect all the grains of the world in a boat. In some forms of the story, all living creatures are also to be preserved in the boat. When the flood destroys the world, Manu, in some versions, are accompanied by the 7 great sages. They survive by boarding the ark, which Lord Vishnu then pulls to safety. In Paluga, the creator god of the inhabitants of Andaman Islands sends a devastating flood to punish people who have forgotten its commands. Only 4 people survive, 2 men and 2 women. From the Philippines, we have Igorot. It says, when the world was flat and there were no mountains, there lived 2 brothers, sons of Lumawig, the Great Spirit. The brothers were fond of hunting. Since there were no mountains, there was no place to catch pig and deer, so the older brother said, let us cause the water to flow over all the world and cover it, then the mountains will have to rise up. The others from Asia include Korea, Malaysia, and the Tekati people. Now, over in Europe, the ancient Greek flood myths describe 3 floods. The flood of Oges says 9,000 years ago, a never seen again accumulation of soil came down from the mountains, and earth fell away all around and sunk out of sight. Only small islands and the mere skeleton of the land was left behind. The flood of Deucalion says the Titan Prometheus advised his son to build a chest. All men perished except those that escaped to high mountains. The mountains in Thessaly were parted, and all the world beyond Isthmus and Peloponnese was overwhelmed. Deucalion and his wife floated in a chest for 9 days and 9 nights. Afterwards, at the bidding of Zeus, they threw stones which became men and women. The Bibliotheca gives this as an etymology of the Greek Laos people as derived from the lost stone. And the flood of Dardanus says, Dardanus left Phineus in Arcadia to colonize a land in the northeast Aegean Sea. When the deluge occurred, the land was flooded, and the mountain where he and his family survived formed the island of Samothrace. He left Samothrace on an inflated skin to the opposite shores of Asia Minor and settled on Mount Ida. They lived in the open for 50 years. His grandson, Tros, moved from the highlands down to a large plain on the hill that had many rivers flowing down from Ida above. There he built a city which was named Troy. Today we call the area Dardanelles. The Augean deluge ended the Silver Age, and the flood of Deucalion ended the First Bronze Age. In addition to these floods, the Greeks tell how the world was also periodically destroyed by fire.
Others from Europe include the Welsh, the Norse, and the Finnish flood legends.
The Irish has Labor Gabala Erin, which says the first people to arrive in Ireland are led by Cessair, daughter of Bith, son of Noah. They are told to go to the western edge of the world to escape the oncoming flood. When the flood comes, Fintan is the only one to survive. He becomes a salmon and later an eagle and a hawk, living for 5,500 years after the flood, whence he becomes a man again and recounts the Ireland's history. Now we can move to the Oceania region. This would include Polynesia and Hawaii. In Hawaiian mythology, Nu'u was a man who built an ark with which he escaped a great flood. He landed his vessel on top of Mauna Kea on the Big Island. Nu'u mistakenly attributed his safety to the moon and made sacrifices to it. Cain, the creator god, descended to earth on a rainbow and explained Nu'u's mistake. In the Maori tradition, Ruadapu became angry when his father elevated his younger half-brother ahead of him. Ruadapu lured his half-brother and a large number of young men of high birth into his canoe and took them out to sea, where he drowned them. He called on the gods to destroy his enemies and threatened to return as the great wave of early summer. As he struggled for his life, the half-brother recited an incantation invoking the southern humpback whales to carry him ashore. The last place that we'll talk about is Africa. I found no tales of any floods for Africa. However, our own research shows us that in northwestern Africa, near the Eye of the Sahara, there's clear runoff of where there used to be waters that ran back off into the ocean. Most of Africa I would consider safe zones for the most part, due to the high elevation.
Now, let's turn our attention for a moment towards Japan. There are dots along the coastal hills of Japan, and these things are called the tsunami stones. These stones are placed around 300 feet higher than the highest recorded wave. That wave was 127 feet high. These stones are centuries old and give warning to descendants to avoid the same suffering as the ancestors. The warnings from the past read, "Do not build any homes below this point. High dwellings are the peace and harmony of our descendants. Remember the calmity of the great tsunami." Other warnings say, if an earthquake occurs, go to highland in case they foreshadow destructive waves. So, As we can see, this recorded history of catastrophes and floods are not just secluded to the Noah story. Organized religion wants us to believe there was one flood that destroyed the world. However, these different events are recorded through different eras in history in all cultures of the world. We now call this the Noah cycle. Even today, there's an application mainstream is using called the NOAA Weather Radar, which provides us with weather, hydrologic, and climate forecasting for the United States and its territories, as well as adjacent waters and ocean areas. This cycle has occurred over and over in history, right around the 365 to 394 year mark. These events are the cause of mud floods, the disappearance of cultures through time, as well as changes to our DNA. As I have said before, this is not meant to cause fear, but to educate us on the cycles of Earth to enable survival, which our ancestors have told us repeatedly through the ages. High land is the way to survival.
Let's talk a little bit about this map. This map was put out there by Ed Daves. He's an ex-CIA agent, and this is the map of what's going to occur with our world after a pole shift. So the first area we're going to look at is the red zones. These are our safe zones, which, as we can see, we have some in the United States, South America, Greenland, and part of Europe, and a little bit in Australia and New Zealand. Next, we'll look at the dark blue. This is where the coastal subsidence will occur. This will be in northeast Russia and the southern tip of South America. Next, let's look at the green. This is where landmass is submerged. This appears to be part of Ireland, Western Australia, southern part of America, along with the eastern side of Mexico, and the eastern coast of America and Canada. Next, let's look at where our hot and cold areas will mix. This will run through the United States, southern South America, and we'll have an area that runs up from Africa up through the middle of Europe, and we'll also have a little bit over in Australia. Next, we'll look at our flood-prone areas. That looks to be a lot of northeastern Europe, most of the UK, northeastern Africa, and northwestern Canada, as well as the broken up islands above Canada. Next, we have our loss of agriculture, which includes wheat, barley, rye, corn, sago, millet, rice, potatoes, apples, citrus, and grapes. These areas are going to include part of Europe, East and West, India, part of Australia, Canada, and a great deal of the United States, as well as South America. Next, we have more loss. This will consist of our livestock, horticulture, and agriculture. These items will include beef, dairy, pigs, sheep, coconut, cotton, hemp oils, peanuts, and sugars. Next, we will have new faults developing. What I noticed about these is they're running more of a north to south than an east to west. Next, let's look at the epicenters of new major volcanic and seismic activity. So we have up in northern North America, we also have Southern America, Mexico, Eastern South America, Southeastern South America. We're also going to have new activity in Iceland. We have activity in Europe and Asia, all across. We also have a major new epicenter for great activity, which sits right about where the area that I think there's one very large volcano that runs about 1,600 miles across and 1,600 miles north and south. So, an effect of all of this is going to be that new land is going to rise. We're going to have land that rises just west of America, quite a bit west of South America, somewhere near Easter Island or Polynesia. We're also going to have land that emerges southeast of Greenland, as well as the northwest of Europe. So, I hope that this information gives us somewhat of an idea of where is safe and where is not, and what we need to do to survive.
This animation will be explained more in our next video, but because it involves spiders, which one conscience has already mentioned, this is what they decode as to us. Some of you may recognise these. If not, don't worry, our next video goes deeper with them. Now, Hoppy Prophecy and others have spiders and cobwebs in their cultures, and say we will see spider webs in the sky. These are what they are referring to alongside various halos. There is a very good chance you, your children, even your grandchildren may see these in the heavens, and this would be their alignment. This is not all of them, of course, just some to show you what you may witness in the heavens. Now, it doesn't take a genius to see gaps where others exist and connect to other areas. What you are looking at are more parts of the construct, more events that are timed cycles. I will give these a more thorough breakdown in our next video, but while we are on the subject of Perseus and Medusa, consider that Perseus represents one of these and reroutes power from another technology that has detrimental effects on all living species. So detrimental in fact that it can instantly petrify, hence the name Medusa. There is a technology that more than likely petrified the giants, titans and other species in our realm, and Perseus represents that rerouting of the power. The cutting off of the head is actually making sure it does not get powered up, is how it decodes. Isn't that amazing, people? The story in the stars just happens to be perfectly demonstrated in the workings of the realm. The stars truly are a map of the events and mechanisms that take place in the underworld. Perseus repeats this story every 400 years, it seems. You can now see why there are many depictions, statues and the like of Perseus and Medusa. They have very real meaning when it comes down to knowing what these cyclic events are truly doing. Our ancestors everywhere knew this, of course. Doesn't this really bring to life all those stories and what they called mythologies into context? Our ancestors were telling the truth. All this, of course, has been hidden, suppressed, privatized and monetized to hide how our realm truly works. Our research just keeps showing us we live in a technological construct that has very, very intelligent design. Take a very good look, people. This is an APM prediction. You will see these in the heavens at some point in the future. I borrowed this video from Jimbo's channel. Feel free to shout out if you recognize anything in this video. Now we can talk about compression and expansion a bit more. If you remember, I mentioned in a previous video the giants may have been born near the end of the expansion cycle. We do have to consider this. It seems we are at the end of a compression cycle, and the pole shift event will take us into the expansion cycle, a mechanism switch related to the winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock spring, which you can find in Walter Russell's work. When this event happens, we would expect to see a comet and of course widespread chaos and destruction, which is what is explained in scriptures and prophecies, the wrath of God. These are merely warnings for us to understand. Beware the cyclic changes from this amazing construct's mechanisms when they start up and make the needed changes to perform their mechanism's roles. It is part of how it works. We basically live on top of a very powerful and complex machine. Our ancestors were very well aware of this. You will have noticed the genetic changes in our previous End Times Decoded videos. New life forms can be created, and ones long gone may return. These beings may have been created during the pole shift event, which is basically a polarity switch. It may be so powerful it puts out a pulse like an EMP, which of course affects any beings in its path. Perhaps this is Medusa, turning living beings into petrified or crystallized rock instantly. These beings were petrified instantly and seemed completely unaware of anything taking place. Frozen in time, and they litter the landscapes everywhere. We are literally walking on giants and titans. Roger from Mud Fossil University also covers these, and you will find he already has DNA proof and is also very easily pointing out various parts of anatomy on some of the largest beings that lay on and within the ground. He will even show you a dragon in northwest Africa that is a few thousand miles in length. One Conscience and Jimbo have also found dragons on the landscape. There is even a reference to the green skin of dragons in John Dee's work, which relate to the West Gates. Dragons are also mentioned in the overlay I used with the world chakras in my first video on decoding this realm. I'll leave links below to these channels should you wish to look further. So those various faces mentioned in scriptures, the sets of 4 faces, they will be playing a part in the genetic makeup of various species. I would not be surprised if there is more information sealed below in the rooms the angel technology reside in, the technology that is responsible for the arts and acts of creation. A good look at Walter Russell's work will show you we are talking about electrocrystallization. If you look further into that process, you will find that some scientists actually made insects appear while experimenting. This was repeated and the same thing happened. Insects appeared. This would make sense when you think of plagues of locusts appearing from nowhere. It may very well have been a certain technology that switched on to do its role, and the insects were like a side effect. However you look at it, we must consider that technology of this type will be playing a big part in creation. This realm is a creating realm. Even Walter Russell stated this. So evolution now has another perspective to consider. Mainstream's version doesn't work and is an excuse to hide the fact technology is involved. Technology created by a creator of very large size, looking at our grid overlays. The technology appears to create a duality, male and female, positive and negative. It is always trying to balance nature. Now we decode what the nature of what the realm really is. It's not hard to see that the nature of this technology is to create opposites and try to keep an equilibrium. This is very, very intelligent design and explains what we see in scriptures very well. It has just been hidden for obvious reasons, for if humans ever had control over this technology, I'm sure you can see how dangerous it would be in the wrong hands. Technology that can petrify, cause quakes, tsunamis, destruction and such, not to mention growing your own gold, silver, copper, etc., which is also mentioned by Walter Russell. Any corporation knowing this knowledge would be the most powerful corporation on earth, was how Walter worded it. And here we are today, finding out the earth is flat, realizing that treaties have been put into place to stop you exploring, and everything that have been taught has been a lie. History, space, the sciences, to mention a few. But when they lie about the shape of the world, you realize there is something very important being hidden. The mechanics of our world, the nature of our world, the construct and its creator, and all that implies. The APM model we are creating based upon our new understandings, research and decodings encompasses this information easily into our restructured view of the true world model. It makes perfect sense to us. This is the knowledge we were being taught in ancient times, and various pole shift events and other changes have slowly but surely eroded that information into the idiocy we are being taught today in our schools. An education which is more like brainwashing, indoctrination, assumptions, assertions and excuses, including an impossible world model that cannot be proven scientifically and is easily debunked. Open your eyes, people, there is a bigger picture to see here.
The Greeks and Romans believed that the appearance of comets, meteors and meteor showers were portentous. They were signs that something good or bad had happened, or were about to happen. The arrival of a comet could herald the birth of a great figure, and some people have even argued that the star in the sky, which the Persian Magi followed to Bethlehem to see the newborn Jesus, was actually a comet. In the spring of 44 BC, a comet that appeared was interpreted as a sign of the death of Julius Caesar following his murder. Caesar's adopted son Octavian, soon to be the Emperor Augustus, made much of the comet which burned in the sky during the funeral games held for Caesar. This portentous event was frequently celebrated in the ancient sources. In his epic poem, the Aeneid, Virgil describes how a star appeared in the daytime, and Augustus persuaded people to believe it was Caesar. Augustus celebrated the comet and the death of his father on coins. It did help to be the son of a god when trying to rule the Roman Empire, and many examples survive today. The Roman historian Cassius Dio referred to comet stars occurring in August 30 BC. These are mentioned as among the portents witnessed after the death of the Egyptian queen Cleopatra. Experts are not entirely sure what it means when Dio uses the plural term comet stars, but some have connected this recorded event to the annual Perseid meteor shower. Though it retains an ancient Greek name, we now know that the arrival of the Perseid meteor shower every August is actually the Earth's orbit passing through the debris from the Swift-Tuttle comet. The meteor shower is named for the Perseidai, who were the sons of the ancient Greek hero Perseus. Perseus was a legendary figure with a fine family pedigree. He was the mythical son of Zeus and Argive Princess Dana. Perseus earned himself a constellation after a number of epic adventures across the Mediterranean and Near East that included the frequently illustrated murder of the Gorgon's sister Medusa. Another of Perseus's celebrated acts was to rescue the princess Andromeda. Abandoned by her parents to placate a sea monster, the princess was found by Perseus on a rock by the ocean. He married her, and they went on to have 7 sons and 2 daughters. Skywatchers believe that the constellation Perseus, located just beside Andromeda in the night sky, was the origin of shooting stars they could see every summer, and so the name Perseidai stuck. In Christian tradition, the Perseid meteor shower has long been connected to the martyrdom of St. Lawrence. Laurentius was a deacon in the early church at Rome, martyred in the year 258 AD during the persecutions of the Emperor Valerian. The martyrdom supposedly took place on August 10th, when the meteor shower was at its height, and so the shooting stars are equated to the saint's tears. Though the myths and legends may make one think that ancient civilizations had little scientific understanding of what meteors, comets and asteroids could be, this couldn't be farther from the truth. The early astronomers of the Near East, those who created the Babylonian and Egyptian calendars and astronomical data, were by far the most advanced in antiquity. And a recent study of ancient cuneiform texts has proven that the Babylonian ability to track comets, planetary movements and sky events as far back as the first millennium BC involved a much more complex geometry than had been previously believed.
So what you have seen is how we connect all these events into worldly cycles. There are many parts of the very large mechanisms of the underworld, the technologies that are responsible for the creation and movement of luminaries, the stars, and pretty much most of nature's processes. The Creator's glory is a technological glory. Until you decode what creates nature, you are left guessing, but we can see what the nature of our world truly is now, and it is a technological construct which reveals a very intelligent Creator. A construct of vast magnitude and magnificence that has been described and depicted everywhere, in scriptures, Enoch, sacred geometry, geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, prophecies. It shows how technologies have been personified to hide how this world truly works. The globe was invented to hide the 12 gates and anything that is beyond. We have seen how politicians use the construct's destructive cycles to fool the unwary. The forgotten knowledge we are now rediscovering again, and knowledge that was always there to warn us of these cycle changes and to plan for them. Open your eyes, people, and see what the creator of this amazing construct was teaching us. How it works, how to harness its energies, and how to survive its destructive cycles. So, if you truly want world peace, then it has to start with the truth. The truth about who we are, where we are, and where we live.